Let me feel your love.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. Today we have something special for you guys. The Intercom 2.0 clone. Now this is one of the biggest, and I keep saying it gets bigger and bigger because we just keep elevating on this channel. I'm telling you today, buckle up, get your coffees ready, because this is going to be one of the biggest builds I've done on this channel, period. And it's also one of the coolest builds I've done because you can take this idea and convert it straight into a SaaS. So it's crazy stuff, guys, crazy stuff. We're working with 3 big companies today. IBM, you guys know about IBM. Clerk for authentication, my favorite authentication provider, and Neon to handle our Postgres, yes I said Postgres database. So we're gonna jump into a demo right now. Let's go ahead and scream out where you're watching from right now on the channel, guys. We're gonna dive into the demo of the Intercom 2.0 clone right now. Buckle up, let's check it out. Assistly. Now guys, I'm so proud of this. This is actually such a huge build, it's insane. Here we have Assistly, your customizable AI chat agent. We're gonna go ahead and continue with Google, but we also have email and password sign in. I'm gonna sign in the way that I like. So in this case, I'm gonna log into my account. Oh, look at this, we've got South Africa, we've got Canada, Nigeria, Finland, Dubai, United Kingdom. There we go, guys, what is up? Let's go ahead and look at this, guys, your own dashboard. And you know, I don't do half measures. This thing is fully responsive. You're gonna learn all the greatest tech about Tailwind CSS, how to keep things, you know, perfectly, nicely designed. And also, I love the design here, right? So welcome to Assistly, your customizable AI chat agent. Now, what is Intercom, if you didn't know? It's basically a chat bot that you're gonna put on your site, and we're gonna let you customize it. But Sunny, stop talking, show us the actual demo. Let's go ahead and create our first chat bot. And I'm gonna go ahead and create a chat bot called the Papa Fam, or let's call it the YouTube chatbot. Okay, and then we can go ahead and create our chatbot, and you can see, look, lovely UI. Boom, it goes ahead and loads, and we have our chatbot. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and already show you a pre-filled chatbot that I done earlier. So if we go to edit chatbots, you'll see I've got a couple. We've got the YouTube chatbot, the Zara sales assistant, and we've got the 0 to full stack hero support bot. Now, the goal of this build is we're making an AI agent. That means that we're going to tell this AI agent, here's the information you need to know. And then we're going to basically build a custom chatbot that anyone can come to at any time and talk to. And yes, it works perfectly. So all you have to do is go ahead and say, here's what your AI knows. And you basically provide it a bunch of information. So let's go ahead and add something here. Let's say the Papa Fam is the best developer community in the damn world. Smash the thumbs up button. In the world, right? I'm going to add that, and you can see that we've got lovely toast notifications here. And now this is what the AI knows about me, right? So when we essentially put this on the website, well, all you have to do is go ahead and put this on the website, right? Now, obviously this is localhost because I'm running it locally, but I'm going to show you how to go ahead and deploy it very shortly. So let's say you copied this link. Now we went ahead and put the link on the website for someone to go to, and they went ahead and went over to localhost, as in the link that we just provided. They'll reach this page. Now let's go ahead and say, I am Elon Musk and I'm visiting the Papa Fam, right? I'm going to say elon@musk.com. Let's go ahead and load it up. And look at this, guys. Welcome. How can I assist you today? I want to buy 0 to full stack hero, right? And this is where it gets insane, guys. All I've done is provide it with the information. So it's a full stack build right now. It's going to go full back end, front end. Oh, interesting. I made one little mistake there, actually. Let's go ahead and try one more time. I think I messed something up when I deployed earlier. So I'm going to try out my full build here. There we go. Let's go to this one, refresh. And let's go to, I know, so you can update it, also always nice. I'm going to go ahead and go to this link right now. So you can actually go and chat with that right now if you've got the time to go and check that one out. Let's do sunny at abc.com, right? Now, let's say hi, and let's see what it says. So hi, there you go. That's right, that's perfect. I changed one thing before I went live. Right, so there we go, hi. And let's go and say, I want to buy the course. I want to buy the course. And now watch, it knows all about the course, guys. And this is fully responsive. So if you want to join 0 to full stack hero, boom, you got this, you've got a perfect chatbot. Now, if I want to go and say, I'm not sure if I want diamond or platinum. If I want diamond or platinum, right? So in this case, look at this. It already uses the context that we gave it, and it's going to be a perfect chatbot. Think about how useful this is. This is literally a very valuable SaaS application right now. It's already got the checkout links and everything. Say, I want a table comparing gold as well as those two, right? So I can talk very openly, very loosely, and watch this, guys. Absolutely incredible. Like, what? Insane. It's giving me full contextual chat, right? This is insane. And now I can go ahead and say, okay, is there any discounts? And look at this. Wait for it. So imagine this was actually up. This is a very useful app, right? You can market this and SaaS, like put it on SaaS. There you go. Look. Great news. Since you seem really interested, I can offer you a special coupon code for 10% off. It's even using emojis. Diamond checkout link, platinum checkout link. These are perfect links. They actually work and they take you over to the course. So if you were to join Diamond, for example, click that. Boom. Now you've got a new customer from that chatbot, right? And you can even use podcast 10 for 10% off. So absolutely crazy. And what we took it a step further, guys. So I'm going to show you. If I go to the actual website now, and we go to view sessions, you can go ahead and see. Let me go ahead and refresh. I've actually not. Oh, I'm logged into a different account now. Sorry, guys, I've messed something up. Let me go to sign out and go back into my account. On this demo, I was talking into a different account, which is okay. We can go ahead and do that. I was testing a bunch before I started up, but we're all good now. We're going to go ahead and view sessions. And look, guys, we've got the 0 to full stack hero support bot and the Zara sales. And look at this beautiful accordion. Very nice accordion here. If that one's already open, that one will close. Right, and you go ahead and check a chat. Look, 2 minutes ago, this was me. Click into the chat, and now you can review the chats that are being had on the website to your AI chat agent. Now, just think about for a second how useful this will be, right? You don't need customer support anymore. All you need to do is go ahead and create yourself a chatbot. We're gonna do it one more time. We're gonna create ourselves a chatbot. We're gonna go ahead and say, you are a Zara sales assistant, right? And if nobody knows Zara is, it's just a shop, right? Let's just say, let's call the clothing brand, let's say Papa Fam clothing assistant, okay? Create chatbot, okay? And then all we need to say is you sell t-shirts and shorts. Everything is £10 an item. There is a 30% Black Friday sale, okay? If anyone asks where to buy, send them to www.papareact.com/course, right? Or whatever you can do, right? So in that case, boom, I've trained it up. Everything's good. Copy that link. I send it off. And then you go to the chatbot. And now I go and say, okay, so I'm Elon Musk. I'm shopping on the website. Let's do Elon, sorry. All right, let's go ahead and chat to this bot now. Say, hi there. I want to buy something. And now look, it's automatically going to come back to us. Boom. Look at that. We have t-shirts, shorts. Each item's £10. We have a 30% Friday. You can reach our collection and make your purchase at papareact.com. Boom. Crazy. And now this would go ahead and chat with you. And obviously I've done a very simple example here. So let me go back. I've done a very simple example here, but you can imagine now the power that you can have behind this, guys. Like, look, a Zara sales assistant. You can go ahead and say, you know, the website is at Zara.com. You close 11 p.m. on Saturdays. You open at 9 and close at 9 p.m. Black Friday is 30% off. You're located in Dubai Mall. Absolutely crazy stuff, right? So much power in this simple. I was about to say simple build, but it's not a simple build. This is going to be a massive build, right? So get ready, guys. Buckle up. Already at 100 likes. That is what I'm talking about. Absolutely insane stuff. We're going to go ahead and dive into this one. So let's break it down on what you're going to be building today. I also want to show you there's so many cool things. Look, the way this sticks to the top, the UI on the mobile, everything is fully responsive. We have active loaders, all this good stuff working. And look at that, guys, like absolutely amazing stuff. And not only are we doing that, we're doing so much behind the scenes. We have a full stack build here. We have the front end, which looks absolutely beautiful. Then we have the back end. The back end, we're proxying our own Apollo clients. That way we don't expose any secret keys. We're doing things at a production level. And we're using SQL database to do so today, right? So I'm going to show you all about this kind of stuff. We're using GraphQL, a bunch of other stuff. So let's dive into what is powering the authentication for today's build. So the authentication powered by the guys over at Clerk. Now, Clerk is it's probably honestly my favorite authentication provider. They are sponsoring the video. We've got 3 amazing sponsors today, right? Clerk is one of them. Guys, you've got these amazing chat elements, right? So you can go ahead and log in with so many different social providers. You've even got multi-factor, you've got biometrics, you've got email and SMS, you've even got magic links. Now, magic links are one of my favorite things because honestly, they're just so simple. When you go to a website, you just want to enter your email, click the link to log into your session. Simple as that. They handle the security and everything is done, right? You can then go ahead and tap into all of the good stuff like webhooks, all that good stuff. And it goes ahead and will detect for bots as well. So, is perfect if you want to handle authentication in an absolute breeze. You can go ahead and integrate with Next.js, Remix, all the good frameworks that you know about. I was about to say Ruby on Rails. I don't use them, but yeah, here we are with Next.js, right? And then of course, you've got your amazing databases that you love and go ahead and use. And they also do a really nice seamless integration with Neon, which we're going to go ahead and cover today as well. Now, our database, what's covering the database? Now, you guys scream at me all the time, Sonny, all you do is Firebase, all you do is NoSQL. So I listened to you guys. I reached out to the boys over at Neon. They are amazing. I'm telling you right now, this is like, just look at the bloody landing page, right? neon.tech/home, absolutely incredible platform. And they're going to be powering the backend for us. Now, why do I love this and why is it different from a typical other sort of, website database provider? Well, typically, firstly, they're used and trusted by some of the big guys. Secondly, my favorite thing, right? One is very easy to go ahead and use, but we're not going to actually be interfacing using their library, which is actually already great. We're going to be using a GraphQL interface, which I'm going to show you how we do very shortly. But firstly, it's so fast. And not only that, guys, they have a really cool feature. I'm trying to find a picture of it so I can show you. Is it here? I don't know if it's here. I'll show you inside when we're in. Okay, I'll show you once we're inside. But guys, they have branches, right? And I absolutely loved this feature. The minute I saw it, I thought that is genius, guys. So you can go ahead and actually branch your SQL database and your data with a single click or API call. And what does this mean? Look, so if we go ahead and check out the branching, look at this. You can access isolated database copies for development. This is so powerful because you can go ahead and have a copy of your production database for your developing purposes, right? So that way you can go ahead and just, mess around with a copy of the database in such a simple way. And then you can easily go ahead and migrate that into your production database, let's call it. So it's so easy to set up, so easy to spin up those different branches. And I'm going to give you a full breakdown into the entire console and how we can do it. And I've actually done something really cool today. I've gone ahead and created something called a seed file. So I've actually got it over here. So if you go ahead and in the description, we're going to send you a SQL seed file. All you need to do is take that seed file, go into the SQL editor, and you'll simply go ahead and paste it, and you'll get your entire database populated for the beginning starting point of this app. Okay, so it's going to really help you out in terms of getting started and all that good stuff. And also, obviously, we've got all the nice, beautiful things, including the perfect table view, so we can go ahead and mess around with it. And look at this little preview of the branches. Amazing stuff, right? So telling you, very fast, very slick, and your boys hooked you up with a nice little link to go ahead and get signed up. So that's how we're going to go ahead and set things up. Now, how's the actual app going to work, right? So let's go ahead and break it down. Thank you so much, Admiral Raj, for the donation. I absolutely appreciate you so much, dude. This is huge already. We got donations flying in. I'm going to go ahead and draw on the homepage here. Okay, so let's take our app, for example. We've got let's go ahead and show you. So in this case, let's look at the app. So we've got our app over here. We have our database over here. Okay, so this is Neon database, the one that we talked about. So let's just put SQL over here, right? This is our SQL database over on this side. Here is our app on the left-hand side. Now, typically, you can just go ahead and use something like a library or so forth. But a lot of the time, you want to have a really nice interface between the two. Now, this is where typically something called GraphQL can come into play, right? Now, GraphQL is one of those love-hate relationships because it's really awesome, but setting it up is such a painful process, right? So in order to basically go ahead and get this link set up correctly, you have to generate the correct schemas. You have to make sure you've got everything down perfectly with your mutations, with your queries. And it can sometimes get a bit like to the point where I don't want to personally spend the time and do it, right? Until I came across the guys over at StepZen. Now, StepZen, if you don't know them, they're actually in a few of my builds before, but they got bought out by IBM. Yes, the big boys actually realized how useful the tech was, and now it's IBM API Connect Essentials, right? So this is basically how we're going to go ahead and generate this GraphQL connection so easily, it's unreal. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing with IBM today. So you can go ahead and see for yourself. The link is in the description to go ahead and get started, but it's called essentially, StepZen is now called IBM API Connect. Okay, I'm giving you a little demo right now. You can see for yourself, this is a demo they have on their website. We're going to essentially build out all of this schema, but it's going to be done in an automatic fashion. And I'm going to show you how we do this. All we're going to do is type in StepZen import, and then we're going to pass in Postgres, right? And then we're going to basically give it a few parameters, and it's going to generate the entire GraphQL schema by itself via something called introspection. So that is so powerful. And then we can query it and get all the benefits of GraphQL. So this is absolutely huge. It massively simplifies the API creation, allows us a ton of flexibility, and of course is backed by the guys over at IBM. So there's a massive high availability and scalability behind this platform. So you can be sure that when you're using it, it ain't gonna go down, okay? So we've got a ton of things to go ahead and get started with. So there is so much tech to get started here. I'm sorry guys if I'm taking a bit of time, but I'm really excited about this if you can't tell. You're going to need a coffee today because there's a ton of stuff to build, right? Today we have Next.js, right? In fact, this is going to be in 14, but if you are watching this when 15 is released, don't worry about it. 15 works. It just essentially changes the way caching works, right? I'm going to make a video on that in the future as well. So you're going to learn about caching in today's video. You're going to learn about client and server components. And remember, guys, this is all free. So all I ask is you destroy that thumbs up button to go ahead and support this channel, right? You're going to learn all of this good stuff. Then we're going to have PostgreSQL, right? So PostgreSQL. I always forget, is it 2 S's or not? Right, we've got PostgreSQL. I know it's out already, Next.js 15, but it's the release candidate. It's not the main release, right? So we have PostgreSQL, which is going to be using the Neon DB. Then we've got GraphQL on top of that, which is how we're going to talk from Postgres. And then we're going to talk to our app like so. And then we're going to have a ton of things like, Tailwind CSS. I've got you covered with TypeScript. And just think, guys, this is all coming to you a week after I did a huge build just like this. Like what? Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from our team, man. Honestly, I've been working overtime to get this out to you guys. It's absolutely crazy, right? We have Clerk to handle the authentication. And honestly, it's the fastest, nicest authentication I've ever used in my life, period. They know how to do authentication. And then we have the Shadcn library for all of the design stuff, right? So Shadcn, and you probably may have heard of something called DaisyUI. We're also covering DaisyUI today. So I think this is pretty cool. I think it deserves a smash thumbs up button. We have over 200 people watching on different platforms right now. It's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we're going to jump into the build right now. It's worth mentioning as well that all of the chat that's happening is actually using the OpenAI Completions API. So we're going ahead and we're actually preparing this with all of the stuff being pulled from the database. So essentially we are querying this database, building out everything that needs to be go ahead and given to this as a system prompt. So that way our AI agent is ready to go ahead and serve our customers. And then boom, we go ahead and return the response, right? So one more final little look at this, guys. These are the chats that are going to go ahead and do. So if we go ahead and check out something like, for example, the Zara sales assistant, we go ahead and we can even click this link right now. I'm going to say Sunny, and I'm going to say sunny@abc.com. And let's go ahead and click loading. Even this modal, guys, you're going to learn how to do modals, all that good stuff, right? And look, it's a huge app. I'm not joking. It's a fucking huge app. This is crazy, right? I almost saw that. It's a huge app. All right, so in this case, look, if I go ahead and say, hi there, what time do you close? Look how easy it is, guys. Like you've made a custom chatbot just like that, and you can share that link out and give it to everyone. Look, hi Sunny, we close at 9, but on Sundays we stay open until 11. Oh, awesome stuff. Look, our Black Friday is 30% off right now. Come visit us at Dubai. Like what? Crazy. Like, and it was so quick to set up this chatbot. Think about it. Build this, put Lemon Squeezy in front of it or Stripe, SaaS business done. Like that's literally it. You have a SaaS here, a full SaaS, and I'm giving it to you for free. All right, so crazy stuff. Yeah, I see you guys tuning in from around the world right now. So let me know again where you're watching from right now. If you go into your so we got Quantum Universe here saying if you're not already into zero to full stack hero, you're missing out a lot. Yes, 100%. I can't even agree more. All right, before we jump in, guys, if any of this goes over your head or it's too confusing or it's too difficult, I feel your pain. You can check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero. The link, I'm just going to leave it in the description, so you can feel free at any point. If you get stuck, dive over into there, right? And all the links to getting set up with every single service I mentioned today, all in the description. Okay, everything is in the description, so you can go ahead and feel free to check them all out. And if you do click through those links, it helps the Papa Fam, because obviously we have an affiliate set up with them, right? So in that case, I would recommend please click through those links. It helps us out and allows me to do more things like this for free for you guys. I can't believe that, for free. Man, when I was learning to code, this was never a possibility, right? So in this case, let's jump into it. We got Amsterdam in the house. Whoa, yo, what's up? Let's go ahead and do warp. Right, so we're going to start off with the build right now. I'm going to go ahead and dial the music down. I actually have a new playlist. The link to that is in the description as well. So everything that you're looking for, links are all in the description, okay? Now we're going to get into a flow state, because this is a big app. I'm telling you guys, this is a big app. All right, so we're going to get into a nice flow state and start building out every little thing. Think about how many screens we're about to build, okay? So all I ask is that you destroy, not just touch it, you destroy that like button. Okay, let's go. So we're going to go ahead and go into our documents. I like to put everything in my builds folder, and then we're going to go ahead and do create next app, right? So create next app. Oops, sorry. Create next app, right? So in this case, I'm going to call this one YouTube. Let's call this the YouTube Assistly AI app. And let me know right now, what do you think about the name Assistly? I think it's kind of a cool SaaS kind of name, right? Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use ESLint? Yeah, all the defaults here. I'm just hitting enter all the way through. Amazing stuff, right? So now we're already closing in on 200 likes. This is huge, guys. The videos are absolutely blowing up on the channel lately. The positivity on the Papa Fam is insane. Marvelous. Thank you so much for that huge donation. I appreciate you. Whoa, he dropped 27 Canadian dollars, 28 Canadian dollars. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Assistly, yo, he goes, it's a very cool name. Thank you. Let's go into our YouTube Assistly app. So YouTube Assistly AI app, and then we're going to do code dot. Okay. And I'm going to get into a nice little flow state, chat you guys through everything I'm doing today. So at any point, if you get a little bit stuck, don't worry about it. Just drop a little comment in the chat and I'll try my best to accommodate as much as I can. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pop this over here now. Now I already have a deployed version of this app. So yes, I am going to be, I'm going to be deploying this app as well to Vercel to show you everything, how it works. And there's so many steps. So make sure you buckle up and get excited for this. So we have a deployed URL here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this one. This is going to be our reference. Sidebar goes, how are you? I'm doing amazing, bro. Thank you so much for asking. All right, we're going to cut the terminal. And then here, I'm going to do Command J, Command B. And as you can see, we've got our output. Now, you want to prepare yourself by closing those. So you just got a terminal and do npm run dev. Now, at this point, it will go ahead and spin up on localhost 3000. So I'm going to do localhost 3000. And we should see a Next.js starter, right? So this is where we want to be. This is everything. Looks perfect, right? I think the text size is all good as well. Just let me know if I need to change that. I'm going to go ahead and just reduce my screen sizes everywhere so I can go ahead and work a bit cleaner. Okay, cool. Let's dive into it. Heading over to app page.tsx. This is where we're seeing all of this being rendered out. We're going to go ahead and grab everything inside the div and just go ahead and remove all of that. Okay, hit save. I'm going to show you as we do it. Now inside of that main tag, we're just going to type in h1. Let's build Assistly, right? The AI companion app, the AI agent app. And basically it's the same thing as Intercom, right? Except it's AI doing the talking, which is absolutely huge. Kenya, here we go. Hashtag PapaFam. Amen, man. That's what we're talking about. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and we see there's a bit of styling here and I don't want that, right? So we're going to head over to layout.tsx. We're going to chop off this. We're going to get rid of that. You can modify the metadata as you wish. I'm keeping things relatively simple just because it's a demo. Somebody goes, what's the difference between VS Code Standard and Insider? Insider is essentially just the beta updates. So I've got so far set up with this now, so I'm not going to change it. But inside of globals.css, I want you to delete everything inside except for the top 3. Okay. Then we go back over to page and we're going to go ahead and remove that line. So now you should be in the top left. Okay. So we've essentially got a clean slate now. This is going to help us out for getting started. So first things first, I want to do the authentication portion because the authentication portion essentially wraps the entire app. Okay. So in order to do that, introducing Clerk, right? Clerk is going to handle our authentication. Code size is too small. Okay. I made it a bit bigger. Hopefully that helps you. I think that's the sweet spot, right? So in this case, let's go into our Clerk. So we're going to head over to clerk.com. Now in the link in the description, head over to the link in the description and you'll reach this page. I want you to sign in and then head over to your dashboard. Okay. Now, once you got your dashboard, you're going to need a couple of things. Heading over to our code editor. Let's go over the code editor. I don't know what I'm talking like that. But inside of here, underneath at this level, click on package.json, new file, and you want to create an environment file. And in here, we're basically just going to go ahead and put anything sensitive, or even if it's not sensitive, we're going to go ahead and keep our information in there, right? So at this point now, oh, look at this. We've got some new sign-ins from HMail, whoever that is. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and create a new app. So I'm going to go ahead to the top, create application. You'll probably get a little pop-up because you won't have any apps. And here I'm going to call it the Assistly YouTube Build. Assistly YouTube app, okay? Or Assistly YouTube. There you go. And then we can select our providers. Now, the nicest thing about them over at Clerk is you can just toggle everything you want. If you want Slack, done, Slack. If you want Notion signing, cool. If you want MetaMask as well for crypto, cool. Very easy to go ahead and do that, right? Now, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and disable these. All I care about is Google right now. We're going to go ahead and create, and we've got an email, okay? Now, once we've done that, Algeria in the house as well. Bishesh goes, nice haircut, Sunny. I appreciate you. XE goes, thank you for the back-to-back videos. I've been working hard to give you guys. Oops, what did I do? Oh, okay. I actually opened up my intercom. I pressed the wrong button on my my little key. There we go. That's funny. Okay, yeah. Well, I've been working back to back on getting these apps out, so I appreciate the kind words. Okay, now you'll get to this page. I'm going to click on Next.js. Now head over here. We need to install the dependency inside of our code. So simply copy this, head over to your terminal, Command J, pull it up. Now what I like to do is create a second terminal over here. So the left side, I can see what's going on, and then I can use the right side to install new dependencies. Cool. The second bit, these, right? These are the environment variables. Now, whenever you're dealing with Next.js, if you have Next.js, next public in front of the environment key variable, it means that it will be exposed to the client. So you never, ever, 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 ever want to put something important there. Now, I do want to mention as well, all of the code for today's video is in the GitHub repo. So it's linked down below for absolutely free, right? The seed file is going to be what allows you to set up. I'm giving you that for free, but the GitHub repo is all in the link in the description. So go ahead and check that one out to get started off, right? Now you want to go ahead and copy this value, and then we're going to go over here. And now inside the environment.local file, I'm just going to paste, and I'm going to close this file. So I'm going to paste. I'm not showing you it because it's got sensitive values. So I'm going to paste it. I'm closing my environment file now. Okay. So I'll close my environment file, and what you'll see in your terminal is it'll say reloaded environment local. So you should be seeing this as well. Cool. We've got India in the house. Yo, what's up, guys? And now we want to set up our middleware. Now the middleware is essentially how we can go ahead and protect certain routes if we want to, or do anything bespoke, right? So in this case, to set up middleware in Next.js, very simple. At the top level, at the package JSON level, we're going to go ahead, and I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that I've got everything set up. Package JSON level, we're going to go and do middleware.ts, right? And then head back over, and you should be able to see this. Now simply copy that example, paste it in. Now Clerk updated recently to something called Core 2.0. Now what they did when they updated was they actually fixed things up, and oh, a little delay on the screen. Yeah, there we go. Threw me off. They fix things up, and basically now everything is by default unprotected, and you can protect certain routes if you wish. In this case, we're not actually going to protect anything, but if you did, for example, you could do something like this, right? You can go ahead and have, for example, an is dashboard route. So you can go ahead and import the correct dependencies, and then you would just simply go ahead and do the following inside. So I'm going to show you how you would go ahead and put this inside. So here you can see, boom, right? And then I'm gonna go ahead and show that. So there you go, right? So I just want to go ahead and say code is still too small. This is the same as all the other builds, guys. So trust me, just increase the resolution on your screen. Otherwise it gets a bit unbearable to code at that speed, that small, that big, sorry. And also the GitHub repo link, yes, it's paid, guys, because the video is free. So all you have to do is code along with me for free and stop being lazy, period. Or you can buy the GitHub repo. But you see what I'm trying to do here? Learn and do it for free. Or you can pay for the repo, which is like unreal value. You get like a ton of builds in there as well. Okay, so period. I think that's fair. So at this point, this will protect any dashboard route. Now we're not going to do this because I'm not protecting any dashboard routes, right? Where instead we're going to do a different way of handling our auth, but that's the middleware set up perfectly. Okay. The next step is we have to wrap our entire app with the Clerk provider. So head over to your layout, and we can see here we have the Clerk provider. So we've got a bunch of imports. Let's go ahead and pull these in. Actually, we don't even need those. The main one we need is just the Clerk provider, okay? So the Clerk provider is very simple and straightforward to get set up. All we have to do is go outside of the HTML and type in Clerk provider, like so, boom. And then we can go ahead and surround everything, and we have our Clerk provider all set up, right? So in this case, that was just a dashboard URL that we were essentially trying to protect. If we were going to protect it, that's how we would do it. Okay, so now we've wrapped our app with the Clerk provider. You can use any of these components underneath that point in the tree. And the best thing is all you need to do now is go ahead and save, refresh, perfect. Everything's working, okay? So what we're gonna do now is build the header portion. So can you guys see over here how we have this beautiful header? And look at this little button here. It's absolutely beautiful. We're gonna build that first, okay? Now in this app, we're gonna have essentially two sections. We're gonna have the admin backend section, and then we're gonna have the guest section. The guest section is gonna be towards the link that takes you to your Intercom chat experience. Let's put it that way, right? So that's going to be where the chatbot is ready. That's the one that people are going to put on their website, so that way people can come and chat to it. Then we have the admin panel, and if you want two different layouts for everything in the guest side and everything over in the admin panel, you can do the following approach. Now I forgot the name of the exact technique, but I'll show you exactly how to implement it. So where we have inside of our app folder, it's the top level, right? So page.tsx represents the /home page. So what we can now do is we're going to create two subfolders, okay? So in this case, if we have two, if we have parentheses, it means that this won't actually count as a root. If I didn't have this, this would actually count as /admin. But in this case, this is like an invisible folder if you think about it, right? But it gives us some pretty good superpowers afterwards, and I'll explain them afterwards, right? So in this case, we've got the admin and we've got the guest, right? Now in the admin, what we're going to do, inside of admin, we're going to have a layout. And now this layout .tsx basically applies the layout that we're going to set up here only to roots underneath admin. And then we can do the same for guest, right? Or in this case, in guest, we don't actually care about a custom layout, so we don't even need to modify that. But inside of our admin, now any root which is underneath this, we can go ahead and do that, right? So in this case, page.tsx, I actually don't even want it outside. I want the page.tsx to only exist in the admin. Right. So if you ever go to this website, for example, let's say this is on my URL, and you hit it, you're going to come to the dashboard, because nobody should really be coming to the homepage unless you're trying to set it up. And you can obviously customize this to actually sell it to someone, right? But right now, if you weren't logged in, you would see this page. You would go ahead and see this page right here. Okay, so obviously this could be your sales page for whatever reason, right? So now, for the layout over in our admin panel, we're going to go ahead and simply do the following. We're going to say RFCE. And if you're wondering, how the hell did he do that? Right? Well, in this case, I'm going to say root layout, or this is going to say admin layout, like so. And now in this instance where we got the admin layout, that little extension I just showed you there, I show you every time. If you go into extensions, type in ES7, you'll see this one right here. All you need to do is go ahead and install that, okay? And I'll give you little snippets. We can go ahead and get rid of this. And in this instance, for this layout, we're going to go ahead and have a div. And then we're going to have our header be shown on any page inside the admin panel. We're going to have a div under here, a sidebar panel. Right now, the sidebar panel is responsible for this beautiful sidebar. So let's quickly log in again, so that way I can showcase it to you all. Somebody goes, turn the music down a little bit. I think the music's pretty good, but I'll turn it down a tiny bit. Okay, and there we go. We got create edit, and this is the dashboard. And the dashboard is responsive, so it even comes over here afterwards, right? So we've got the sidebar, then we've got the div, and inside of here we'll render the children. And this essentially is any subroot underneath this, right? So a little trick that I can show you is, if you ever get confused as to how to set up a layout, all you have to go ahead and do is take the children, and here you can see, for example, if you see the root layout here, you can grab everything here, copy it, and you can go to the layout and paste it inside here. Right, and now this is exactly the perfect way to get it every time. Okay, so it really, really helps us out. Can this build be hosted live for free? Yes, this one can be hosted live for free. Yep, perfectly so. And also, someone built a storyteller and they had an error. Guys, if you've got an error and you want to talk to me about it, head up to 0 to Full Stack Hero, puppyrat.com/course. That's what the weekly coaching calls are for. I obviously can't help you debug right now on a live stream. Okay. Little water break, guys. We're about to destroy 200 likes. Keep smashing that thumbs up button. Let's keep on going. Oi, favorite coding artist. Yo, what's up, man? Good to see you. Okay, so now we've got the admin layout. So for the admin layout now, inside of this root, and by the way, guys, because we only have, you see the first layer, so this is invisible folder. So this is kind of a flat layer here. The page.tsx, if I was to have a page at this flat layer, it would clash. So you can only have one page at the top layer, right? And after it has to be nested underneath a folder. So at this point, we're going to create a header. So inside of our files, we're going to create a folder structure called components. And then we're going to say header.tsx, RFCE, to get inside of our header. And now what we're going to do is we've got the header. So here we're going to simply put header for SEO purposes. And then inside we're going to start styling this out. Now, first thing we're going to build is this corner unit. Now this assistly kind of logo that we got going on over here, that's actually from a really cool library called DiceBear. Okay, so in fact I'm going to go ahead and install DiceBear right now. So if you head over to DiceBear core, you'll see the setup, right? So if we actually go to dicebear.com, it's a better one, documentation, and now you can go ahead and see how to set up. Now JavaScript library, this is what we need. You need to npm install the following. Head over to our code. I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so. Boom, that's great. Somebody goes, I was looking forward to coding along, time watching with you. Don't worry, you can go ahead and still check in with it, right? Download a repo people can start off with that helps people more from scratch. I know, but I think it's good for you to start from scratch. Trust me, guys, everyone wants the shortcut. Stop it. Don't worry about the shortcut, right? Really just like follow from the beginning up think about it, I start from the beginning every time, right? So it's a good learning curve for you to do that. If I was to go ahead and do the same thing, it's going to really make a bit of a painful thing. So let's go ahead and jump through. So I know what you're saying, but yeah, let's carry on. So at this point, we're going to also create an avatar component. So I've installed that library. So that's good. Now we can use all those good things. But here, let's go back. If we keep linking people, linking people away, it's going to get so confusing. You have to keep it very simple. All right, so inside the header, we're going to have a link tag. Boom. All right, link tag over here. And then we're going to have assistly, right? So an H1 saying assistly. And the H2 is going to say your customizable AI agent. And I'm actually going to start popping things in like so. There you go. The href for this will take us to the /root, which will take us home. We're going to import next link tag. There we go. We got assistly. And then over here, I'm going to surround this inside of a div. And I'm going to have an avatar next to it. Now, what is an avatar? It's essentially this right here. Okay, so it's actually, where is it? This little kind of design. And this is actually customizable because depending on what we pass in as a seed value, it creates a beautiful looking, nice setup. So we're going to create that component right now. So we're going to say avatar.tsx, right? So avatar.tsx, we're going to create that right now. Head over to our avatar file. And inside of here, this is going to take two props, right? So the two props here are going to be seed and class name. Class name is for the styling, of course. And then here we're going to have the seed and props as well. So in this case, we say seed and class name. Okay, now inside there, we're going to basically return an image. So it's going to be using the Next.js image tag. Next.js image tag like so. What am I doing? Yeah, there we go. Next closing tag. There we go. And then inside of here, we need the exact kind of, what is the thing that's being generated. So I'm going to show you how to do it. Essentially, what we need to do is import two libraries. Okay. So the rings is a collection, and you can see they've got a bunch of different styles here. You can go ahead and choose, but we're going to use the rings, which is essentially these custom rings, which look awesome. Yeah, we're going to take that. And then inside of our code, we're going to go ahead and actually create an avatar based off of it, right? So what we do is we say const avatar equals create avatar. We pass the rings as the first argument, and the second argument is the seed. The seed is essentially the value that we pass in, which will generate a different picture each time. Then we need to go ahead and convert this avatar to something known as an SVG. And we do that by saying avatar to string. Now we can't give the image tag this directly. So what we have to do is we essentially have to convert it into a data URL. And the way we do that is with this nice little string here. So we do backticks for string interpolation. We say data :image / SVG plus XML, and then :base64, and then question mark. And then we have this nice bit of JavaScript here, right? Buffer from SVG to string base64. Essentially, we're turning it to a base64 string. And that's essentially just what a picture looks like in code. Okay, so very, very straightforward. And then what we do is simply pass the data URL here. So we pass the data URL like so, like this. And then we can pass in the alt, width, height, and we're also going to pass in class name. And the reason why we do that is we then allow them to pass in their own custom styling if they wish. Okay, so now we can use that inside of our header. right? So at this point, we've got the link tag. Yep, we've got the link tag over here. We've got our div. Now we can go ahead and say avatar. Pull in our avatar and the seed. Now the seed, I've just gone ahead and been lazy here. The seed, I've actually found a perfect seed that customizes exactly as I like it. So I'm going to go ahead and say PapaFam support agent. Okay. And we're going to import our avatar like so. Okay, now this is freaking out because it's saying, oh, you're missing class name. Class name is actually an optional variable. So we want to put a question mark because we don't always have to pass it in, right? Now, just like that, what we're going to do is before I carry on, I'm going to go to there's a little fly and it's driving me crazy right now. And it's like in my peripheral vision. Okay, so in this case, we go to layout. Let's go into our admin layout. Here we are. And oh yeah, I just have to put in. So we say header and we import our header like so. And now what we can see is that the header comes into the admin panel, right? Which is perfect. That's exactly what I want because now we can start seeing it. So let's start customizing the header and we're going to give it a background white. We're going to say shadow small, text should be gray 800. And we're going to say flex justify between, okay? And padding of 5. Okay, so as you can see, a little bit of styling there goes a long way. For the link, we're going to go ahead and say the class name is going to be a flex. Items should be centrally aligned. So boom, like so. That already looks a lot better. We're going to say the text should be 4XL and it should be, the font should be thin. Okay, so I want all of the font inside to be thin. Look at that already. Really, really nice, right? Now for the assistly area, we're going to go ahead and say that should be have a space Y of 1. Yeah, I just want to space them out a little bit. And then text should be small and all good. Okay, so that's actually pretty perfect. Now, for the authentication part, you'd probably think it's pretty tricky, but it's actually really easy. We have the div, and then we simply have the signed in component with Clerk. And this is essentially a wrapper. So if we're signed in, it will render the contents here. And we simply say user button, and we pass in the user button. So now if I'm signed in, it will show a user button. And if I'm signed out, we can have the signed out button. So signed out helper. And then we can have the sign in button, right? So it's very simple, sign in button like so. Cool. Now, if we do that, look at that, guys. Sign in is there. If I click it, it will go ahead and take me to what I need to. But before we do that, I want to change a few things. User button, I want to firstly show the name. So that will show the person's name in the user button once it's available. Then we say flex and items center. And there you go. Already, look at that. We've got a nice header right there. Okay. Now over here, we click sign in and it will take us over to Clerk. Now this is already beautiful out of the box. Didn't have to do much to go ahead and get this up and running. Very simple. That's why I love Clerk so much. Go ahead and click continue with Google. And just like that, we can sign into our account. Go ahead and click continue. And now we're in. It will redirect us back to the original URL. And in the top right, look at that, guys. We have a beautiful URL, and the show name property allows us to have this. And look, out of the box, we get everything that we kind of needed, right? So it's absolutely amazing, the user button, and it also automatically is responsive. So it looks absolutely amazing across devices. Okay, so perfect stuff. We've got the header already done and completed, so we can go ahead and check that off. Next up, we've got the sidebar. Okay, so the sidebar, a little bit more to it, right? We've got a few links involved, a few bit of customization. This is what we're building right now. Okay, so the sidebar, quick little water break before we carry on, but absolutely killing, guys, almost at 200 likes. Yo, we have Abo in the house, OG PapaFam member. That's what I'm talking about. Greg Peters as well. Yo, what's up? Good to see you guys. Got some PapaFam members in the house. Love that. All right. So in this case, we're going to go back to our layout and here, right? So here, this is where we're going to firstly style up a few things. So this is going to be a flex column. Okay, so everything underneath is going to be flex column. And I'm going to give it flex 1. And you're probably wondering, that doesn't make sense because the parent isn't styled up. But if we go to the top layout file, the root layout, I'm actually going to always apply a certain style here. Now, I always want this to be the screen width, right? Screen height, sorry. So I'm going to say minimum height of screen. And this is going to be a flex container, okay? Now, with that in mind, what's it called? Eventually, after we've done all of that, we're going to put the toaster here, okay? So that's something we need to do at the end afterwards. So heading back over to our admin layout now, and we go into our sidebar, And what I want you to do is basically go ahead and say flex one. So that's already done now. And then here we're going to have the flexbox rules here. So we're going to say flex column, and then on a medium screen and above, we're going to say flex row. Okay. So basically, if you think about it, flex column. So everything, by the way, is mobile first. So by default, mobile first is going to be flex column. So if you look at this is going to be, what's it called? I've done it the other way, sorry, flex column, and then we do the opposite, flex row. I've changed that a few times actually. So, oh, sorry, yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, so you see actually what we're getting confused with here is this is a column, assuming, because if I show you, look, this is one element and this is the second element. So that's a flex row. Okay. Now the minute I go over to a bigger screen, now it's changed. It's become in a row fashion. So the first element and then the next one is stacked to get next to it. So we've got a row. Okay. So what we're saying is flex column by default on small screens, but on a large screen and above, turn to a flex row. And we're going to make a background gray of 100. Okay. And there you go. You can see it there. Nice. Okay, cool. And we're also going to say flex one. I want you to use up the maximum space. And that's why you see the gray padded it down. Okay. How do we get access to this repo for free? You code it. I'm going to scream it at you guys. You code it. All right. If you want to get the repo, it's in the description, but it includes like 60 other builds that I've spent a ridiculous amount of time building. Otherwise, if you want it for free, just code it, period. All right. Marie Costa goes, thank you for the awesome delivering this for free to community. Jay, awesome too. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. All right. So it's as simple as, honestly, that question drives me crazy. All right. Now, for any of the content that goes inside of here, we're going to go ahead and say that will take up the majority of the room. It's going to be a flex container. We're going to justify the contents to be in the center. And you can see this because this is centering the content, right? Now, on a small screen, on a small a mobile view, it's going to be justify center. On a bigger screen, it's going to say justify start. So justify start. And then the items are going to be at the start as well. We're going to say it's going to have a max width of 5XL. Notice how this has got a max width constraint and it's centered. We do that by saying max width and we say MX auto. And that applies padding on each side. And then we use the full width, like to make sure you see that. No, perfect. Looks really nice. And you see how on a it does justify start and items are at the start for a bigger screen, whereas on a phone it centers a lot nicer. Okay, now for the sidebar, let's go ahead and build this. So heading over to our components, we're going to go into sidebar.tsx. I'm actually going to try out Jay's playlist right now, guys. So I'm actually going to mix up the music a bit. So let's see what Jay's got in store for us. Let's see if he's updated his playlist at all, right? So oh, it says unable to connect to his playlist. That's a shame. 1 second. No, we got it. Okay. Let's see what it's about. Let's see if Jay's gonna get a pat on the back today. All right. Coding, guys, only way to learn. Title says let's build, not follow the repo. Yeah, exactly. Let's build. Exactly. If I just gave you the repo, guys, what learning are you gonna show? All right. Will you be showing how to add the chatbot as a widget? No, that's the only one I haven't shown, guys. So I'm showing you how to actually have it on a separate window, but the embedding of it in a widget, I think, is a separate video. This in itself is going to take hours. I'm telling you, it's going to take hours to build this, right? So you can buckle up. It's going to be a long one. Marius, yo, what's up? He goes, hello, Pop Fam. Something you getting any sleep, man? You're rocking this week, shooting content all the time. You're amazing. I'm so proud to be a part of this community. Hell yeah. We got a diamond member right there, guys. Marius is absolutely killing it inside the Papa Fam. And yes, I am getting sleep, but I'm on fire. The momentum lately is absolutely insane. And I'm keeping it hot for you guys so that way I can keep the content coming. Let's go into our sidebar. Let's build this out. Right now, we are building this lovely little sidebar. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the sidebar, we're going to have an unordered list to basically structure everything. We're going to have 3 lists, right? So we're going to have 3 lists. So list times 3, and we've got Emmett pulling it out. And then inside of each one, we're going to have a link tag. So I'll show you how you can say link times 3. And inside each one, we're going to have a link tag. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it? Yeah. Then we can say, let's just say link, right? So easy as boom, boom. All right. And it's obviously going to fail now because we haven't got a href, right? So for each one, the first one is going to go to / create chatbot. The second one is going to go towards href. It's going to be view chatbots. And the last one is going to be the href is going to be review sessions. And that's where you as an admin can see how people are talking to your chatbot. right? And guys, really, that's so powerful. Like, just think about that for a second. That is so powerful, right? Father Dev goes, wow, something amazing again. The highest level as always. I'm happy to see you again so soon. Yo, the energy today is insane. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. We're going to import the next link tag. There we go. Boom. And right now, before I carry on, I'm going to go here and I'm going to just pop in my sidebar so we can do this. And then, guys, I want to tell you, this took a huge amount of work from my side. So really, I really appreciate you guys. That's what I'm going to say. Right? I really damn appreciate you guys being here. BG white. And you can see, there you go at the top, nice and white. There we go. And then we can say text white and padding of 5. So we give it a little bit of breathing room. Okay. But right now the text is gone. So the text white is because of this eventually. So we're eventually going to make each thing inside of there have a blue background. Right? You're pushing all of us forward. You're a true inspiration to us all, and we all understand only hard work can move us forward. Thanks for that. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, man. Thank you so much for being here. All right, for the unordered list, let's go ahead and say a gap of 5 between each item. It's going to be flex, and by default, it's a flex row in a phone, right? So in a phone, it's flex row. On a large screen and above, it's going to go flex column. So we're going to say large screen flex column, boom. Okay. Now, obviously, you can't see what the hell is going on, but you can see there it is, right? Link. Right. So at this point inside of there, I'm actually just going to style out the link so you can actually see what's happening, right? Now, for each link, I want to do flex 1. So that way they're each taking up equal spacing. Now here you can go ahead and create custom tailwind styles, which is going to help, you know, minimize the amount of code that we're essentially copy and pasting here. So you can feel free to do that. Again, that's all down to you guys to improve on the code. I'll leave that to you. Now for the styling here, I'm going to pop in my styling and explain it. So we've got the flex column, text centered, right? And I'm doing this flex ruling because I'm going to have an icon in here. Text centered, text should be left on the larger screen, flex row as well. So that way, basically on a small screen, you see how it's on the left. And then the minute we get to a bigger screen, you see how it changes to a flex column. And then on a tiny screen, we even hide the text. Okay. So in this case, we've got our rules to set up here. So I'm going to go ahead and pop these in to every single link tag like so. So we're going to pop these into every single link tag. And then boom, that looks a lot nicer already. So look, we've got a bit of an easy layout there. And then inside of here, we're going to have a few icons. Now to get those icons, we're going to go ahead and have to log in to our not log in. We're going to have to go ahead and install Shadcn. Okay, so head over to installation and you will see Next.js, right? So we're going to go ahead and head over to shadcn.com, ui.shadcn.com, and we're going to run this command, npx shadcn. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. So boom, npx shadcn, latest init default. Yep, all the defaults are good. This will go ahead and add it into our project. And to get it started off, we can go down. You can add in custom fonts if you wish. I'm going to skip that step. I don't really care too much. We're going to add in a custom button. So here we go. So the way Shadcn works is you essentially are installing and copying and pasting code into your component library. So in this case, we added a button. So it's gone ahead into our components and added a button. Literally done that. And then that way you get full visibility over the code it's adding to your project. Okay. Now with that done, we can go ahead and get started. So we actually also get out of the box with this something called Lucid icons. So you can go ahead and you actually get this entire library of icons when you install Shadcn. So let's carry on pretty strong, guys. Evans Morgany, what's up, man? So Joe, if you have 2 different headers for different sections, all you need to do is add in a separate layout file here. Inside a guest, a separate layout inside a admin, and then it'll serve that layout to each individual root underneath it. That's how you do it. Okay, so we need the logos. So for the first one, we're going to go ahead and use something called a bot message square. And I'm going to go ahead and import that like following. So we're going to go ahead and do the following. Boom. Import it from Shadcn. And we can go ahead and see, look at that, boom, link, right? And then we've also got the, here I'm going to have a little bit of text just underneath. So rather than just saying link, I'm going to have a div. It's hidden by default on phone. On medium screens, it inlines itself. And then that's awesome. You need to set up your Shadcn before you set up your Tailwind config. That's actually a good point. Otherwise, you end up, it overrides your Tailwind config. So don't make that mistake because I've done the same thing actually. So Tailwind config, this actually gets overwritten by Shadcn. So install Shadcn first and then do that. right? Otherwise, Shadcn has like a very aggressive approach there. Okay, so that's that bit done. The second link, we're gonna go ahead and pop in like follows, and it's also got a pencil icon. So here, where that is, we've got a pencil line. We're gonna import that from the top, and then we've got our div, which is the exact same layout. And the last one, same thing. We've got the div and a search icon. Okay, so doing really well here, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and pop that in, and we've got the search icon just like so. And just like that, guys, really nice stuff. Look at that. Create chatbot, edit, view. Perfect. Okay, now I have been, I was gonna say, it's a bit weird. I was logged out for a second. Really great. Okay, so look at that. Awesome. And if we click on these, it will say 404. There we go, because right now those pages don't exist. But we'll set ourselves up to go ahead and get the rest of the app built out. So essentially the layout is done now. So the good thing about this is that because you built the layout now, you can just start building out each page. And that's pretty much as simple as it gets. So you can start building out the Create Chatbot and so forth. So this is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna build the Create Chatbot page. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna build out this page. So I'm gonna close that off. I've shown you that. I'm gonna close out keep Shadcn open. Let's go over here. Yeah, so we're gonna create this page to create a new chatbot screen. Okay. How do I remember everything? It's constant practice, guys. Constant practice. It's a never-ending learning game, and that is why mentorship is so important, and that's why Zero to Full Stack Hero is the best developer course and community on the planet, period. Because we know how to do mentorship. So head over to papareact.com/course. That's all I'm gonna say. Diamond plan, diamond hands, guys, diamond hands. That's literally mentorship on a plate. If I was learning, oh my God, I would literally be hacking away at that every day and learning from the best, right? So in this case, we're gonna go to our app. And inside the admin, we're going to create our first route called Create Chatbot. And because the parent is in parentheses, it's kind of invisible, right? So this is actually just going to be our web page /Create Chatbot. And then inside, we're going to have page.tsx to build out the page for that, right? Marius goes, you get there and you will never leave like all of us for so many years now. Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. I want to stress, like, our students ain't about for like, a week or two. Marius and I have known each other for years, right? So at this point, all of our students, we're the Papa fam. It's a family of devs. That is literally it, guys. Create chatbot. Let's go ahead and create this page. Okay. Now, first things first, in this page, if we go now to create chatbot, you will see, look, we have a create chatbot page, and I can go ahead and click back. I can navigate between these two pages, and you see how the contents are served because we prepared our layout file. So the layout file, very important to get right. Okay. It's going to help you out a ton. Now, what we're going to do is firstly create this UI, and then we're going to go forward and do the rest, right? So that's where we go ahead and set up our database. We're going to do Postgres and all that kind of stuff. We're going to use Neon and IBM's API Connect to go ahead and do that. So inside of this step, we're going to have a avatar. So an avatar, and this avatar is going to have a seed, and the seed is going to be Create Chatbot. Right? I've just obviously gone ahead and generated it there. So that's a random one. So you can see that's how we did it. And then underneath here, we've got a div, and then we've got the H1 and H2. For these, a little bit of minor styling. And I'm just saying on a bigger screen, increase the text size. And essentially, you see, look, so bigger screen, a little bit bigger. Let's change up some of the styling rules here. We're actually not going to style that one. We're going to style it up here. It's going to be a flex column. We're going to center all the items. So center everything, justify center on a bigger screen or medium screen and above. We change it to a row. Okay. So that's because on a phone, I want it to stack up like this on a, whereas on a bigger screen, I want it to go like that. Okay. Then we have spacing on the x-axis for medium screens. And I'm going to add in a bit of margin to it. So I'm just going to pop in these things. So what I'm going to do here is, because you've seen me type a bit of our tailwind already, these things are pretty self-explanatory. Background white, padding of 10, round the corners, right? So this is rounding these corners right here. And margin of 10, if I was to remove that, you'll see it reduces the spacing around it. So margin of 10 gives us a bit of breathing room, okay? So now that I've shown you guys a couple of times, I'm just gonna pop in those snippets to help us get through the entire build a bit quicker, right? And obviously, when you're watching this back, you can go ahead and pause the video and come back. Do you have a full-time dev job beside this, or is this your? I have several businesses. I have a software agency. I have YouTube. Lots of things happening, but I work for myself. Yeah. it's always funny whenever I do SQL, everyone's like, you should be doing Firebase. Whenever I do Firebase, someone's like, you should be doing SQL. So it's all good, guys. We're just showing you as many different technologies on the channel so you can be informed of all of them and come back to this channel to learn. Okay, so at this point, we're doing amazing for time. So we've got H2, we've got the form. Okay, so this is going to be the form where essentially we handle the selecting everything that goes on. So this part, chatbot name and create chatbot. Okay, so we've already got the button from Shadcn installed. I actually need the input field. So let's go down to input on Shadcn's website, and we're going to simply copy this prompt, go back over here, Command J, pop it in, and install it like so. Okay, this will go ahead and pop it in. Oh, this song sounds dark. This is some J vibe right now. We're going to go ahead and put this in. Input. I love how everyone knows who J is as well. It's just, that's what the pub farm's about. It's funny. Right, so at this point, we've got the placeholder. For this one, I'm just going to say, you know, chatbot name. So it'll go ahead and say, like, you know, you could say chatbot name ... Oh, this is definitely a J vibe, guys. All right, we're going to get in a bit of flow state now. So, and then we're going to have the class name. We're going to say max width should be large. Cool. And then we're going to say the type is already text. So I'm thinking the type's pretty self-explanatory. By default, it is text, but just to show you, if you want to change like email or something for whatever reason. And also this is going to be a required field. Okay, so a required field. Cool. Now at this point, you got the chatbot. So underneath the input, I'm going to have a button. I'm going to import that from my component library. And for this button, I'm going to go ahead and actually have my own text in between. I'm going to say create chatbot. Perfect. And let's style it out. So we're going to go ahead and say flex column, medium, screens and above, flex row. So in this case, boom, that looks great. But over here, it looks like that. And if you want to solve the issue of spacing between everything, so you don't have to do SpaceX 5 and blah, 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 blah. In this case, you can just go ahead and do gap 5, right? So gap 5. There are pros and cons to each database technology, honestly. There really is. Migration, SQL, that kind of stuff. We're going to get a margin top 5 here to space it away from the top. Yeah, but things like, you know, migrations and SQL, very handy compared to NoSQL, a bit more gung-ho is what you're doing. So lots of different benefits, and obviously SQL is a lot more relational structured, whereas NoSQL a lot more flexible. If you want to build something really quickly, it's kind of a handy thing to go ahead and use. Is there a demand for full stack devs in Dubai? Yes, everywhere, guys. Period. Everywhere in the world is demand for full stack devs. Okay, so this is awesome. So you're a rockstar, Jay. You now proven it with your music choices. 100%. Awesome. All right. So at this point, that looks cool. All right. So here's where we go ahead and we pause for a second, and we're going to go ahead and actually have our Neon database set up. So what I need you to do is go ahead and head over to Neon. The link is in the description. So one of the links in the description, we've listed, literally numbered them out. You can't go wrong here. Right, we've got each one. One of them says Neon link. It's fyi.neon.tech/sunny. So you want to go ahead and use that link. Go and log in. I've already logged in, right? So once you go ahead and log in, you'll get to this page where you get your projects. I want you to create a project. Okay, so in this case, actually, I'll start fresh with you guys. I'm going to create a project. We've got the launch. I've actually already created my one free plan. So actually, okay, I'm going to carry on here. So Papa Fam is my one. I'm going to go ahead and keep because obviously I'm using that. But once you've got yours, you need to go ahead and set it up, which is very simple. Once you've got it, I'm going to go ahead and just drop all my tables. You don't need to do this step. I'm just showing you that I'm basically removing all of the tables, and I'm going to show you how to set everything up. And I've already got a seed file, so you'll be able to start off with all the data already populated. Okay, so at this point now I've got an empty database. Cool, simple as, very, very simple. Okay, so now what we do is we go over to the SQL editor, and guys, in the description of this video, there is a link to a SQL seed file. Okay, so the SQL seed file, all you need to do is pop your name in and your email, and we will email you the file for free. Okay, so we email the file for free, and all it looks like is something like this. Okay, so essentially you're going to get this file. What I want you to do is download the file that we give to you on email, go to your package.json level, and just paste it in. So this one, seed.sql. Okay, now here you go. Thank you so much, Abu. I actually really appreciate that. That's huge, man. He goes, I express my deepest appreciation for Sunny for sharing his expertise in web dev with the community. Your support has been instrumental and I'm extremely grateful. You're a true source of inspiration. Yo, Jay, screenshot that. Thank you, Abu. I appreciate you so much, man. Ritabao goes, how are you able to visualize when you design? Yeah, practice, guys. And this is what I teach inside 0 to Full Stack Hero coaching course all the time. That's why I'm teaching you more than just the coding, but also the architecture side of things. Okay, so at this point, you've got all of this. One of our members right now got it already. Awesome. All right, Abo, another $20 donation. Let's go, man. Thank you. Sushi tonight. That's it, man. We're about to smash 200 likes as well. Boom. All right, this creates all the different tables. And then we've actually got a little extra step here. This is essentially just fixing a little issue that I ran into. So this will just ensure that the timestamps are all correct. And then we insert all of our test data like so. So I need you to do a Command A or Control A. Copy everything. Copy it all. Head over to your database. And what I want you to do is clear everything. And you're simply going to go ahead and paste it in, right? I'm just going to disable Grammarly. It's so annoying sometimes, guys. I use it quite a bit, but it's just annoying right now, right? So I want you to paste it in, okay? And then you want to click on run. Yeah. And look, it will go ahead and create everything. Boom, just flawlessly, right? Goes ahead and creates it all. Don't worry, Alexandre, it's going to be up afterwards. So you can go ahead, if you should see create and to insert, everything's good. Go to your tables, and I really want to show you, look, you got time travel features here to go back in time. You can go ahead and have your different branches. So you could go ahead and actually branch right now. So say you were like, you don't want to mess up your production environment. You can create another branch, work on it, and then merge it into main. So similar to how we do dev work. Head over to your tables right now. And inside of it, I honestly really like Neon. This is pretty cool, honestly. And one thing I really appreciate with them is if I was to click into chatbots, for example, go here, I can have a nice sub view of the chatbot characteristics. So essentially the way we've structured our database is we have the chatbot itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and just draw this out. Okay, so we have the chatbot itself. So this is the chatbot, right? The chatbot can have many, right? So I'm not going to get too deep into Postgres and how it works, SQL and how it works, but it can have many essentially chatbot characteristics, right? So let's just call it characteristics. And all this is remember when I was saying, I spelled that so bad, but anyway, that's basically saying like, all the bits of information that we're giving to the chatbot to train it, right? So each one of those things is a characteristic. So if we were to look at the content here, if we open it in a sub view, you can see each of the different contents, right? So look, you're a helpful customer support assistant. Your support hours are 9 till 5 and Monday to Friday and so forth. Okay, this fly is driving me crazy. So at this point, yeah, you can see that. And if we head over, so we've got the chatbot can have many characteristics, and then we have guests, right? So separate to this is one area. Then we have chatbot sessions. Okay, so a chatbot session. So let's just call it chat sessions. The chat sessions essentially are linked to a chatbot. So a chat session is linked to one chatbot. So one chatbot can have many chat sessions. And inside of a chat session, you're also going to have a link to a guest, right? So in this case, I mean, the drawing probably isn't helping you right now, but I hope it just kind of somewhat visualizes it. You have guests, right? So you have one guest. So it's a one-to-one. So one guest can be a part of many chat sessions, okay? So one guest can be a part of many different chat sessions. In this case, I think we've done one-to-one to be fair, because we create a new guest every time. And then the messages. So one chat session can have many messages. Okay, so this is what we call a relational database. Okay, so essentially that's what we built, and then by using the seed file, it automatically creates it all for you. So if I was to look inside of like this chatbot right now, and we go to the chat sessions for this chatbot 0 to Full Stack Hero 1, you can see it's got 3 chat sessions available. If we open it in sub view, you can see, all right, who's he chatting to at this point, or what's the messages? Let's click that, boom, and you can see like, is there any coaching including? Yes, there are 250 hours of coaching included in the course. So very nice layout, right? Good stuff. So there we have it. Our Neon database is set up. Now, what if I told you, I was like, okay, now I want you to go ahead and create a GraphQL interface with this entire database. I want you to create the schemas, all that stuff. You're going to be like, oh man, Sonny, I just about understood like the relational stuff. I don't want to do that, right? So the guys over at IBM hooked you up with IBM API Connect. And essentially, if you've seen any of my older videos, this is, thank you, Marius. If you see any of my old videos, this is actually StepZen, but they got acquired by IBM. And now the product is bigger and better, and it's called IBM API Connect, right? So the link to sign up to Connect Essentials, IBM API Connect Essentials, mouthful, is in the description. And one thing I want to stress is it says free trial, but you're getting essentially years of a free trial. So just something to know about, right? You've got years of a free trial. So don't worry about the free trial part. You sign up, you got years of it, right? So in this case, if I was to click on the sign up link, let's go ahead and sign up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to set up this one inside of a separate Google window. For some reason, mine acts really weird when I use my main profile for this. So I'm going to go ahead and actually just open this up perfectly for me right now. So if you head over to the link in the description, you'll see this, okay? And you'll head over to this right now. So IBM API Connect. You want to go through the link in the description, okay? That makes sure you get the trial, right? Then click try it for free, all right? And then you'll get the sign up form. At this point, it says business email. Don't worry, guys. You can just put in your personal emails. So I've gone ahead and done all of this. You want to fill out all these details, and then you want to click on next. Additional information, you verify your email, and then you're good. Once you've done that, you simply will get over to something called the dashboard, right? So the dashboard looks something like this. Okay, so once you're through to the dashboard, you'll get through to here. So at this point, once you're through, this is where we do all of the cool magic, and this is where we essentially are going to connect our keys and so forth, okay? So once you're through to here, you can go ahead and see you've got different endpoints. You can go ahead and create different endpoints. And what's really cool here, guys, if you click on add, look, you can connect to Postgres databases, NoSQL databases, and so forth. And you can do this either through the CLI command that StepZen provide us, or you can do it through this interface, right? So we can do it both ways, to be honest, but I'm going to show you now how we can go ahead and take our database. And what we're essentially going to do, guys, is you see all of these tables that we spoke about earlier, all of these tables. What if I told you that simple enough and surely enough, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm just trying to freeze it. Sorry, guys. All right. Is that freezing? Yeah. So we're going to take all of these tables, and essentially we're going to basically use this tool to introspect it. So basically what it does is it takes a look at it, it requests all the information from it, and then it just like reverse engineers the whole thing and builds out all of the GraphQL schemas that we need. So once it's had a look, it essentially builds out all of the GraphQL schemas for us inside of our project, right? And it works so nicely, and I'm going to show you how we can do that right now. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to prepare a little bit of our items that we need here. So head over to the dashboard, and what I want you to do is, just for the sake of simplicity, we're going to go ahead and I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to show you how you can use the actual CLI command. So if you head over to StepZen, or actually you've got the documentation here, so I'll show you. So if we go over to home, and I want you to go here to getting started, right? Getting started. Oh, okay, I've been kicked out. No, you're getting started, yeah. And we're going to click on Postgres, but I don't actually want to do it this way. I want to do it the other way. No, so I don't want to do it this way. This is one way you could do it, but I'm trying to show you a different way. There is a nice bit of documentation here. So read documentation. Here we are, quick start. There we are, quick start, install and set up. Here we are. Right, so you want to go to it and do this command, npm install -g. So you're installing this onto your entire machine. Okay, so head over to your console. This is not installing it to your project, this is installing it to your machine. I've already done this, but I'm going to do it again to demonstrate to you guys. So npm install -g StepZen. I'll make sure you got the latest thing. Then you want to sign up for your free StepZen account, but basically do the step that I told you about before. Once you're through to IBM API Connect dashboard, you are good. You're good to go once you reach that page. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go back to my dashboard. Where'd it go? The dashboard is here. Once you've signed up, this is the dashboard that we need. Okay, and then what I need you to do is we need our admin key and API key. Okay, so two things. We're going to do a simple little prompt step in a second. So head over to your terminal. We're going to say StepZen login. Okay, now this is going to ask us for two things. What is your account name? Head over to the backend over here. The account name, I believe, is this. Okay, so we're going to copy this. I'm sure it's that, yeah. It is that, yeah. You copy that, paste it in, okay? And an admin key. You're gonna paste, you copy your admin key, and you're gonna paste it in here. So paste, okay? And then, okay, so I actually gave the wrong key. The name is different. It wasn't that one. It was, that's the environment. Oops, I forgot. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Copy clipboard. No, it wasn't even that one. It was, oh my God, how have I forgotten that one? Okay, let's try it again. Let's do this. StepZen login, account name, admin key. If not, I can show you another way to get it, which is easy. Okay, so request to see host name, do my certificate. Okay, so that's the wrong one. So it's not these. It's actually over at a separate area. This one, blah blah blah. Okay, let's go back. So here, I want you to go to, oh, sorry, I've completely messed it up. Yeah. So StepZen login, and then you want to do the IBM. Okay. So I forgot to do that step. So my bad. I shouldn't skip ahead. Copy this domain. Then we're going to do StepZen login to the domain. Okay. And now what is your account name? Now you take your account name, you go here, you paste it in. Now you take your admin key, boom. And we go ahead and paste it in, boom. And now, hey, nice, right? Using StepZen introspection service. So we got there in the end. It's all good. Okay. So do you work 7 days a week? Yeah, I honestly work 10 days a week. 10 days a week. I don't stop. It's just non-stop with this. I love this stuff, right? So once we have this, now we're going to do the introspection part. Before we do that, inside of our folder structure, I'm going to go ahead and do a new folder. I'm going to type in StepZen. Okay. Now this is going to be where I put my StepZen setup. So I'm going to say cd into that directory before I carry on. Right. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do, somebody says, how do you not burn out? Guys, I'm telling you, this is what mentorship's about. You need a good mentor to teach you a lot of these things. Right. So head out to purplereact.com/course. I'm going to leave it there. Right. Because things like I'm burnt out and stuff, like, don't believe it too much. It's all like these buzzwords you're just hearing around. But there is burnout's a real thing, but there's a very good ways of figuring out how to get around it, okay? So once we're in StepZen, we're gonna say StepZen init. Now, once we've done that, it will give you a random name. You can go ahead and name it API / whatever you want. I'm gonna keep it with Otedpinen, whatever it's called. There you go. It's created a little bit of a folder inside there. See, little StepZen config file. And then afterwards, we're gonna go ahead and say, oh, Jay, this is a banger. We're gonna say StepZen import PostgreSQL, right? So PostgreSQL, I'm sure it's that command. Yeah, we're going to do that. Yep, there you go. And now you can see introspect a Postgres database. Okay, so this is the ultimate step. This is where we make a connection to our Neon Postgres database, and this is where all the magic happens, guys. So what is your host? So the host name, I'm going to take you over and I'm going to show you how you get each of these details. So firstly, the host name. So you want to go over to your Neon dashboard now. So we're connecting to our database, right? The host name is actually this one right here. It's EP US blah, 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 neon.tech. So it's that part right there. Okay. So we head over back here, we paste it in. Okay. What is your username? Username here is neon.owner. Okay. I didn't want to show that, but anyway, neon.db.owner. There we go. Boom. What is the password? So password, I'm actually gonna, okay, I mean, it's annoyingly showing me it, but I'm gonna copy my password. I'm gonna change it anyway afterwards. Boom. And then what is your database name? So NeonDB is the database name. Okay, and that's actually also showed here, NeonDB. Okay, so NeonDB. And then what's your database schema? We're gonna leave the database schema blank. And then here, automatically link types based on foreign key relationships using Materializer. Now here, the default is no, but I actually want to say yes, because I really like the Materializer, right? So you click Materializer and then boom, we just hit 200 likes as well. Oh my God, so sick. All right, look at this, successfully imported Postgres data source into your GraphQL schema. Now guys, I kid you not, okay? I absolutely kid you not. Look what it just did, Postgres. It just made an entire schema for us, GraphQL schema. Look at that. All of this automatically generated. Look, insert messages, delete messages, all of that good stuff, like all of it for us. So now we've connected the two things. We've connected Neon database to our database over, we've created a GraphQL interface to our NeonDB Postgres database. And now we can basically, from our app, communicate to our database via GraphQL. very, very easily, right? So that's all good and well, nicely set up. We smashed over 200 likes. Keep going, guys. We've got that 500 coming. I can feel it, all right? So once that's done, now we've got all this looking good. We're going to start up our StepZen server. Okay, so here I'm going to type in StepZen start. And what this will do is it'll actually deploy it, and it will give me also a local version of it, right? And you can also get your API key by doing StepZen who am I. So if you copy this command, we're going to use that key later on as well. But now I want you to go ahead and you see this. These are important URLs, but the one that we're going to look at is we're going to go to localhost 5001, OTID PHN. And what you'll see is we either got this, but I'm going to show you a nicer way of looking at it. So we can close that one. Go back to your IBM dashboard. And now if you go to endpoints, you'll see OTID PHN here. So I want you to use this one. Okay. So inside of Explorer, OTID PHN here. There you go. And now we've got a perfect connection to our database. So let's say I want to query for all of my chatbots. I can click chatbots. Let's say I query the one with get away Grammarly, right? We're going to say chatbots. I'm going to say I want the chatbot with ID 1, and I want the name of that chatbot. I want the Clerk user ID, and I want the chat sessions alongside all of the messages. I want the sender, the contents of that message. I want the ID of that. I also want the ID of the chat session. So you can see I basically build out my query. I hit run, and just like that, guys, boom, I can make queries to the backend database. So you see what we've essentially done here? Like, how powerful was that? By using IBM API Connect Essentials, we ran one command on our CLI, and now we've got a very instantaneous connection to our database, and we can interact with our SQL database without any of the fluff, right? We just simply go ahead and do these nice queries, and we've also got mutations. So here we've got mutations coming in. So if I click in mutation there, look, you've also got all your nice mutations and so forth, right? Is the API Connect communicating with your DB? So API Connect essentially use something called introspection to go ahead and generate the schema for us. It's hosted on IBM's platform. And then it went ahead and created a GraphQL schema for us to go ahead and interact with our DB. Yeah? All right, quick little water break. All right, we're doing sick, guys. Let's carry on. So this is basically a playground where you can go ahead and build things out. You can check everything you want, and also you can. It's very handy for seeing through your different queries and your different mutations. Yeah, if you click on builder, I don't know why that makes me laugh, but yeah, you can go ahead and do that. So now let's go back into this next section here. So drop this down. Now, what I would say to you guys is create a third one. Right, create a third one. In fact, what we'll do actually is we'll create a separate entire one. So the first one is our split between StepZen running and our server running, and the last one is like an extra one in case we want to install something. Okay, so that's going to help us out a little bit. Now we can go to building again. Okay, so heading back over to our app, what we need to do now is we need to, and basically it's all good and well that we've created this API interface with GraphQL. However, we're going to use something called Apollo Client, right? Now Apollo Client is essentially how we're going to go ahead and connect to our application, right? So if you could get started, you can go ahead and install the dependencies and so forth. So we're going to do this. This allows us to basically make requests on our app, right? So we're going to basically make the request from our app into our GraphQL database. Okay. Now, you can't just simply wrap the component like they show you. I'm going to show you a bit of a nicer way to do it. So in this case that they're showing you, you can simply just wrap your entire application, or you can do it like so forth. Yeah, but I'm going to show you how we actually do it. Because we're using server components in Next.js 14, we have to define carefully what is a client component. So I'm going to show you how we can do that very easily. Go to components, make a new component at this level, and call it Apollo provider.tsx. Okay, now we're going to carry on in there in just a second, but before we carry on with that, even I'm going to go ahead and create a folder outside of all of that called GraphQL. So outside at the top level called GraphQL, and inside of here we're going to say Apollo client.ts. Okay, now the Apollo client is where we basically are going to go ahead and do some important things. So first up, we're going to import our dependencies. Second up, we're going to have a base URL. Now the base URL essentially is really important because if we're in production, if we're not in development, we should be pushing to our next public Vercel URL because we're going to be deploying to Vercel. If we go on to, whereas if we're in development, we're going to do localhost 3000. Okay, so that's the first step. Second step is we need to create something called an HTTP link. Okay, so at this point we go down here, we create an HTTP link, and this is essentially how we connect to our GraphQL. Now, you might be wondering, Sonny, that's not the GraphQL URL that you saw inside of here. What the hell is that, right? So typically, you would connect to your GraphQL URL like so. But if you do this from a client, what you will risk doing is you'll expose your secret key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to create a Proxy API endpoint. And what this means essentially is rather than exposing our key, we're going to basically go ahead and create an endpoint so that way the server can make authenticated requests on the client's Apollo client's behalf. So this way we just essentially send an instruction, and the server also has an Apollo client. This is going to be called, we're going to call it server Apollo client. And that one is going to have authenticated power to make this request. It's going to return the data to the unauthenticated one. Okay. So that way we never risk exposing that key. Okay. Now the next step is I want to actually disable all the caching mechanisms on the Apollo client for many reasons. Next.js 15 will help us out a ton with this because it automatically opts us out of caching. But for now, we're just going to opt out of all the caching mechanisms by doing the following argument. And we're going to pass this in when we prepare our Apollo client. So to get the client, what we say is we say const client equals new Apollo client. We pass in the link. We pass in cache, which is new in-memory cache, which we imported earlier. And then please turn the music down a little bit. Got you. And then the default options we pass in here, and that will stop the annoying caching issue. Okay. So then what I do is I export default client. So at the end, so we say export default client. Now we have a Apollo client ready. Now don't get it mixed up. Okay. This is going to be different to the client that we end up using for the server. Okay. So this one is going to be the client side Apollo client, but we're also gonna have a server one as well. Yo, Mr. Frank, member for 22 months and a Papa Fam Zero to Full Stack Hero member in the house. This is a massive project to put in a portfolio. Let's go, dude. It's a huge project to put in a portfolio. You're absolutely gonna love this one. I promise you that. All right, so now we've got our Apollo client ready. We need to create a wrapper around our entire application. So heading back over to app, head over to layout. We need a wrapper here, which essentially surrounds the app and so forth, right? So in this case, as long as I've been a member for 48 months, that's true. Oh my God, you're sick, dude. That's amazing, right? So we're gonna go ahead and wrap our entire app. So before we do that, we're gonna create a custom Apollo provider. And the way we do that is inside of our Apollo provider, we say equals use client. Oh, my neck's hurting again. Right, use client. And then we're gonna go ahead and import our client that we talked about earlier. We can do that afterwards, I'll show you how. But essentially, we've got the same layout as layout. You see this one? We've got children, read only, and so forth. It's the same thing, right? Well, essentially the same thing. And then what we do is we say return, and now we're going to return the actual Apollo provider above, right? So we're going to say upon Apollo provider, and actually, what have I not returned this one from? I haven't installed Apollo client, it seems. Let me just check if I've installed Apollo client. So run this command. You should see Apollo provider. Yeah, we have got Apollo provider. Yeah. Oh, okay. I've named it the name clash. Apollo provider is actually. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. And we pass in the children. There we go. And then we export default. Okay. And then here we pass in the client. Right. So here we say client equals client, and then we can import that from our client. So now this is how we go ahead and say on the children here. It shouldn't be like that. It should be like that. So this is a wrapper component, so a higher order component. Tino in the house, what is up? Okay, good massage. Yeah, honestly, I do, man. Jeez, after this, I do. My neck's cracking. Apollo provider video. We're gonna take provider wrapper. Take that. Go to layout, and then we're gonna go to our the big layout. So outside of everything, yeah. And we're going to basically pop it around the entire thing. So around the entire thing. So, and also the reason why I had to do that, guys, is because notice how this is by default, this file is a server component, but the Apollo provider wrapper that we have is actually a client component. Now, just because the higher order component is a client component, the internals are maybe not, it's okay. It doesn't mean that automatically everything inside is a child component or a client component. It doesn't work that way. As long as you separate into a higher order component, Next.js is smart enough to separate the two. So that used to bother me, and no one answered that question for me for the longest time, and then I had to figure it out. So yeah. Okay. So back into the build, Apollo clients. Let's see, refresh your app. Is it broken or is it working? It's working. Great. We can go ahead and use our client stuff now. So that's the first step done. Now we also actually need to create that backend that we're essentially, proxying off. So this one, API GraphQL. So that way it knows where the hell to actually make the request. Otherwise, right now it's hitting our own backend that doesn't exist. Okay, so the way we do that is inside of our app folder. I'm just going to go ahead and prepare this for us. Inside of our app folder, we're going to have a new folder called API. It doesn't have to be called API, but we're just going to make it easier. API / GraphQL. And inside of here, we're going to have a route.ts file. Okay, now this route.ts file is going to be responsible for that proxied route. Okay, so in Next.js 14, 13 onwards, we basically create our endpoints like so. And this means it only accepts a post function. Okay. Now, this is going to be a dynamic function. By default, all posts are, or if you pass in requests, so you don't actually need that. But so just a heads up, if it's a get request, you typically put that in. Next.js 15 is opt out by default as well. So there you go. All right, makes things easier. And then we actually need to get the query and the variables that are passed in from the front end. Okay, so these are two things which are naturally passed in from our Apollo client. So we're going to do that. Now, the next step is we have a try catch block here. So a try catch block. And typically inside of GraphQL, we can either expect one of two things, right? We can either expect a query coming in, right? Which means get me this data, or we can say a mutation. A mutation would be like insert a message into the database, for example. So we need to check against those two and basically handle our mutation or query accordingly. So here we're going to say, if query.trim, I'm going to trim it first. I'm going to say it starts with mutation. So starts with mutation. We're going to handle the mutation. Okay. Else, we're going to go ahead and handle the query. All right. So in order to do that, we need a client. Now you might be wondering, yeah, Sunny, we created a client, but no, that's actually one that we're going to use on the client side. We need a server client. Okay, so I'm actually going to create a server client instance. So inside of our lib folder, I'm going to call it server, right? Just to keep things separate. I could put it inside of my GraphQL folder, but I'm just making it massively separate to demonstrate something, right? Then we're going to say server client. So server client.ts, right? Now here we're doing a server client instantiation. So this one is only running on the server. Okay, so here we import all of our stuff. We have the same no fetching rules because honestly, all these things cache so hard. It's crazy, right? And then we've got our server client. So in this case, we've got a new Apollo client. This is going to be SSR mode because we're basically rendering on the server for this instance. We're going to say link equals a new HTTP link. And the URI is going to be whatever we define inside of our environment variable. Okay, so we've got a URI here. And this is going to be our endpoint that we end up giving it. And then we're going to have to pass in some authorization headers. Now, for the headers, what we need to do is we actually have to give ourselves a environment variable called GraphQL token. And notice how that one doesn't say next public, because this is only going to be allowed on the server. So if it doesn't say next public, it means it's always going to be undefined on a client. Okay. The next step is you pass in. So you need to close that off. Actually, no, but still, while we're inside of there, we're going to do a comma and we're going to pass in fetch. Okay. And then that is good. Okay. And why is this freaking out? Okay, so that's freaking out because let me see. I've got my new HTTP link. I'm just gonna go ahead and take this out. That's, yeah, so I did do it right. Okay, so just because I haven't filled it out. Yeah, so the next step is we're gonna pass in cache. We're gonna say new in-memory cache. And then we're going to say default options, right? So if it's the same key, you don't have to do that. Cool. And then we close it off. So that is our server client right there. Okay, so that is the total code for server client. Now we need our next public GraphQL endpoint, and we also need the GraphQL token. So you want to open up your environment file, and I'm going to hide my screen now. You thought I'd slip. I don't slip like that. And then we're going to go ahead and actually do the following. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove my secret keys for now. So give me 1 second. So I'm just going to do it in a way that I can pop somewhere. So 1 second, guys. So I've completely removed my Clerk secret key, so you can't see that for now. And we're going to go ahead and create the following. So we need to have a GraphQL endpoint. So here, and we also need a GraphQL token. Okay. Now the GraphQL token, obviously secret. Next public GraphQL endpoint is not. So the endpoint is this one here. So that's the one inside of our URL. So that will be the one that will either be in your IBM portal. So if you go into your dashboard, it'll be this one right there, or inside, but typically it's __ GraphQL, the actual endpoint. And then the GraphQL token is going to be, if you run the command, this one here, StepZen who am I API key, or if you go over to the home, you'll see API key here. So you're going to copy your API key and paste it. Now I'm going to go ahead and paste it and hide my screen. So I'm pasting it, I'm hiding my screen, and then I'm putting back those environment variables that I threw away before. Okay, so now I've got 4 environment variables inside of my app. There you go. So I've closed it, and now you can see it's reloaded my environment variables. Okay, so reloaded environment variables. Cool. Hide that now. So now we've got this set up the way we need it. Okay, so heading back over to our route, we can now use our server client, Apollo client, to go ahead and do what we need to do. Cool. So what we're going to do is inside of our try block, we're going to have a let result. Okay, and then who's coding along with me, by the way? I'm kind of curious who's coding along with me, who's listening intently, right? And here we're going to say result equals await server client, and you see we're importing our server client now. Dot mutate, and then we basically pop in the following, and we say mutation, right? So mutation, and then we're going to say GQL, right? Now GQL is actually from Apollo client. For some reason, my Apollo client's not importing the way I want it to, but there you go. We're going to import that, and we're going to pass through our query. And then the second argument is going to be variables. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing for this, except it's only one very small change, which is rather than saying mutate, we're going to say query. Okay. And the reason why is because then now we've got our proxy, endpoint that does everything that we need in the way we need it. Okay. Now the data will always come out of this as result.data. So we're going to unwrap that essentially. And then for debugging purposes, you can go ahead and do the following. You can go ahead and put like just data, output data. I would recommend you do that. I'm not going to do that because I know this one works. Frank goes, hey, Sunny, just switch my main ID to cursor.sh. It's amazing. Import your VS Code easily, but as massive AI helper has legitimately helped my dev speed. That's awesome, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'm such a huge fan of VS Code. So I don't know if I'm switching, but I will check it out. Yeah. Thank you, man. And after this, we're going to go ahead and return the Next.js response. Okay, so we're going to say return, and we're going to say next response .json. And then what we need to do is actually import this from Next server, and we're going to go ahead and pop it in like so. Now the data is going to get passed in like so, and then I'm actually going to pass in some headers. Now, when you're working with cross-origin requests, for now I'm going to keep it very simple, but I'm going to add in a cause headers here, and this will essentially allow it to get passed and do cross-origin requests. So you can go ahead and look into that if you really want, but for now we're just doing a bit of a generic cause fix. And then if for any reason anything went wrong, we catch the error here and we log it out like so. We say 500 and we simply error it out. So this is essentially what's happening now, guys. From our Apollo client on the server, on the client, sorry, you see it makes the request to the API GraphQL backend. In our API GraphQL backend, we have a post request that it hits. When it hits it, it sends the query and variables that it kind of, whatever it was expecting from the client. And then it runs the server client actions against it and returns the data. The server client is the one that's correctly authenticated. And it should be exactly like this, API key with the key. Okay. So now we've got Apollo client and everything's up and running. We can start building the rest of the app. Awesome stuff. Let's go to our Create Chatbot now. Okay, so heading back over to Create Chatbot. Boom. So back at Create Chatbot. Now, quick little water break as well. Now inside of here, now this is where it gets really fun because this is where we start building it all out, right? So underneath the form, we've got a P tag, which would just simply say an example for it. It will say like example, customer support chatbot, and so forth, right? So boom, like so. Okay, I'm actually gonna put the music a little bit on a higher energy wave. Right now, I feel like we're going a bit too chill, and I get it. Music can be distracting for some, but don't worry, I think it works. I'm gonna go back to my some of my OG tracks. There we go. There we go. A bit more upbeat. Okay. So in this case, example, yeah, we need more energy. It's like way too like, everyone's complaining about music, but I'm like, screw that. I'm the one coding for like 4 hours here. so deal with it. Okay. We're going back to the genuine side. Okay. So in this case, we got the chatbot here. I'm going to go ahead and use something called a use mutation hook. Okay, so the way we do it is, let's say I want to go ahead and create a chatbot, right? So we need to create something called a mutation, which allows us to handle that create chatbot. Now we did all of that when we actually had the connection to IBM, right? So when we did this IBM API Connect, if we go to the Explorer, there was a mutation here. We go to mutation and we go add. There is already one here for like inserting chatbot, inserting all sorts, right? So inserting chatbot already works. And you can already do it. Now we need to create a connection to that. Now how do we do that? Well, we use something called the use mutation. So if I type in use mutation, I think we actually need to install that. I don't think we've installed that one yet. Or yeah, we have installed it. For some reason, my VS Code sucks right now. All right, but in this case, we'll say use mutation. And then we pass in the query, and then we pass in some variables, okay? So the query we haven't created yet. So I'm going to show you how we can create our queries and mutations. So heading over to our Explorer, close all of this up. And at the top level, so click on package.json so you make sure you're top. Type in, inside of our GraphQL. So inside of the GraphQL, create a new folder. One of the folders is going to be called queries, and one of the folders is going to be called mutations. So inside of here, we're going to have queries. And then another folder is going to be called mutations. You could have just had the file, to be fair, because now I have mutations.ts. Yeah, you can do it however you want. I'm just going to carry on with it. Queries. I just realized now, queries.ts really don't make a difference, right? But inside of mutations, we're going to start putting in some mutation examples, right? So firstly, we're going to do our first one, which is going to say import GQL, which is, you know, GraphQL query language, essentially. So why can't I? Okay, yeah, that's good. And then we're going to go ahead and pop in our first query. So it's called GQL, and essentially it's this. You see how we have create chatbot? Where is it? Oh yeah, sorry, insert chatbots. So the name at the top doesn't really matter. Insert chatbots is what we want. So this will connect to this, you see? And then there's 3 arguments. The 3 arguments come in, Clerk user ID and name. Created app is not actually a required argument. It does not actually it's not needed. So in this case, that's all good. Okay. So first up, we've got that. We can do ID name, and then we can go ahead and close that one off. Like so. Okay. And now we've got the create chatbot. We've exported it. So heading back over to our page, we can go ahead and pass that in. So we can say create chatbot, and then we pass in our variables, right? Now the variables are the ID and name that we spoke about. So for the ID and name, for the name, firstly for the ID, it's going to be the user that we're trying to fetch or create the user, the chatbot for. So to get the user state with Clerk, this is why I love this stuff, guys, because Clerk makes it so easy to do this next step. IBM just made the GraphQL part easy. Neon made the database part easy. All right, I'm tripping over my words. I say const user equals use user hook. All right, so use user hook, like so. So now we get the user out of here. So at this point, we can go ahead and say variables, and then the argument here we can say Clerk. Clerk user ID. So Clerk user ID. is this, and this could be optional. So in this case, because they might not be existing, so we can say user ID. Actually, you know what? It is actually there because at the end we do a protective statement, but it's fine. And then the name is not going to be name here. It's going to be whatever variable we typed in here. All right, so I'm going to create a piece of state called name, and then we're going to have set name equals. Okay, my GPT is actually messing up now because I use state. Okay, and that's going to be a blank name to begin with. And now this name we can pass in like so. This means that because we're using state now, we need to make it a client component. Okay, and from here we actually get a few things. We get create chatbot, which is our mutation function, and then we get a second argument which has the data inside of it, as well as the loading state, as well as an error state. Okay, which is awesome. So now what we're going to do is, I love this. Look at the community chatting away. This is awesome, helping each other out. All right. So once that's done, I'm going to go ahead and map my, as I type in here, I want the name to change. So what we do is we say value equals name, and we say on change equals e.setName e.target.value, which means essentially what you're typing in is updating our state. Go ahead and back up. Now, when we run this, we need to, when we submit the form, so here on submit, we need to go ahead and say handle submit. Create a handle submit function. So here I'm going to say const handle submit, and this is going to be a function. This takes an argument, and this is going to be a form submit. Right now, if you're wondering how the hell does he know that that's a form event, well, what you can do is, firstly I'll show you. We just pop it in, import it from React. But here, if you do e like so, arrow function, you see like form event. So that's how you get your perfect type definitions. We say e.prevent default behavior. Perfect. And then we're going to say try catch. Okay. Now it's as simple as this, guys. We say const data equals await create chatbot. Okay. And then we're going to make this an asynchronous function. After we've done that, we're going to set the name field to be blank. And then we're going to redirect the user to the next screen, right? So we need the router now. So the router is inside of Next.js, allows us to move around. Okay. So in this case, we're going to say router equals use router. And then you've got two options here, next router or next navigation. You want to do next navigation. Okay. So grabbing the router, what you want to do now is you want to go underneath set name and do router.push. Okay. And then we're going to do backticks for interpolation. We're going to say edit chatbot. And then what we'll do is we'll go to data dot what's it called, data insert chatbots, and I'll show you how we can actually type protect that afterwards. But for now, we've got, this is what will come back from this call, and you can see it's actually wrapped in the insert chatbots call. Okay, and what we care about is the ID that comes back. If anything goes wrong, we're simply going to error out. Okay, cool. And now the final thing that I'm missing here is we're going to go ahead and say, I think that's cool, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to reach the screen. If there is no user, we're going to return nothing here for the beginning. So you see nothing, and then when the user loads in, that's cool. And yeah, I think we're good. So let's try that out, guys. What we're going to do is, just to prove, we're going to go into our database. So let's head over to our Neon, go to chatbots. Right now we have 3 chatbots. We're going to add a 4th. Right, we're going to call it sales assistant. Okay, insert create chatbot. So I just hit enter and nothing happened yet. Okay, so nothing happened yet. If I go to a refresh, did it do anything? Okay, so nothing happened, and I believe it's because I didn't do the form correctly. So let's have a look. So yeah, failed at Apollo error. Okay, so we've got a 403. So let's dive into why that happened. So have a look at our stuff. We need to debug it. So new Apollo error. So this could be a number of reasons why this happened. Well, firstly, while it's loading, I actually want to change the text on the button as well. So, and it's a little bit of a small point, but I'm going to go ahead and say that this is going to be creating chatbot if it's loading. Now the button is going to be disabled if it's either loading or there is no name in the name field. Okay. So that's the first thing. And then this is going to be a type submit button just to enforce that it's the correct button. Okay. Now, if I was to go ahead and refresh, you see how it's disabled now? If I type in ABC, you see how it's creating chatbot, but then it fails. Okay, so for some reason now this is failing, and this is probably the most debugging part that you're gonna have to deal with. Okay, so this is where we're gonna debug a little bit, figure out the problem, and then get past it. So what's going on here and what is the problem? So one thing I want you to do is, I've already got my keys in check, but I'm just gonna double check my keys now. So I'm heading into my environment variable and I'm checking that my keys are correct. So yep, I have my first key correct, which I've already shown you guys, and the second key is actually correct as well. Okay, I then have my Clerk key. I have everything set up the way I need it. Cool. So the keys are correct. So make sure your keys are all good. And then we're actually going to just do a little debug, which means we go into our router, API route, sorry. And then here, we can actually just do a couple of simple debugging steps. So all I do is, honestly, I say debug one, and then we can go here and we can just simply pass in the query as well. Okay, so is it reaching that? Let's have a look. I want you to open this up, have a look in here, pause to the side. Let's type in ABC, enter. And you see, it gets there. Mutation is sent with the Clerk ID and so forth. The name is followed in. Cool. Let's also check if we say debug 2, and let's see what variables are passed through. Okay, so pass that in. We got the Clerk user ID and we got name ABC. Okay, now this time, I mean, it did say a 200, so that's interesting, but I don't think it was a 200. No, we got an error. Definitely got an error. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna console log the error, which we've already done, I believe. We're getting a 403, which is a forbidden. And I'm just curious to see why that is happening. So heading back over to our Apollo client, let's double check a few things on the Apollo client side. So, right. Now on this side, what we can do is we can do the following. We can say, actually, you know what I would say? We should definitely cancel and run this again because I changed a couple of things. Yeah, so restart your server is always a safe bet when you've done a couple of changes like that. Let's give this another try. ABC, boom. Okay. Did we get redirected? No. Okay. So live debugging at its finest. Thank you, world, for giving me the demo gods of hell today. So Apollo error. I need to dive in. So this is happening on the client. So it's very clear that it's happening on the client. So what we can do here is actually where the error occurs. So in Create Chatbot, it's happening here. And the Create Chatbot is freaking out for what reason? It's not cause related yet. Later on it would be. However, right now it shouldn't be. I want to check as well that it's not the... I'm going to pop in my other environment variables. I just want to I want to be 100% sure that I have not made a mistake with my environment variables. So I'm popping in my old environment variables. I'm refreshing. Okay, and then I'm going to sign in again. So now I'm doing a fresh sign in. Because obviously I've got different SaaS, I have different Clerk logins and stuff. So firstly, I want to rule this out. So let's type in test. Okay, so that one worked. Interesting. So I believe I made a mistake with my environment variables. So let's go through that actually. So I'm going to go back and retrace my steps now. So the Clerk is not the problem here. Clerk is not the issue at all. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut out my Clerk. I'm giving them to J so you guys can see my environment variables. And then my token, I believe, is the actual problem here, guys. So I believe what I've done wrong is, I'm just going to go ahead and show you. So here we have the next public GraphQL endpoint. Now this one right here, let's go ahead and just double check. So if I was to restart this, so this is the one. So let's just double check that, paste. And then what I want you to do is, you see this command here, StepZen, here on my API key, cut your terminal and just run that. Okay, I'm gonna hide my screen now, but run that. And what it will do is it'll actually give you a full key. I want you to paste that as your GraphQL token. Okay, I have a feeling I just made a silly mistake here with that. And then I'm gonna take my Clerk key, put it back. Okay, now I'm saving everything and closing it all. And let's give this a try again. So, I did put my key there. So interesting enough, I think I have to restart my server again. Okay, now restart the server. Okay, now head over to localhost, just /. Go to create. And we should see our chatbot. Well, we don't see anything right now. Oh, I need to sign in, yeah. Let's continue with Google. It's gonna be a long build, I'm telling you right now. Sanga, there we go. Let's log in. This is the real value where you get to see all this. Now we type in test. Okay, so it's definitely forbidden for some reason. Okay, so let's have a look. So it's just because my different endpoint. Now I have a feeling I only have quota for one endpoint. That's what I have a feeling. So I believe this new one that I've created, I cannot change to. So the keys are out, bro, in the terminal. Are they? Oh yeah, there you go. There it says there. Good shout. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I've already created the first one, right? So what I would do with you guys is I think you get one free, and then the second one, forbidden, sounds like I'm getting blocked for the free trial. So I'm going to use this one here, right? So you guys will only have one, so you won't have two. So all you need to do is just follow every step that I did, but just use the one that it gives you. I've got two now, and I believe the free trial only gives me one. That's the only reason I can imagine why I'm getting a forbidden, which makes perfect sense, because if I try and then do, yeah, that does actually make perfect sense. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change my environment variables to my previous build with the 1, and then we're good to go. And don't worry guys, nothing actually changed at all besides just being the first one I created. So to make your life a bit easier, so everything is back on track. Let's give it a try now. So test 1, 2, 3, creating the chatbot. There we go. All right, edit chatbot 5. Cool. So yeah, I think I've exhausted the trial. I think the trial is only for 1. That's why. Okay, so which is fine. You guys ain't gonna exceed that. So now if we go to chatbots and we do this, we should have some new ones here. Yeah, look, test 1, 2, 3, and you can see it's associated with my user. There we go. Nice, good stuff. Now what I want you to do is when you insert your first record, take the user ID and paste it into these ones here. And the reason why I'm doing this, and click save 3 changes, is because now we're populating 3 test ones that I've already given you as part of the seed data. Okay, very important, because you can then go ahead and test with all the example messages and stuff. Cool. Okay, we're good. Now what I want to do is carry on building. So edit chatbot. We need to actually build that page. So let's go fast forward. So admin panel, we're going to create an edit chatbot screen. Okay, edit chatbot screen. We're going to do a new page.tsx. RFCE, boom, and then smash the thumbs up button if you like a bit of live debugging, guys. That is really like the pivotal, like kind of moment of value, I would say, in a live stream, and it's not easy. It's definitely tricky. Now here we've done edit chatbot with generic. I actually need to do an internal page with a wildcard, which means it's edit chatbot /1, edit chatbot /2, and so forth. Grab the page, put it inside. So now it's actually going to be edit chatbot /ID /page. That's where the file is. Okay, now inside of this page, if I was to refresh this now, you can see we get the edit chatbot page. Now inside of here, guys, what you'll notice is I'm just going to go ahead, and we don't actually need that to be running because it's already deployed. Unless I make changes to the schema right now, I don't need that open. Okay, so I'm just going to use this to make it easier for you. So if we were to log out our props here, I want to show you that wildcard, meaning this /5, which is the ID, comes through as a prop. So typically if I do props, you'll see, look, params ID. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to destructure. We're going to say the params destructure. We're going to get the ID out, and then we're going to do a cast the types, and then we're going to say the ID. So you can say edit chatbot for chatbot, and then you can pass in the ID, and then bam, edit chatbot for chat 5. Okay, create a new chatbot. Let's just say test, enter, boom, chatbot 6. All right, so there you go, fast debug for sure. Yeah, man, that's what it's about. It's about just, you know, staying calm, debugging it out. And I'm also going to go ahead and remove my console logs that we've made previously. So get rid of these two. Get rid of the last one as well, guys. This one, oh, that one's fine actually. Cool. Now heading back over to our edit chatbot. Okay, so we're here now. In case I moved really quick there. Cool. So now we've got the edit chatbot for chat ID. Okay, so inside of here, lots of work to do, guys. Okay, so here what we're doing is we're building out. So if we go to edit chatbot, you can see, oh, look at this, Papa Foam Clothing Assistant, YouTube chatbot, and so forth. So we're building this out. This is the first section. Well, firstly, this is the view chatbots. We're actually going to build this page first before we can see them all, right? So this is the page we're actually going to build first, including the characteristics. So be extra friendly, right? It sounds weird, but yeah, that's a characteristic, right? So these are all characteristics of the database. So for this one, let's go ahead and build that entire page out. Okay, so buckle up because I'm telling you it's quite big. Okay, so at this point, we've got a div. It's going to have the following inside. It's going to have another div inside of it. And then we're going to have H2 saying link to the chat. So the first thing I'm building is this link to the chat. Okay, which is going to be our custom link. Didn't realize it had that much, that functionality. Yeah, dude, I've completely forgot to show it. So you can actually go ahead and build out, sort of train the model as you wish. And then when you go to the actual chat, you'll see, so if we go to sunnyabc.com, now the chatbot that we're talking to is fully trained on everything I've told it about. So I'm saying, hi, what's the prices? And now you could even be like, is there a discount? So is there a discount? Boom. And then look at this, guys. Yo, sick. And then we like compare all of the prices in a table with features listed. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. And look at that, boom. Amazing. Right, so it shows you all of the different good stuff. Even gives you the links to the courses. I'm gonna say links. I say I want to buy it, give me a link. Boom, click here to purchase platinum, click here to purchase platinum. And I haven't trained it with a gold link. So that's probably my fault, right? But in that case, then I could go back and be like, gold link is, so you can say gold link is blah, blah, blah. www. Yeah, something. And then that way it knows. And then the next person chats. But you'll be able to know that because you can go to the view sessions afterwards, view what people are saying to the chatbot and be like, okay, look, I saw that when it chatted to this guy, it replied that. So we should go ahead and probably train that now. So you can go ahead and see different, different chatbots. Hello, I need help with my order and so forth. And you can see here, like another one. All right, so these are just example chats, right? How much does the course cost? Blah, blah, blah. So really, really cool. It's actually insane, bro. And we're coding all of this today. Like, I'm not joking. It's actually nuts. Yeah, so here, what have I done? Edit chatbot. What the hell did I do? Go back. Yep, there we are. So let's do it. So we've got the div. Now, first things first is we're going to build out this little link to chat part. So I would just want to style out this top div so it makes life easier. Padding axis of 0, but on a bigger screen, padding of 10. Okay, so that's going to help us out a little bit of spacing. Now inside this div, we're going to have a few things. We're going to have a H2 and a P tag, which says share the link to the chat. So you can see it's white at the moment. But I'm going to go ahead and style the div that it's inside of. And this styling, I really just want you to go ahead and pause and just take a look at it, please, because for the sake of time, we've got a lot to do. So I'm saying on a medium screen, it sticks. So notice how on a medium screen, it sticks. Right, so look at that, it sticks on a medium screen, but on a small screen, it doesn't need to stick because it should just stick at the top. When you're on a phone, it's a bit different. Okay, so now medium screen sticks, Z50, so it makes sure it goes over everything. And then these are the styling rules that I got it to make it look like this, right? So it looks really cool actually. And then you see how like on that screen it looks pretty good there. So nice. Then we got the div, and inside this div, we're gonna have a link with the input field. So boom, link with an input field. We're gonna import everything we need for the input field as well. We're gonna import it. Now the URL, we're actually gonna custom build it. And I'm gonna do it very, very simply by just having a piece of state at the top. This means it's gonna be a client component. So we're gonna convert it to a client component. Go ahead and pull this like so. which means we have to also install. Oh, this is a banger. I love this song. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and have a use effect, which is going to prepare the URL as soon as the component mounts. So use effect, it's going to be dependent on the ID that gets passed through. And then we're going to have a set URL function, which takes the base URL that we used when we're setting up the Apollo client. And then we just set the URL. So that's how we get that essentially. Now, the reason why this is cool is even on a deployed URL, you see how it works. It automatically uses the deployment URL as well. So it automatically always get the correct link. And then we're going to make that a clickable link. So if you click it, it will take you to that page. Okay. Now, obviously, once we've built that, the whole point of this, by the way, is that, guys, I should be able to just go ahead and send that link to you. So say if I went ahead and sent that to you, I'm not going to actually put that in the chat. Actually, you know what? Screw it. There you go. All right. So there you go. I don't care. All right. So in that case, now if you went to that link, you'll be able to chat with the bot. All right. But don't spam that, please. Yeah. Because it's going to screw up the API quota and stuff. I might delete that message, to be fair. All right. So grab it. It's going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That message is gone. Okay. All right. So there you go. Unless you're going to copy it out. There you go. Right. So we're going to carry on building out the edit chatbot screen. So let's go into one of the chatbots right now. Boom. Here we go. I think Tina Taylor is in. There you go. We'll be able to see the chats. All right. So you got the link there. Now underneath that link, we're actually going to have a button, which is going to have the copy button. Okay. And I'll show you what this does. So this button is essentially just going to be a normal button. And notice how here we got the size is small. So copy is not defined yet because copy is a Lucid React icon. So some icons, so we simply save. And toast.success, we're going to add a toaster here after. Okay. Now you see this. This actually copies to the clipboard. Right now it's not working because toast is not defined. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So we're going to add that in afterwards. But this essentially will allow us to, you see how when I click it, it's got these nice toast notifications. I'm going to show you how we can do those afterwards as well. Okay. So at this point now, with that div, I'm going to go ahead and say flex items in the center, space x of 2. Cool. And this one's taking up the full width. That's why it takes up more space. And you see how when we click this one, it takes us to the link, or you can go ahead and copy the link. And basically now it's on my clipboard and you see there, it's on the clipboard. So that works perfect. Right? And that means I can send it to someone, or I can put it on my website, or I can do whatever I want with it. Okay. Now, obviously, the whole point is that if you could put a SaaS like paywall in front of this, you charge a recurring monthly subscription. You have a full SaaS here. Honestly, assist. I'm probably going to launch this as a SaaS. No shit. Like I'm actually going to do that. I said no chips. Right. There we go. So you've got button here. Boom. There we go. Nice. In fact, you know what? I'm going to add the toast in now because I'm going to forget later, and I know I'm going to forget. So let's go ahead and add toast notifications. So we go to Sona inside of, you see, this is actually the one that we're looking at. Sona, go ahead and do npx add Sona. Go back over here, Command J, pop this open, pop in a new terminal, add it into our app. Go back to the top, that's installed. Go to your layout file. So I think it was the top layout, and then in here we had toaster. So you want to get rid of that and say toaster, components, Sona. And then here you can put the position. So I'm going to say position, and I'm doing bottom center. Now, with that in mind, we can just use it wherever we need. So if we go back here and we do toast.success, copy to clipboard. Cool. Let's give it a try. Boom. Oops, no. Save. There we go. Look, copy to clipboard. And if you go ahead and add a few, really clean. Okay. Shadcn UI, change the way I write code without library. Such a nice way to do it. Yeah, really nice. Guys, we're almost at 300 likes. Destroy that like button. This video is just taking off. Honestly, we've got so much ahead of us. It's so cool. Okay. So underneath this div, we got button div div. Okay, button div div. Then we got section. Inside this section, we have all of the main juicy stuff. Okay, this juicy stuff that I'm talking about is, of course, this part. Okay, so this part right here. So this button, we're actually gonna have a delete button. So this is gonna be the delete functionality to delete this chatbot. The variant for this one is going to be destructive. And that'll give us a red button. We'll style that up afterwards. The main crux of what's going on here is that this is going to be a relative container because we're going to have the X button put inside of it. So we're going to say margin top 5. Background is going to be white. You see we're pasting out. Padding a 5. Margin is going to be padding a 10. And then we're going to say round the corners. Cool. Now for the button, we're going to say class name, absolute, top 0, top 2, right 2, height of 8, width of 2. Cool. Now, obviously there's nothing inside of here at the moment. That's why it doesn't look that nice, but we'll get that done. We're going to have an onClick function to handle the delete. So onClick is going to be handle delete. We'll handle that one afterwards. And that's actually going to be an arrow with an ID of the thing that we're going through. So that's fine. The chatbot that we're in. Cool. Now, inside the React Goat, love from Kenya. I appreciate you so much. Right, now inside of here, we've got the avatar. So avatar, boom. The seed is going to be the chatbot name. Chatbot name. Now, we don't have chatbot name, right? So I'll show you how we get chatbot name. So how do we get chatbot name? Even I forgot. Okay, I'll show you how to do it. So go up to the top, say const chatbot name, set chatbot name. And basically what we're doing here is we're going to have a use effect, which will go ahead and actually get the data from, but in order to do any of that, we actually need to make a call to get chatbot by ID, which is a query. And we haven't made this query, so I'm going to show you how we actually do that. So this is the query, GQL. It's essentially, like I showed you before, it's part of our GraphQL syntax. So these were automatically generated. So we've gone ahead and generated. We simply pass in the ID and it will give us the chatbots based on the ID. Okay, let's get chatbot by ID. So at this point, there's also a little additional step I want to do here. So I actually want to go ahead and create a type. So I'm going to create types. Well, we could do it two ways. We can have a types folder. Yes, I have types folder. And we'll have a types.ts file inside. And then inside of here, we're also going to start putting type definitions so where you can protect what we're going to do. Now, the first example of that is going to be this. So I'm going to pop in the 5 base types for the database. So we've got the chatbot. This is just essentially mimicking the database. So I'm going to slowly scroll down. You can pause the video and kind of see for yourself each ones. But these are essentially each of the data structures for each of the 5 tables. Okay. Now, when we fetch the data from get chatbot by ID, we're going to get this as a data response. So you're going to have chatbots with the chatbot inside. Simple as, okay? Heading back over to our data now, what we can do is we can do a query on our database. So what we can do is we can go to the we need to do a use query. So we need to say const. I need to import use query. For some reason my thing is being stupid, so let's go ahead and pop it in ourselves. We're going to say const something equals use query, and then we're going to go ahead and pass in get chatbot by ID. So get chatbot by ID, and then the second argument is the variables, right? The variables are going to be ID. Right now, in this case, you don't know what you're getting back. Okay, so what you can do is you can actually cast it here and say you can actually pass in those types. So here we can say get chatbot by ID response. You can even pass in another type here for the variable. So if I was to go ahead and do this, let's go ahead and say I did another one. So export interface get chatbot by ID variables. Yeah, and this one will be the ID. Right. So now what I can do is I can do a double cast and say get chatbot by the variables. And now, guys, what you'll see is this is actually a string. Now what you'll see is if I try to do like IDA, it doesn't let me. So we're fully type checking to make sure that we're getting the right thing. And also now when you pull out the data, you can actually go ahead and expand it afterwards, right? So now in the beginning you can't, but in this case we go and get the loading state, we get the error state and so forth. Okay, so we got the following from this data will give us back the ID, the actual data from this chatbot. So what we can do is we can create a use effect on this data. So that way, when this data is populated, let's go ahead and show you. So use effect. So when this data changes or when it gets populated, we can go and say if right? If there is data, then I'm simply going to go ahead and set the chatbot name to, and you see how it knows that to type, because if we do this, data dot chatbots dot name, nice, right? It's basically strictly typed, right? So there you go, perfect stuff. Now we've got the chatbot name, awesome stuff. So at this point now, when we do seed chatbot name, you see how boom, it's actually giving us a value, okay? So it works just as we wanted it, just as we expected. Okay, so that looks pretty cool already. Now, I do want to say the chatbot name I did put elsewhere as well. So just to prove a point to you guys, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I see. Okay. Right now we haven't implemented that functionality, but you could, I guess. Yeah. Avatar. So let's just carry on. We'll break it down. So we got a form here. Next step. The form is going to be for this next button here. So if I wanted to update this to 1, 2, 3, click on update, and you see how you can just type in and change it. And then obviously that's generated based on the value. So that's what we're building now. So we've got the form, and this is going to have input. And then we've got a button which says update. Which says update. My back. Oh my God, my back is hurting. All right, so submit. And then we're going to go ahead and do it's disabled if there is no chatbot name. So that's like if you're typing in, there's no chatbot name, it's going to be disabled. Now for this one, we're going to say the value is actually going to be the chatbot name. Okay, so by default, this one's called test. Okay. If I was to go ahead and say on change, we're going to do e.target.setValue, and then the name is going to be chatbot name. For the class name here, for the styling, we're actually not going to have that. We're going to have this instead. It's going to be required. And actually, you know what? The placeholder is not going to be this. It's going to be the existing value. So it's going to be the chatbot name itself. Okay. So in this case, look at that, the test, and you can see 1, 2, 3. And you see how the top one changes and shows you the logo based on the update. Cool. So we're going to have an onSubmit function, which we're going to attach to a function which doesn't exist yet, which is going to be called handle update chatbot. Okay, that's going to handle the updating the name. And we're also going to have a class name, and we're going to have flex rules on that. Okay, so it's going to have a flex 1 associated with it because the outside is going to have a class name with flex space x of 4. Okay, cool. Now, if we were to unsubmit, show that, now you can see, there you go. That's kind of a lot more along the lines of what we wanted. Yeah, really nice. Cool. Okay. So at this point, let's do the onSubmit afterwards. We'll implement the functionality. I want to get the UI kind of down first, and then we can get that next bit down. So after the button, form div. So form div out here. Here's what your AI knows. Okay. So we want to have your chatbot is equipped with the following instructions to basically do the following, right? So your chatbot is equipped with the following information to assist you in your conversations with your customers and users. So underneath that, we have a div, and this is where we're going to essentially map through all the different characteristics of the chatbot. And we actually got this back already, so we can actually do all of this right now. Okay. So we're going to have an input field. So this is going to be for the input field here. So we can type in and click add. So I'm going to have an input field and a button. So I'm going to just pop those straight into a form. So form, the input field and the button. Now here, we don't have these two values yet. So I'm going to go ahead and hide that. And also, actually, you know what? We're going to build it right now. So new characteristic is when we type in. So in that case, why waste time? Let's just go ahead and build that. At the top of our file, we need a new piece of state to keep track of that value. So we add it in here. Now heading back down to our code, as we type in, it will get stored in some state. Very simple, updates the state based on what we type in. Disable the button if there is nothing inside of there. So if in this case, let nothing inside disabled, as soon as I type, it's undisabled. Great. And then here we say on submit. And that's also a nice way of stopping a submit if you do it, if you have it disabled the submit button. Okay, so actually automatically by default, stop them from submitting, which saves a bit of a hassle. Cool. Next up, we have the unordered list. So underneath this form, we have an unordered list, and then we're going to map through every single characteristic of the user, right? So in this case, we're going to actually go ahead and do data.chatbots.chatbot characteristics.map. And for every single characteristic, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to do something like so. And then here we could map through like a list or something. But in this case, if I just click that for now, okay, what you'll see is we get an extra bit of an error right now because I've screwed something up. Don't do what I just did. Let's just type in div for now. I just type in the characteristic. I just want to test something, guys. Characteristic dot content. And then let's go ahead and refresh. And what's screwing up here? So I've forgotten to put a div or something. Not here. Now, yeah. So what I want to prove to you is if we were to go to, for example, one of the test chatbots. So in your database, remember I told you to actually change, for example, 0 to full stack hero is chatbot 3. So if you go to 3 now, you should be able to see, not 37, sorry, 3. You should be able to see 0 to full stack hero with all of the test stuff. Okay, so that should help out a lot when you're building this next section. So instead of this now, and obviously you should always have a key, so that's good. So we're going to actually build a little component to help us out with this. So it's going to be called characteristic. So characteristic, so characteristic.tsx rfce. And this essentially is just going to be a component which takes a prop, which is the characteristic. This is going to be a chatbot characteristic type. So we already filled that out earlier. Remember, as part of the table definitions. And then here we have a list item. So list item. And inside of here, we're going to have the character content. And next to that, we're going to have an octagon X. Octagon X. Like so. Okay. And I've styled it out to make life a little bit easier. Like so. Don't do what I just did. Yeah. And then we will continue to carry on with that in a second, but going back over here, I want to actually go ahead and somebody goes, I've never heard of it actually either. Oh shit. Okay. So maybe I'll change the name to be something like AI assistant. Would that be better? Let me know. Okay. So here, if we went ahead and said, hi Sunny, yo, what's up, Kana? So, yo, what's good? Oh, loads of people are saying, what is Intercom? Okay, interesting. Good for me and Jay to know, actually. So the characteristic, we can put the key as a characteristic ID and we pass through the characteristic. And now you can see, if we were to jump through here, yeah, probably clearer knowing it's a chatbot. Jay, I think that's something very important that we should do after, actually. We should change that. You see, these are all like not relative. Okay, so this needs to be relative. And then there, that's it. Then they're stuck to that. I will definitely change that, guys. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, now over here also for the unordered list, we're going to do flex. Flex, wrap, reverse is a nice little trick where it brings all of the brand new things to the top. Okay, so this will bring all the latest things up to the top. Characteristic, let's carry on styling this one out. So a couple of things, padding 10 and a few extra style additions here. And there you go. We get a few nicer things there. And then I'm going to have an on click. Okay. Now the on click for this one is going to be responsible for removing a characteristic from the action. So here we have on click. And then we can just do this in an arrow function, or we can have it outside, completely up to you. I'm going to be a little bit lazy, I ain't going to lie. We're going to have a handle characteristic function here. So I'll show you. So say const handle characteristic equals an asynchronous function. So it's going to be asynchronous function. And we're going to have a mutation here, guys, for removing the characteristic. Okay. So in order to have a mutation, firstly, we're going to have a use client. So it's going to be a client component. We are going to use a mutation like follows. Now, ignore this line for now. I'll explain that afterwards. We're going to import use mutation. We need to create a mutation called remove characteristic. So inside of our mutations folder, what we're going to do is we're going to have a remove characteristic, which we're going to create. And I've already done the shortcut of helping you guys out with this. This is what we need. Essentially, it just takes, it's again a query that goes into our database. Very simple. It's going to be part of our, you know, our mutations here. It was automatically generated. See, like delete chat, delete chatbots, delete characteristics, and so forth. Delete chatbot characteristics. Pass in the ID. It gives us back an ID of the one it deleted. Okay. Oh, my neck. Okay. So at this point, let's carry on, guys. We're going strong. All right. So we're going to import this, remove characteristic, and then afterwards, this is the key part. This refetch queries anywhere in the app where we did get chatbot by ID. So where did we do that, guys? We actually did that here. Get chatbot by ID. Because if you think about it, look, get chatbot ID, right? That's the query that got called. So what we're doing is we're essentially telling it. You could also pass in the query name, which is probably more smart. As in you can pass in like a query, get chatbot, so forth. But I'm just going to keep the example the same for now, right? But for now, you could also just do that, right? So refetch query. Now this will make it update anywhere else. So if by doing this is very important. The reason being, guys, is because by doing that, it will update the UI because it will refetch that value and then it will update the UI, right? Very, very important to do that. Okay, now we've got the remove characteristic. So handle remove characteristic, we can go ahead and say a try block. And then we pass in the characteristic. We can basically error out if anything went wrong. And then down here, we can go ahead and say, okay, cool. We're gonna say const promise equals, and I'm actually gonna say handle remove characteristic. I'm gonna pass in the characteristic.id. Okay. Well, in this case, actually, you don't need to because it already actually gets used here because that's what passes in here. So what's cool now is that you notice I'm not doing an await because I actually want to capture the promise itself. And then what I do is I say toast.promise. And the cool thing about this, guys, is you can go ahead and pass the promise in. And then you've got like 3 different states here for removing while it's loading, characteristic removed, or error, failed to remove the characteristic. So if I was to go ahead and do this, bro, thank God you exist. I'm able to make my dreams come true because of your tutorials. Yo, Jay, that's huge, bro. Check that out. Look at this. T and Tech. It's great. Looks like I got a new core activity for the weekend. Yes, sir. Let's go. Now, if I was to go ahead and delete be extra friendly, removing, characteristic removed, it refetched, and there was a problem. Okay. So if we were to refresh now, you can see it didn't actually remove as far as I'm aware because let's have a look. So characteristic ID. One thing I do want to just make consistent with my example. I know it's a bit of a small issue, but I just want to do this. Characteristic ID. And then I'm going to pass in the characteristic.id. That doesn't change anything. It should be fine. But get chatbot by ID is our refetched example here. And then back over here, when we do our create chatbot, let's have a look. Let's try it one more time. I just want to see something. Be extra friendly, characteristic removed. Okay, but it's not actually deleting that, which is interesting. Okay, so that's fine. We debug that. Yeah, so it's not deleting it. Okay, cool. Create chatbot. Let's do our fetch. So edit chatbot, sorry. Get chatbots by ID. Let's make sure it's either doing a refetch on that. Let's go back to our characteristic. Interesting. Okay, so I believe I'm doing something stupid here. All the code, by the way, is in the GitHub description, GitHub repo. So there's a lot of like edge cases here. So I really want you to pay attention to those as well. But I forgot to mention as well that this page should be 1 minute. So page, let's go back up here, and this is a client page. Yeah, that's fine. Use mutation. All right, we'll figure this one afterwards. But let me change the song as well. Okay. So. Okay, so let's try one more time here. I think it could be because it's the one I created, maybe there's an edge case. Let's just type in testing. Oh, we actually can't create one yet, so I guess that's silly. ABC. Okay, let's do that first as well. Okay, so we're gonna come full circle on this. Okay, so focus time, a little bit down the music. We're gonna have a delete chatbot button as well. So let's go ahead and do that one first. So delete chatbot. It's gonna be a use mutation, and we need to create a delete chatbot query. Oh, okay, actually. Oh, that's fine, yeah. So the delete chatbot, fairly straightforward mutation, yeah. Delete chatbot, go back over, pull this back in. Now we have the delete chatbot, we have the refetch queries, and then you can have await refetch queries as well, which basically stops it. You have to wait for that to kind of be done. That could be something we could look into after to maybe get that working. Let's go to where I call it. So I'm going to create a handle delete function, and I'll show you what this does. So it's basically a function, takes an ID. It simply prompts the window saying, are you sure you want to delete this account? If you don't click yes, then it will stop. Otherwise, there's a try catch, error, simply errors out if something didn't go right. Otherwise, it just calls our mutation function with the variable, the ID, right, of the chatbot. And then it'll say the toast will be deleting and so forth if it's deleting. Okay, so with that in mind now, let's give it a try. So on the delete button, I want to go ahead and actually use this. So let's go to Atomic Arts. Yo, what's good? We're going to do the button on delete. Where's my button? Delete here. Let's do handle delete. Now let's see. If I click it, look, are you sure you want to delete a chatbot? Yes. Okay. Now it tried to throw me after to ID chatbots. Okay, because technically I'm actually supposed to redirect the user afterwards, which is fine. So edit chatbot 137 is failing. So we can actually safely access these things. But to be fair, after this, it's actually going to be... Okay, so you should always be protecting, to be honest, at this point. But to be fair, after I do a delete, I actually do redirect, I believe. I don't know why I'm not doing it here. The delete should have deleted and then thrown me out. Where did I do that? I did handle that somewhere. Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry, I forgot. So we actually don't ever want to reach down here if we ever get down here. So I actually need to do two things. One, before we do the main return, firstly I'm going to say if it's loading, I'm going to do a little spinning avatar. Okay, so you're going to see me do this pattern a lot. If it's loading, I'm going to render an avatar, but I'm going to make it animate spin, so it just spins around. If there's an error, it's going to say there's an error message, and then if there's no chatbots, it's going to redirect the user to view chatbots. Okay, so in this case, next navigation is what we need to import from. Now, what you'll see is if I refresh, you see how it threw me to view chatbots, which doesn't exist yet, okay, which obviously we'll create. So if we go to create a chatbot, let's type in ABC, creating chatbot, and then we go ahead and delete the chatbot, and I think it's deleting. So here we go, deleting, chatbot successfully deleted, and it threw me to view chatbots. Okay, so let's just double check something firstly. If we type in ABC, so /9, let's check the database. Is a /9 present? Let's go ahead and say ID, we have a 9, ABC, yes. And let's check if a delete works. So you see, just one thing at a time, doing the delete works. So let's go ahead and refresh. 9 is gone, perfect. And also when I set the database up, I did a delete cascade, which means it's going to cascade the deleting. If there's any links to any other sort of table, it's going to delete those as well. Okay, so at this point now, that's pretty cool. We got that down. Cool, okay, so let's keep going. So I need to do the test. Let's do test. And then I need to firstly, I want to do adding. So adding a characteristic. So let's finish off the UI for that part. So adding the characteristic. So we need to actually do handle update chatbot. We'll do that afterwards here. Okay. So the form on submit, we're going to have a we're going to do an arrow function here. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say rend default, set new characteristic. Afterwards, we do want that to go blank. But in the meantime, we're going to say handle add characteristic. And I'm simply going to pass the characteristic through. Okay. And that's what we typed in this box. Now we need to create this function. Now this function is going to be a asynchronous function. So let's go ahead and pop it upstairs. Okay. Counts to handle. Press the bell icon, YouTube them and notify me about something. Like, I know, honestly, guys, I don't know what's going on with it sometimes. It's a bit stupid, like, you know, but I'm glad you're here now. And then here we have a try catch block. The catch catches the error. The try simply goes ahead and uses the add characteristic, which is a mutation, which we're going to create. And then basically we pass in the chatbot ID and the content. So we're going to create this mutation right now. Let's go ahead and do that. The add chatbot, add characteristic, sorry, is going to go up here. So boom. So we've got this. We need to create an add characteristic. So inside of our mutations folder, I've helped you out. I've created the add characteristic for us. So again, takes chatbot content. Let's go back, import it inside. All right. And again, this one will refetch get chatbot by ID. Cool. So let's go back to where that's used. And now if we go ahead and do that, it should go ahead and actually render out. So if I type in hello, add information added. Oh, yes. There we go, guys. Look, you see the refetch worked. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Look, refetches the query, which causes the refetching to work. So now if I type in hello world. Yes. Okay. Now we do delete. The characteristic removing is not working. Okay, but the other one is working. So we'll figure out why that's not working. I'll figure it out. But the adding is working. Okay, it just looks like trash. So we need to make it look better. So right now, the form where we have set characteristic, I do not like the way that's styled. So where do we use that? We use it over at the form. That form has not been styled. That's why. So the form, very simple bit of styling here. We're going to add in a flex space 2, so that way it gets stuck next to it, and the div surrounding it is way too packed in. So I'm going to go ahead and make that have a gray background with a bit of spacing around it. So boom, pop that in, and you see, look at that. Oof, little bit of styling. So now you can say you are a test robot. Boom, adding information added. Cool. Okay, now let's debug and see. Firstly, we'll do the update as well afterwards. But the test does work. Look, the test works, the adding works. Let's go back to create. Let's go and say sales robot. So that boom, sales robot. The nice little loader came in. Hello. So examples of how we can add. The delete works already. So we need to do the update and the deletion. And then we've actually prepared the robot. Hackback goes, can I just say you're an incredibly talented man. I simply comprehend how you can do this in real time. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate you. Honestly, I just hope it inspires you guys to keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, I am your mentor online. And if you want to take that mentorship further, that's what we've done with Zero to Full Stack Hero at puppyreact.com/course. So you can go check it out. But I appreciate all of you guys. All right, let's carry on. We're almost at 300 likes. Keep smashing that like button, guys, if you're here. Just destroy that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. We're going to keep the channel growing to crazy levels. Okay, let's fix the deletion button. So we map through, we pass in the characteristic. Okay, so that's all easy done. Cool. This one actually should get mapped correctly. Yeah, it does. And then once we're inside of here, I've made a slight slip somewhere where let's just have a look at my remove characteristic. Yep, that's all the same. My handle remove characteristic. I mean, there we just simply say failed to remove characteristic, which is fine. The list item, oh, we haven't passed in a key here, but I don't think the key should matter because we're not looping through. However, still, let's give it a key. Let's see if it matters. It's too high. Hello. Oh, okay. So it was the key. Oh my God, it was the key. Yes, of course it's the key. Oh my God. Yeah, because here, guys. Oh God. Okay. So yeah, the key wasn't getting registered here for whatever reason. Yeah. But there you go. It's the key. Yeah. Oh. Otherwise it doesn't It doesn't know how the hell to. Okay, anyway, it's fine. It is what it is. It's good. We done it. We got it. Yeah. Okay, so he's got sales robot. Boom. Hit enter. Hi, delete it. Boom. Out of here. Duh. Yes. Nice. React 101. In it. Sometimes I need a reminder of that. Let's go. Let's do the update. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate you, man. Edit chatbot. Let's go to our update button. Handle update chatbot. Boom. Okay, so edit chatbot. Let's go to okay, so this one, handle update chatbot. We need to create this function. So we're gonna go up and same principle. Same principle. So I'm gonna pop it in here. So let me show you. So if we were to just, we can put it above the delete. All right. Same thing. It's a React form element. Again, you don't even need to write it like that. You can just do that and import it. Prevent the default behavior. The try catch block. Same thing. Catch if there's an error. Toast is just like showing the promise state. We need to have a update chatbot mutation. Okay. Update chatbot mutation is the magic here that's going to make it come together. So go up to the top. Let's pop it in here. We've got our mutations all neatly put here at the top. Update chatbot. We need to create that. So update chatbot. Let's go into add characteristic. So where we put that, because remember it's a mutation, which means it's modifying the database. So we pop it down here. Update chatbot. That's the command. That's perfect for us. This one right here will return ID, name, and create that, which is fine. I don't think we need it, to be fair. But if we do that, the main thing here is that it refetches the query. So after we've updated the chatbot, it will refetch all the information. I mean, do you need to do that? Not necessarily. But I'm just doing it for safekeeping. Okay. Now in this case, if I was to show you, if we go on sales robot 123 and I hit update, you see it says update name. But if I refresh now, it should say sales robot 123. And if I deleted that and clicked enter even, and I refresh, sales robot 123. Nice. So guys, we've actually done it for that part, right? We've got this. And I want to mention as well, right now, obviously for demo purposes, I've done a simple ID here. Yeah. You want to essentially make that a UUID. So it's essentially a random string of characters. That'll be like a much more shareable way. However, I've just done that to, that's to revalidate it. Yes, it is to revalidate it. So in this case, boom. Okay, cool. That's awesome, guys. That works perfectly. All right, nice. Now, with that said, when we click edit chatbots, here, I want to view my chatbot. So if we look at the live one, if I go to edit chatbots, I actually have this. Right, I want to go ahead and build this out now. So edit chatbots, then we're going to go ahead and probably do the chat section. Then we're going to do the view sessions, and then we're going to do the logout state. Okay, is it just me or something becoming God of React day by day? I appreciate you. All right, so we got a lot of stuff to do, guys, but your boy's not slowing down, right? So we're going to do the view chatbots section next. Okay, so this section here. Okay, let's do that. So let's go to here. Someone once said to me, does Sunny even code? I was like, are you crazy, dude? Of course I go. I live and breathe this, right? I couldn't believe it. I read it. I was like, yes, I bloody code. I code way too much for my own good. RFCE. And then here we'll say view chatbots. Yeah, I know we can't give into that, right? We can't give into that hatred. So at this point, now the view chatbots, I'm going to keep this a server component. Okay, so I'm going to try and not touch the client component side here. So this is all going to be server rendered, this area. So first things first, I always wanted to show me the most up-to-date information. So I want to do force dynamic, which means I'm not going to cache, because in case I see a change of value or something like that, I want to make life a little bit easier for us. Next up, I'm going to do a bunch of imports to save us a little bit of time at the top. Right, so firstly, actually, you know what? I won't do that because I want to create them as we do it, which will probably help you guys understand what we're doing. Okay. First up, I need the user's authenticated state. So I'm going to make sure that they're, obviously you can already have this, but I think it's just safe to say that you want to be prepared. So I'm going to say await. Now, because we are in a server component, I can do a top level async await. So I can use auth, which is an awesome method by the guys over at Clerk. And then I can say if there is no user, then we're simply going to return don't show anything, dirt. Okay, but afterwards, by the way, guys, in the layout, I'm actually going to be throwing them to the front screen. So all of these things are just merely defensive programming things that we're doing. All right. Now, next up, I want to get the chatbots for the user. Okay, so I need a query called get chatbots by user. So I'm going to go to my queries and I'm going to create a get chatbots by user function, which takes the user's ID. So we've got get chatbots by ID, but we ain't got get chatbots by user. So I'm going to get chatbots by user. It takes the Clerk user ID, and then again, it populates the following for us. And these are all the information I want, right? So let's go ahead and do that right now. The way we do that, fairly straightforward. Because we're on the server now, we can do a server client call instead of a use effect, right? Looks like the use effect has, has no effect. Yeah, so I mean, it wouldn't really have an effect at that point there, but because it would throw them out afterwards, but we're going to use it in the next bit anyway. So here we'll use it. So we would say const, so don't do that. Say const, and we'll say data equals server. Both he thinks he is him, and he's trying to be this. What's that say? Be. I can't understand what the person's saying. All right, I'm gonna say await server client dot, and then we say query. Yep. So here server client dot query, and now what you do is you pass in your query and your variables. Okay. So all right. So no idea what that guy just wrote. Yeah, shut up. Here we say get chatbots by user, all right? And then we have the variables. And then here we have the Clerk user ID, right? So in this case, I pass in the Clerk user ID, but here, you could put in anything, right? So we want to protect that. So at this point, I want to do await server dot query. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and pass in get. So I need to basically protect it, right? So long story short, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in 2 types to protect ourselves, right? So down at the bottom, we're going to have get chatbots by user data and get chatbots by, oops, save that file, yes. And use data variables. So we pass that in and we pass in the variables. And now if I import these, we are type checking to make sure we're all good. And we basically go ahead and say Clerk user ID, user ID. Okay, so now this is all happening on the server. And if that's gone correctly, we can pass straight out, you see, chatbots by user, and you get all the information out. Okay, now after that, we get the chatbots, but I want to actually sort them based on the most recent chatbot that was created. And because we're already on the server, it makes sense to do that at this point. So I've created a little helpful sorting function. Very straightforward. All we do is we import our chat, and we're simply making a copy. Sort is a mutating function, so we're going to make a copy of our array by spreading out the current array and then modify that array, returning it into this. If you don't do this, you'll get an assignment error. So if we did this, for example, you'll get an assignment error when it comes down to that point. I mean, right now you're not going to see that, but yeah, you would get an assignment error and it wouldn't work. Okay, now here, actually, let's go to the page because we should be able to see it. So here, like view chatbots. Yeah. So if I was to go ahead and do this, watch this. Watch this. You'll get an assignment error. Well, you should get an assignment error. I mean, it's bad. Well, yeah, okay. You do. I mean, when we try and use it, you will. I'm pretty sure you will. I ran into it a couple of times. So at this point, we've got to return the div, right? So here, we're going to have h1, active chatbots. There we go. Boom. Active chatbots. Now here I want to have a div, and in the class name we'll style it out a little bit. We'll say flex1. There we go. Cool. And that gives us the style that we wanted. Yeah, so check this out. Guys, we're our own community. It's all good. Like, we're our own community. No hate, no nothing. We love everyone else in space. We're our own community, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and have a little drink. But what's it called? I love it when we get hate. I love just fueling it. I'm like, bring it, let's go. So at this point, if we don't have any chatbot, I'm actually going to go ahead and pass in the following. I'm going to say sorted chatbot length equals 0, and then we're going to conditionally render out a link tag with a button. And this is essentially just going to say create a chatbot, right? So if you didn't have a chatbot, we do have chatbots though, because obviously this is not being rendered. So now I'm going to list out the chatbots. So underneath here, unordered list, and inside of there, we're going to say sorted chatbots, map each of the chatbots And then inside, we're going to have the link tag for every single one. For each one, we're going to basically have a key, which is a chatbot ID. You should always have a key when you're mapping through. And it's going to be / edit chatbot that will take us to that link. Now, obviously, for the actual structure inside, we're going to have a link itself. And then I'm going to have a div. And right now, what am I building? I'm building this, guys. Right, this little section here. Okay, we're going to have a div. And then we're going to have a div with an avatar and a p tag with the created inside of it. Right, so here, pull this avatar in from our components. The date we're passing from these, let's see, sales robot, test 1, 2, 3. Nice. For the link, I'm going to style it out a bit. So right now, these are all getting thrown in the top corner because they're relative to everything. So we need to make this relative. All right. That's relative, and we need to give it a padding, background white, and a bit of styling. So padding, border rounded, background white. There you go. A little bit of very simple things, but makes a big difference. Here we'll say flex column, space it out, y value of 5, and this will give it a bit of breathing room. There you go. Okay. Someone goes, why am I not able to build logic while coding? Guys, it's really not a case about building logic. It's about practicing and breaking problems down at different levels and getting better and better at that. That's like me saying, how do I practice how to walk, right? Like the more you walk, the more you're going to get better at walking. There's no real way to read a book and be able to walk. You have to practically do it, right? So no one was born being able to code. So it just takes time. Don't worry about it. Mentorship is a accelerated way to do it. Hence why Zero to Full Stack Hero is the best damn course out there, period. All right. Sunny, how do you handle unexpected bugs and managing client deadline expectations? I can handle it. I can't reply to that properly in this stream, but unexpected bugs right now, you just have to stay calm. That's the main thing, right? So, right, we've got a div inside of here. We've got a h3 saying characteristics. Let's go ahead and pop that in right now. Douche. We're already halfway there, guys. We're getting there, right? Characteristics. Then we've got an unordered list. Inside of my unordered list, I'm going to say if there is no characteristics, we're going to say, yep, you don't have any characteristics yet. So some of these, no characteristics. I love that. I do answer those kind of questions in the course, by the way. Yeah. So here we're going to have chatbot characteristics map through every single characteristic and drop a list item. Obviously, when you're mapping through anything, pass a key in, and list this gives it a little dot for the bullet point. Characteristic.content, we'll list it out so you can see sales robot. Nice. Now for the unordered list, we are going to make it small text because I don't really need that to be very big. Extra snacks. I would love to have your energy in the course. Hackback. Definitely check it out. Got grid here. So I want to make this way more easier to read. So grid, columns, 2. Oh dude, look, like that. Jay screenshot that. I love that. I absolutely love that. Tino goes, it will change your life. It did for me 100%. Like, I appreciate you guys so much. When I see stuff like that, it makes me really just want to work forever. Honestly, I'll keep doing this forever to keep giving back because it absolutely makes everything worth it. A little bit of minor styling here, guys. Bit of padding. Oh, padding 5. There you go. And that, look at that, just changes the whole look. Like, look how good that is. If I click into it now, takes me to the edit chatbot for that screen. Look, test, take me to that one and so forth. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Cool. Now the overall div above the avatar. This one has flex justify between items centrally aligned. Okay, so that was the last little bit. Okay, cool. So we now need the number of sessions, right? So I don't actually think I have that. So we're gonna have to have a little fetch that will handle that. So link. So underneath the unordered list, here we're gonna say number of sessions with a p tag. And because we're in grid layout, it will nicely stack up with the next two elements being perfectly aligned. So you see that? Perfect, good. All right, chatbot chat sessions. Oh yeah, of course, guys. This is the best part about GraphQL because we've automatically pulled in. You see, like when we do GraphQL queries, right? We can just go ahead and say, give me the chat sessions as well as the messages. I don't need to do a second query. I've already got the information popped in, right? Love you guys, man. So talented. Love your energy, dude. Absolutely awesome. Do you have time to just best tools for the job? Slowly, best tools for the job now. even like hardware. Right, so that's awesome, guys. Look, sales robot. Let's add a couple of characteristics here. Let's go ahead and say something like, this is a test. You are the best robot there is. There. You pray to the gods of robot world, right? Something like that, I don't know. All right, then we click on edit. Let's do a little refresh. Sorry, not edit. You click in. Oh, look. Sales robot, this is a test. You are the best robot there. You pray to the gods of the robot world. Cool. Awesome stuff. All right. Works. All right. Next up. That means we got that down, guys. Look at that. We got this working. We can train our robot up. Now we got the view sessions, which we haven't yet created. But before we do that, let's go ahead and actually jump into this section here. So right now, I'm going to actually add in Sunny's robot, which is let's go to chatbots, 0 to full stack hero, chatbot. If we pop my ID in there, save that change. I've given that robot now to Sunny, I believe. So if I refresh my page, we should have the 0 to full stack hero bot. Yes, I highly recommend you do that, by the way. So you get your user ID and you just copy it into the one of the seed ones that I gave you. And that way you'll have like all this kind of perfect example stuff. And look at that. Look at that sticky header. Oof. So nice, right? Guys, almost at 300 likes. Destroy that like button. There's so much value in this video. It's crazy, right? So at this point, now what we're going to do is we're going to build out the chat portion of it. So we're going to do the really cool part, which is here. So if I go into this bit, this part right here. So the modal, and even if you try and type in and you haven't put your name in, it will always make you do the modal. And we even got validations. We've got Zod for form validations. I didn't even mention at the beginning, and now you're going to learn Zod. All right, so crazy stuff. We're going to build this part, which is the actual chatbot experience. Okay, so let's do all of that right now. So, and then after that, we will have the messages, which we can go ahead and view in here. Actually, you know what? Let's do the view first. Yeah, because we have got test messages here already. So we can actually test it with the seed data. Perfect. That was why I did that in the first place, right? I thought about that. Now it makes perfect sense why I did that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do view sessions. So we're going to do, while we're on the admin panel, let's finish the admin panel. So we've got inside the admin panel, we're going to have the view chat. No, it's going to be review sessions. Sorry, review sessions. And this one is going to have not only a top page, so it's going to have a page.tsx, but it's also going to have a embedded, like, you know, a wildcard page. So / review sessions /1, review sessions /2, and so forth. So page.tsx here as well. Let's get this one prepared. Review session page. So review session, that one can be. And then this one can be RFCE, review sessions, plural. Okay, cool. So let's do the homepage of review sessions first, guys. We're going to go ahead and firstly, this is a server component, which actually simplifies things quite heavily. So first up, we're going to do our little authentication check to see if the user is authenticated. This is a top level async await, which because we're in a server component, we can do that. We can go ahead and check that. Next up, we're going to make a query to the database. So we're going to get our server client. The query that we're doing is get user chatbots. Okay, so we don't actually have this yet. So inside of our queries, we're going to create a get user chatbots, right? So it looks something like this. So we're going to go ahead and do this, hit save. This is what we need. We simply need to pass in the Clerk user ID. So we now have the user ID. Great. We can import our get user chatbots. And then these type definitions are going to help protect us from making a mistake when we go ahead and, you know, pop in our variables here. It's like so. So head over to types, go down to the bottom, pop in the following two types. The first one returns a chatbot. The second one is simply what variables we expect to pass in. Simply import them like so, boom and boom. And don't do that. That one is not getting imported. Why not? Let's do variables. Okay, that's weird. Variables. Interesting. Okay. Oh. I done something stupid. Sorry, I messed up. That's for later. There you go. That's the one. All right. Okay, user chatbot variables. Nice. Okay, now who's coding along with me still? I want you guys to keep your energy high, right? So this one, user ID, get user chatbot variables, user ID, Now this is freaking out because oh no, I messed that up. So this is not this. This is actually, this is the wrong thing. That is what I want. Yeah, user ID. See, that's why TypeScript is so effective, because it makes sure that you stick to what you're supposed to do. All right, next up, we're going to sort the chatbots by the user. Now, what I'm actually doing here is I'm doing the following. I'm making sure that we show the most ascending. We're basically setting up an ascending order, right? And really what's happening here is we're actually making it so it puts all the ones with the Sunny, what energy you want, in a good way. I hope a good way. I know I'm crazy right now. Honestly, we're building, right? So at this point now, I'm going to go ahead and do a sort. So this is a sort. It returns back a chatbot array. And then this is mapping through. And we're basically mapping through, copying all the chatbots in. We've got the chat sessions, we're sorting through. And really what's happening here, guys, is we're actually going ahead and returning. We're sorting it in a way so it shows all the chats with chats, all the chatbots with chats at the top, and then the ones that don't have chats are at the bottom. That's actually what we've done, right? As well as make it in ascending order. Okay, so next up we got this pub pam energy is crazy. That's what it's about. All right, so next up we're gonna have H1 and the H2. So here, boom, H1 and H2. So let's go ahead and pop this in. So let's go over to our review sessions, chat sessions, review all the chat sessions that you've had. There you go. We actually have all the chatbots here. But what I'm actually going to do is firstly style up the div. So it'll be flex1, and then it'll be a padding x of 10, like so. And then what I want to do is I'm going to say chatbot sessions. And we're going to pass in the chatbot. So we need to create this component. Okay, so we're going to create this component now. So heading over to our components, we're going to go ahead and create a chatbot sessions.tsx, right? So this component now is going to be a React functional component. We're going to go ahead and it's going to be a client component, like so. We're going to go into our review session and we're going to import it like so. Okay, now we're going to go over here and this is going to accept chatbots. Okay, we import the chatbots. Great, cool. So we got the chatbots in. Next up, what we're doing is we're sorting. I think we already sorted the array, to be fair, so we don't need to sort them. I think I messed that one up. But if you do want to have an additional sorting step, I'm going to pop it in anyway so you can have it. Yeah, essentially all I did here was took an empty bit of state, right? You could even initialize it with the chatbots, to be fair. So you could go ahead and do that, really. And then we basically go ahead and when it mounts, when we pass in the chatbots, it simply sorts them based on the sessions.length. Oh no, so sorry, this one. So first thing, by the way, guys, Jay, let me know, do we have any DMB stat tracks? The first one behind, so in the beginning, review sessions. This one sorts the sessions by ascending order. So look, the created at ones, right? So it shows the most created recent ones. And then the chatbot sessions here is where I actually do the chat sessions length. So the ones with 0 go to the bottom. That's really what it's about, right? So I'm going to actually pull up Jay's playlist, I think now. So I think his playlist might do better for me. This is it. Okay, this gets me kind of higher up. Oh, my neck. Man, I've been like spending way too long on this chair. And it's a Herman Miller, so still, it just goes to show. It doesn't matter how long you sit sometimes, it's crazy. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and have an accordion now. So if you don't know what an accordion is, go head over to Shadcn. An accordion looks like so, boom. This is what we're gonna have. And essentially what it looks like is this. We're trying to build this, look. Okay, so let's do that. So chatbot sessions is what we're trying to build out now. So the accordion, yeah. So that's what I was doing. So accordion, head down here, npm shad add accordion. So install that, boom. And we're gonna have a little bit of what? New places giving me South London vibes. Yeah. We mix it up here. Okay. This is Jay's playlist actually. Believe it or not, right? Jay's in some South London vibe. Roadman. All right, so we're going to import this, the accordion. So essentially, done. Right? So in this case, we've got everything looking pretty cool. So this is how we're essentially going to break it down. All the code examples, by the way, they have really good examples inside of here. See that? So you can kind of see for yourself how to build it out, and then you can reverse engineer it as you need it, or you can follow along the tutorial. But it's always good to know yourself how you do it. So we've got the accordion, which is the outside. Yeah. And then inside of here, we're going to basically map through each of the sorted chatbots. Okay. So first up, the accordion type is called single, and it's going to be a collapsible accordion. Secondly, we're going to map through all of the chatbots like so. Okay. So we're mapping through all of the chatbots, and then we're not doing a direct return. We're actually checking to see, does it have sessions? If it does have sessions, we're going to style it accordingly, right? We're going to style it a little bit different. So we're going to return. It's freaking out because I ain't got. Yes, 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 yes. I always hate this sometimes. There we go. It's like a game sometimes of finding where the hell it is. Okay, so we got the div. So here, it's not going to be a div. It's going to be an accordion item. Accordion item. Each one has got a key. And it's going to be the chatbot ID. As well as a key, it's going to have a value and a class name. Okay, so the value is important. You need that here. That's going to tell it which one essentially is open. So we're going to say item chat ID, chatbot ID. And then firstly, we're going to render out two different UIs. Okay, so firstly, we're going to render out if it has got sessions. That's the first one. So has sessions. And then we're going to render out the following, else we're going to render out something else. Now, if we don't have sessions, I'm going to render out just no sessions. Okay, so simple as. If we do have sessions, then I'm going to render out a fragment, and inside the fragment, we're going to have an accordion trigger. So accordion trigger, so this allows us to actually click into it, because I don't actually want it to be clickable if you don't have any clickable elements. So you see this? This shouldn't be clickable, whereas this one should be a trigger. So that's what we're doing. Roshan goes, hi there, Sunny. I'm really trying to get into web development and learn JavaScript and React. Where should I start and how to track my progress? Builds just like this. Zero to Full Stack Hero, amazing place for you to learn. You've got all the modules to start from the beginning, and you've got coaching calls every week. Check out the link in the description, popreact.com/course, or you can watch out my free YouTube stuff. It depends on what level or speed you want to go at. Okay, so we've got the accordion trigger first, and then in here we've simply got a div, and I'm just going to pop this in and show you what I'm actually popping in. So accordion trigger essentially has the avatar that we're all familiar with, a bit of styling, another div with the chatbot name and the number of sessions, right? So pretty simple what's going on there. Siva goes, Sunny, you're great, man. I was expecting a project on Postgres Next.js. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Right, and then after the trigger is basically what the content is, right? So once it opens up, so trigger is the top. When you click it, well, this is the content. This is the content. So the content is going to be in its own right a separate section, and inside of here, this one firstly is going to be styled, so we can have some kind of styling here. So if I was to go ahead and do a refresh now, look, you can see look, no sessions, but this one has 7 sessions. So the accordion content now is empty. So we're going to go ahead and populate this. And what I'm doing is I'm essentially mapping through the chat sessions. So I'll show you. So here, firstly, import next link tag. And here, so we have the chat sessions, we map through it. Then we have the link tag. So essentially all of this is inside of a link tag. React time ago, we'll handle in a second. I'll show you how it works. We have the session's name, so the guest name. In this case, it will always be there, but I've just got to fall back to say anonymous if they didn't. But you wouldn't actually be able to get to that point. It's just a bit of a sort of step, right? A defensive call. And then we've got React time. We could say this chat was like 3 minutes ago. Aisha goes, this is on fire. Live coding plus debugging, 100%. That's it, honestly. That's what it's about. All right, React time ago is next. So React time ago, very cool library. It actually just takes the timestamp and gives us back what we essentially will have, like if it a relative time scale, so 5 seconds ago, 6 seconds ago, and it updates accordingly. So I'm going to introduce that by saying npm i React time ago, and we're going to import that into our library. And once we've done that, it won't actually work. It will say npm i save devs. You have to actually install the type definition separately. So you can do it just like I showed you. And then once that's done, boom, in 3, 2, 1, it's gone. All right, that was smooth. All right, and so at this point, we can uncomment this, pass in a date object from the session created at, and then just like that. How? Look, 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, and so forth, because that's a lot more readable. Right now, the only thing I'm missing with this is the background colors don't look good. It's not very clear, the separation between each item. So I want to get the separation a little bit nicer. I think the accordion, where have I not done that correctly? The accordion item, perhaps. So padding X of 10, padding Y of 5. Background white should have been at the top. That's where I messed up. Background white. There we go. So now if you compare it, look at that. Boom. And look at that. Tino Taylor. Yo, Tino. Oh, nice. Look, you guys went on there. Let's have a look. Tino 8 music. Oh, okay. So I can't obviously see that one, but if I check it, oh, I was curious to see that one actually. Let me see. Would it show on this one? Okay, it won't show on that one because I'm logged into a separate thing. But yeah, look, Tino was on it. Repon was on it. Test user. A few other people on it. Nice. Repon, so I see you. So now we're going to go ahead and actually have the click-throughs, right? So at this point, no session if it's there, but otherwise, if it is, we're going to click it and you should be able to see the chat. So example, you should have like this chat view. So that way, obviously, it's really important as an admin to basically be able to come in and be like, okay, actually, this is what's going on here. So I can improve my chatbot and so forth. So this is where we have the individual chats. Okay, so let's do the individual chat. So all right, we're drinking electrolytes today. Keep extra sharp. Okay, so inside of review sessions ID page.tsx, this is where we basically carry on. Now remember I told you the trick earlier, we can get the params out of here. So params, and then the ID is the wildcard. Okay, so once you've got that, we can go ahead and do a little bit of type check-in, and that's how we get the ID for the page that we're on. Now this is going to be, I'm going to make sure it's forced dynamic, so it's not, I don't want it to cache this page because I always want to see the most up-to-date value. Because think about it, if someone's chatting with it dynamically, every time I refresh, I want to see that latest bit of chat. Okay, now we need to make a get chat session messages query call. Okay, big little mouthful there, but let's go ahead and do that. So here is what we're essentially doing. Now don't get freaked out, I'll break it down, it makes sense. It's no different to what we did before, except this part we're just destructuring a load of it, right? So if you look at that now, that's a lot less scary, right? So what we're doing is we're destructuring the chat session out of it to make the rendering easier. After we import our server client, we need our types here. So we need to make a query called get chat session messages. Okay, so we head over to our queries and get chat session messages, just like any other. You can put it at the bottom. Boom, get chat session messages. It takes an ID which is an int. Okay, so we need to make sure we pass it in an int. And then we got get chat session message response and get chat session message variables. So let's go ahead and add those types in. So we've got these two types here. Okay, in fact, just to keep it super consistent, I don't like how that's at the bottom. There you go. Yeah, that's how it should be. Nice. All right, so you got the response and then the variables. Pull those in so we can go ahead and type check what's going on. Pull in our query, pass in the ID that we get from our dynamic wildcard, and then we basically are saying the ID is a string and we're passing it, right, as an int. We don't even need to do it as a string, it's already a string. So we pass it, right? So there we go, boom. Now, with this in mind, you've got the chat sessions down. This comes through on GraphQL, and I'm just basically pulling the pieces of information that I want out because I'm going to use this when I build out the page. Okay, so next up we have a H1 and a P tag in the beginning to start things off. So we have the session review. Let's go ahead and show it so that you can see. Now, obviously, if I show you back to this, right, it's cool to see here 1 hour ago, but when you're in the session, you should be seeing the actual time itself because that's more helpful for an admin. Now, next up, we have the flex 1 to make sure it's using the full width that it can. Padding of 10 to give it a bit of breathing room, and pad the bottom out so you can scroll down past the white space, right, once we fill it out. Next up, we have a H2 to say underneath all of this. Between you know, whether it's 0 to full stack hero and Tino Taylor, right? So Tino's getting free advertising there, right? So in this case, you got the H2 there. So this is between the 0 to full stack hero bot and Tino. So Tino, your messages are going to come out very soon. Whatever you said, be prepared. Warn me. So in this case, we got a little subdivider there. And then we're going to have the messages. And this is actually going to be a reusable component that we end up reusing for the actual chatbot itself, right? So we're going to build this out right now. And then when we actually come to build the chatbot, it's going to be a lot easier than you think. So in this case, we've got the messages and we've got the chatbot name that are passed through. Not these, we don't need that. We've just got the messages is a component that we need to go ahead and create. So let's go ahead and create a component called messages.messages.tsx. Right, boom, RFCE. And now over here, we've got our messages. Messages accepts two things. It accepts the messages and the chatbot name. So over here, we get the props. We can destructure the props like so, get rid of that, get the messages and chatbot name. And then from here, we can go ahead and type check them. So do not do that, right? You do not want to do that. Instead, you want to do message type. So array of messages and do your string, chatbot name. Cool. Now with this is going to be a client component. So this is going to be a client component. And we're also, the reason being is because as the user types in, like typically this is going to be scrolling down with them. So I need a window to be able to check and attach a reference to do that little trick when they scroll down. Now, before we carry on, this is using DaisyUI. Okay, so head over to DaisyUI.com. Once you're at DaisyUI, head over to install. Now, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to say npm I developer dependency DaisyUI at latest. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in like so. So boom, pop that in. Then you can see add DaisyUI to tailwind config. You can simply do it this way as well. So import ESM. So let's go to our tailwind config. Boom. Go to the top, import DaisyUI. From DaisyUI, go to the plugins, simply throw it in. So in this case, go to the plugins, dash it in like so, and then come down here. Next.js, you got example repos. If you do get stuck, we don't get stuck here. We're good now. So we got past that point. Now, if you go back, I'm going to show you. If we go to our terminal, you'll now see if we restart the terminal, we'll see DaisyUI actually shows up. Look. I love that, Jay. We should see DaisyUI pop up now in a second. Let's give it a go in. Let's just pop in actually. Let's see. I believe it may be because, yeah, there you go. Look, DaisyUI. Ignore the errors. Look, DaisyUI, 2 themes added, start. There you go. So now we're going to import our messages component. Chatbot name is not getting passed in happily. Chatbot name. Oh, this is in capital B. What the hell? All right, let's go ahead and do this. Chatbot name. No, we don't want that. We want lowercase. There you go. And the messages. Boom. So now we've got DaisyUI. DaisyUI is awesome because we've got stuff like messaging. So where is it? Message. Chat bubble. Is it? Chat bubble. Yeah. I like this. Look, this is what I used. It's actually, it saves you such an annoying little thing that you just think should be simple, but it's kind of weirdly not. So boom, we use it for that. So if you're wondering how I got my styling, that's one way of doing it, right? So cool. Next up, we've got the div outside, and then we're mapping through all the messages here very simply. So we're saying messages.map for every single message. We're going to do a implicit return, right? And then we render out the message itself. Now the message is going to be encapsulated in a div. First things first, we give it a key. So message.id is going to be each individual message, right? Now you can see the nice thing about SQL database is every single thing is structured, which means that IDs, all that stuff, very simple to go ahead and have. Now, in this case, we've done an implicit return. Now, I don't want to do that fully because I need to have a little check before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an explicit return. So I can have a coding line here and say is sender, and I can go ahead and say message.sender equal to user. So in this case, sender is either going to be one of the two, AI or user always. And we set that up when we set up our database, and we had type checks to make sure this was the case. So if I'm going to say, if it's the user, if it's not the user, then it's the sender, right? Now, I don't even know if I got that right, to be fair. I got a bit confused. It's either sender or receiver, or whatever the case. I just need to know if it's one of them, you know? So that way I can style it accordingly. Okay, cool. So at this point now, I can firstly do my little bit of conditional styling straight off the bat. I can go ahead and say class name, chat If it's the sender, it's the chat start. Otherwise, it's the chat end. And it's going to be relative because we're going to have a bit of text maybe floating around in it. Yeah, Sam and Ian are watching from Kenya. Mwai Sam, what's up, man? I see you. Okay. So in this case, now, I also want to do a little bit of a different thing. So if I'm on the review page, then we should see timestamps. If I'm not on the review page, so if I'm actually chatting to the bot, I don't want to see timestamps. So how can we do that? Well, we simply say constant is reviews page, and we simply say path. We need to actually use path name. So here we can go ahead and do use path name, and then here we can say path dot includes review sessions. And now we can go ahead and see if it's in the reviews page or not. In reviews page, so in this case now, first up we can go ahead and say if it's a review, if reviews page exists, what have I done here? Is reviews page, sorry, is reviews page, then sent, basically it will show the message, right? And that one is going to be absolute bottom 5, sorry, text small, text great, and that will be next to the bubble like so. Okay. Next up, we've got the actual div. Now inside this div, I've simply got two things. I've either got the avatar or the user circle or the avatar. Okay. Avatar we can import from our things. User circle we import as well. This chatbot name. Have we got the chatbot name? Yeah, sorry, I've got the chatbot name. So my one is actually just lowercase. In the build that I did before, it was just uppercase. It's fine. Go ahead and do that. Now you can see we've got a message. Nice. Okay. And if I go to, I want to see actually go to view sessions. We should have one example here, guestery, where look, there's a chat going on. One chat, and so forth. Yeah. So we're already starting to see a bit of a chat being built out. Underneath that div, all coaching advice, all inside 0 to full stack hero, guys. I can't answer the coaching kind of stuff right now, especially when I'm coding live. It just I can't do that. Can't do that much, right? I can, but it's gonna take away from the experience. All right, next up, we're gonna style out a p tag. All right, this p tag is gonna be inside here, like so. And if I just typed in like hello, for example, you'll now see, look, so that's just gonna be help us set things up. But before we can carry on, what I actually want to do is this div for the is sender part, I actually want to have string interpolation, and I'm going to style it accordingly. So here, it's going to basically be chat image avatar, right? Avatar is actually all built into DaisyUI with the 10. And if it's not the sender, then a margin right at 4. So that way it gets pulled to the side a bit more. And already you can see it's starting to look a bit better. Okay. Now, if I were to be a bit lazy here, you could just go ahead and just kind of be happy with this message.content, and already look, you kind of get the chat. Okay, so that's cool and all, but I want to have like markdown. Remember in the beginning what I showed you, it was showing me tables and all sorts and different things like that. That's called React Markdown, that allows us to do that. So I'm going to show you how you can really get beautiful looking stuff come back to you in that sense. So right now, firstly, I need to have a bit of styling around this also. This div, I'm going to make it a bit easier. I'm going to say firstly flex 1. So use up the full space. It's going to be a flex column, overflow y auto. So overflow y is going to be auto, space between each y component of 10. So it's got breathing room, way too cramped. Padding y of 10, so it's got a bit more room from the top. Padding X of 5, so we've got padding from the sides. Background white, and I want to round the corners off, so rounded LG, boom. Okay, so look at that. I was actually wondering how, yeah, so honestly, I'm going to be using React Markdown today. I'm not 100% sure how they probably do it, but look at that. I mean, already, phew, nice. Yeah, cool. So at this point, looking sick, we need React Markdown. So I'll show you. Essentially, I'm actually going to show you the web page for this. So React Markdown component for React. So here you can see React component to render Markdown, right? So you can go ahead and check it out yourself down here. They got a live demo, I believe. Let's see our demo. And look, you've actually got some pretty cool, like, look how cool this is, guys. Like, all this kind of stuff, right? So I noticed that it was returning the responses in OpenAI as Markdown. So I was like, okay, I have an idea here. Why don't we just implement React Markdown? So that's exactly what I did. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead, pop in my second terminal, npm I React Markdown, quick little water break while that happens. Cool, guys, almost at 300 likes. Just keep smashing that like button. That's it. These videos are free. They're growing. They're literally free value. Jay, we need to change the title afterwards because people are getting confused what Intercom is. I think an AI chat assistant is going to help everyone out way more. Like a full stack. Like, give me title suggestions in the comments right now. Yeah, there you go. Give me title suggestions. Jay, save some of the title suggestions because you guys are watching right now. What would you like this video to be titled? That makes sense. Okay. So first things first, we're going to pull in React Markdown, and also there's one called React GFM. I can't even remember what that was for. That one was for plugin. That was a plugin, yeah, for like tables and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, that was for the table plugin. So we're gonna also install that. Command J, Command J, npm I, and this one's gonna be React Remark GFM. So you feel free to Google it, but Remark GFM is for essentially tables. So I'll just show you. Screw it. It's like adds in a couple of extra additional things. All right. So in this case, I mean, you can check out a demo for yourself. I'm going to show you in action. Always funner just to see it in action. So now we've got the two things that we need. Go up to the top. We can go ahead and import it like so. Boom. React Markdown, Remark. There you go. So instead of the simple message content, I am being super extra and I'm wrapping it in React Markdown. Okay, so first things first, pop it inside there. Second thing we're going to be doing is passing in the plugins and also a class name to say Remark plugins. There you go. Right, break words, and that means that if it gets a huge response and so forth, and then you can customize all the components. Now I've done the hard job for you and I've gone ahead and actually customized a ton of them for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is put them on the screen and show you each one that I've done. So component, I've customized unordered lists so they look the following way. Ordered lists I've gone through, and I honestly was playing around with this for ages, you can imagine. H1 I've changed, H2, H3 I've changed. Tables, I've gone ahead and actually built out a table for it. Table header, I've gone ahead and designed. P tags, I've said that they should look a certain way. A tags as well, I've showed them in a certain color. So this is where you can really go ahead and customize as much as you want, right? So that's how we get that magic of it looking really nice. Right now you can't see it, but once we go ahead and drop some links and stuff, you'll actually be able to see the full breakdown of it. Okay, now the next step is a little trick. Okay, now the trick is, if every time the user types right in this message box, you want to basically scroll them to the bottom, so you've got that nice kind of OpenAI chat feel, right? So the way you do this is you have a div at the bottom of the file underneath the chat, so it's still part of the container, but it's its own little div, right? And then what you do is you have a reference at the top like so, and all you have to do is create a use effect which basically says every time the messages change, which means that someone basically just went ahead and added a message, then what you're going to do is you're going to say ref.current. If there's a reference connected, which is in this case it will be because we connected it down at the bottom, we're going to do ref.current.scroll into view with smooth behavior. Okay, and that's how it now scrolls down. This will happen because there's a little mismatch between the timings and stuff like that. Don't worry about it. This will go away once you come back. So now if I do this, you see that? Boom. Look at that, guys. Absolutely awesome. Oh, look at this. So Repon was having a course. I want to talk with Sunny. Sunny's always around for our amazing community. Look at that. Look. Oh, this is cool. Give me link. Guys, that's cool. Look, one of our students actually had it. I had a chat with him, you know. This is sick. All right, test user, test. So some people aren't chatting with him fully. And obviously at this point, you can really go ahead and eradicate the chats with zero. You could have a cloud function or cron job, which runs at every interval to clean up the database and so forth. You can really take it as far as you want. Yo, what's up, It's man? So look at this. We've got the chat down, looking awesome. So we've got two things now to really do. Okay, I think now, because this reviewing section is done, I think now what we should do is go ahead and basically have the logged out state first, and then I'm going to show you the juiciest part of all, which is the actual chatbot, right? So you got to stick around for the chatbot, right? So in this case, that's the part where you click this and you see the actual chatbot, right? So a little demo of that before we jump into it. We're going to go ahead and do this section soon. So boom, when you click this, when you go ahead and pop in your name, sunny@abc.com. Oh, this is such a beat. And then look at this. And then look, so now if we chat to it, you can say hi and so forth, right? And it'll go and chat. So this is what we still have to build. But trust me, this is a breeze compared to what we've done. This is already using the message component. So we've done already the hard stuff, guys. It's just this UI and then boom, we're good. Okay. Let's carry on. Definitely elevate the energy. Yeah, it was sick, right? These beats are sick. This is Jay's playlist. I've been stuck in a job where we work with app script and there's a lot of scripting work. I'm having a hard time switching job into proper dev role. Sorry for that. Don't worry, dude. I would recommend, if you want advice for that, Zero to Full Stack Hero, link in the description. Join us. I promise you, advice is all there, right? So we help a lot of the time with this kind of questions. Let's carry on, guys. So we're going to have the logged out state. So if I log out now, look, it kicks us to this point. Look. So firstly, who likes that? I mean, that looks so nice, right? No worries, Emmanuel. I appreciate you. Look at that. Look, so nice. And this is using Clerk's sign up elements, right? So absolutely beautiful stuff from Clerk, because honestly, that's the beauty here. I've just kind of added this few stuff here, but we're going to go ahead and build this screen, right? And then we're going to go ahead and build the chatbot screen. So I'm going to do that right now, and I'm going to show you how we do it. Boom. Layout here. So over at the layout section here, I'm actually going to do it at the layout admin. Yeah, so we'll do it at the layout admin because I'm only protecting the admin part. So there's a few ways you can do this. Now you can either do it in the middleware, so others, a few areas like that. But I'm actually going to do it here simply, and it's not going to be. It's pretty simple actually putting it here. So what do? We say const user ID equals await auth, right? And obviously when we're doing await, we need an asynchronous matching, and then we need to import our auth object. So we've got the user ID now. If there is no user ID, we're not going to just return. We're going to actually go ahead and return a redirect, right? Return a redirect. And remember, because this is server-side rendered, they'll never get through. So they won't even see a little glitch or anything. They just won't get through to this. So boom, redirect login. Do you think Clerk's pricing is reasonable? Yes. I'm not even just joking. Not just because we're sponsored by them. Guys, it's like it's payable. It's free up until your 10,000 active monthly active users. It's around that kind of amount. Like, that's so good. That is actually so good, right? So if you got 10,000 monthly active users and you're not making enough to pay for a subscription, then there's a problem with your model. That's what I would say. Do you have a full-time job or do you run a business? Both. I don't have a full-time job. I work for myself, but it's full-time. Like, I'm flat out working more than anyone that I know who has a full-time job. So that's just a heads up. But in this case, look at this, guys. So if we go ahead and log out now, so if I try and come to any of these pages, it will throw me to /login. So if I go to edit chatbot, see how it throws me to /login? Cool. So now what we do is very simply, we just put a /login screen. So we go to app, admin, guest. Actually, it should be a guest screen because we don't have any styling there. So really, and this really makes sense, right? It should be in the guest one. So /login, /page.tsx, RFCE. Boom. This is going to be a breeze for you guys now. We've done like some hard stuff, right? Login page. So at this point, the login page. Okay. So, yes. So what have I got recruited? How to build a confidence to become a master MERN stack developer. Firstly, don't get obsessed with MERN stack. Secondly, mentorship. Period. I've got mentors. They make me way more confident because they teach me the hacks, the shortcuts to become an awesome developer. I can be your mentor. Period. That's it. That's honestly the key to it all. And then practice. Login page. So, and I'm not just spitting it out for random reasons. Like, it's truth. I do it myself. Like, I have mentors in every area that I want to level up in. Okay. So we got a div surrounding our login page now. And the first thing is I'm going to actually just pop in the styling. Now, or if you really break it down, it's just simple centering. right? This is just simply centering a div, right? With a nice blue background. So you see, centering the div in the blue background. Next up, the div inside is a grid of 2 on a big screen. Otherwise, it's essentially just a div of. I'll tell you what, I'll pop it in. I'll show you. All right. So the first one is the div. So this is a grid of 2. So 1, 2 on a single screen, 1. Okay. So look, grid columns 1, small screens, mediums goes up to 2 screens, a gap of 5. Simple. The next one is this, right? So firstly, the first, we're centering all the items. So flex column, item center, justify center. We've got the div, which is the avatar on the left. So so firstly, we're tackling this one here. Yeah. So if I was to go ahead and minimize this, you'll see inside of these grid columns of 2, one element is this side and one element is the sign inside. Now the sign inside is simply a signing component from Clerk. And all we have to do is say fallback redirect URLs to the home page, and the routing is hash. Routing is hash because it's like a fallback catch-all for what I'm doing right now. So in this case right now, the sign in is one side. So this is the sign in. And honestly, like, look how beautiful that is. And you can customize that as well, right? You can do themes and stuff. And the left side is the styling of that. So what we're going to do is we've got the div for the avatar surrounding the corners and all that good stuff. And then we've got the text saying assistly your customizable agent. So I'm going to hit save and boom, just like that. Like, look how nice that is. Right, you're the only man that makes this type of project on streams. Thanks yourself, Brian. Lots of knowledge. You're absolutely welcome, dude. If you like this, imagine what the course and community is like. That's what the coaching calls in person are like. Like, I can't even stress it. Like, I wish I was part of like another coding community where they did that. Like, because I try and show the bit where I get stuck, and that's the bit that I don't see exposed on YouTube. Like, when I get stuck, you guys see me get stuck, right? Like, guys, look at that. That boom. Looks absolutely beautiful. And that's it. That's the login screen. So now if I do a continue with Google, let's log in. And then we need to do this screen as well. So a few extra screens to do, right? So we got the create. Let's just go through it. Let it test. Create a test. You can see yes, hello, hi. Update this to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You can update that as well. Remove that. Delete the test. Like, when you guys ask me for CRUD applications, I mean, well, how much more CRUD can you get, right? like look at this. Like, we've not just done that. We've done so much more. If we go to a chat that one of us, look, it scrolled me down to the bottom. You notice that? It did the scroll down at the bottom. Awesome stuff, right? So now, if I was to log out, it will throw me back to that page. So just to demonstrate it, look, log out, boom. If I try to go to the edit, chatbot, any admin screen, it throws me straight back. So we're going to log back in now, do the first page, and then the finale is going to be to go ahead and do the chatbot, which is actually the golden gem part. Obviously, if you're watching the replay of this, it's all going to be in the timestamp, so enjoy everything on that side. But this is going to be the home page. So if we go ahead and do app, admin, page, this one. So let's quickly start this one. This one's easy. This one's just like a straight up, like, very simple page I've done. You can really customize this to be, you know, as good looking as you want. In this case, all we've done is we've gone ahead and put a simple button and link. We've got an H1 and H2, so I'm going to pop those in. So rather than these two, this looks like trash. We're going to put H1 and H2. Just says welcome to Assistly. For the styling, padding of 10. Let's see, BG white. Margin 10, so I'll save it as I go so you guys can see it. Round the corners off, and width of 4, right? In future, if I get a chance to meet you, I definitely meet you, sir. Also, a gift to Japan. Honestly, all I care about is you guys have the gift of succeeding, and that makes my absolute day. You have no idea, right? And then we're gonna have a link to say get started with your first build, right? Or get started by creating your first chatbot. There you go. So when you come onto the app now, boom, look at that. It just looks so good, guys. Like, it's so clean. And you click that, it takes you to the chatbot. Boom. Anytime there's a bit of a loading thing going on. Also, you notice how there's a little bit of a loader there, like a little bit of a loading situation. You can actually go ahead and fix that by having a little bit of a loader for any server. So because some of these are server rendered routes, so what we can do is, where we have page here at the top level in admin, where we have page and layout, I'm going to add a loading.tsx file, and inside of here, all you need to do is put a loading functional component. So in this case, just change it to loading. And I've just got an avatar spinning around in circles, right? So now look at that. anytime we're being blocked on a server component, we get a little spinner now. So if I was to refresh, look at that. Oof, so nice. So nice. Look at that. Cool. So now you got like loaders everywhere if you need it. Awesome stuff to stop your user from wondering, is it working? I'm clicking this thing and nothing's happening. Right, so homepage done. Now, guys, we just have the chatbot to do. And you're probably wondering, Sonny, just the chatbot? Yeah, it's the fun part, guys. That's why I left it here. So we've got the guest chatbot to do. So admin panel, essentially done, right? I think it's actually done. Yeah, so admin panel next, we have the chatbot page. So chatbot, and then the chatbot page has a /. So in this case, it has another page inside of it with the ID. And that has the page inside of it. Okay, so inside of the chatbot, we have the page. And now this is where, this one's a big one. All right, so RFCE. So this is the chatbot page. Now, if you're wondering, quick little recap, guys, of what we're building right now. I'll log into my account to show you. EJ Michael, what's up? I see you. Whereas in this case, let's go to edit chatbot. Say for this one, for example, say if I click into a build, we're building this entire thing right now. Okay, this entire flow with the modals and everything. Right, look how smooth it is. Oh my God, you're gonna learn how to build all that. All right. So firstly, it is a client component. Of course, we have so much interactivity on this page. It's going to be a big one. I'm warning you now. This is a big one. Okay. So first things first, we're going to have a dialogue. Okay. So we need a dialogue to pop up. So let's go to chatbot /11 right now. Why is it not detecting that as well? /chatbot. Okay. So it's put chatbot inside of login, which is wrong. You want to make sure it's outside of login. See that? And you want to test it to make sure at this point you should be seeing /chatbot /11 working. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is we need the query params from the page. So the dynamic wildcards, you can go ahead and get the params like so, like we've been doing. So you can go ahead and say this params ID string like so. Okay. So awesome stuff. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we got the chatbot page, and if I was to just prove to you, we go : ID, boom, just like that, chatbot page for 11, right? So this is where essentially we're going to turn that into that, fully interactive, right? You're probably wondering, how is he going to do that? I'll show you. All right, go to dialogue. Like, can I just stress as well? Do you see how big these builds are? Like crazy levels, right? There's levels to this. Like, I do this because I'm like, how can you beat this level of value on YouTube? Like, I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it. There's a level of pride behind this, right? Well, I want the Papa Fam to be the best damn coding community on the bloody planet, period. All right, that's why we're working with people like IBM, Neon, StepZen, all these cool guys, Microsoft, like everyone. This is so cool, all right? We even worked with Azure, all of them. Oh my God, this is crazy. We just got work with Google now. All right, so we got this, the chatbot page. Okay, so go to dialogue, install the dialogue, which we did already. Import the following. The dialogue's pretty big, so here now, this is the dialogue section. So we actually need a few pieces of state here. I'm gonna just prepare ourselves. Initially, yo, thank you so much, Emmanuel. I appreciate that. $2 donation. Hey, Sonny, my dad watches you. I love your vids. Yo, that's so cool, man. My dad watches you. I love your vids. Yeah, I love that, Jay. That's so sick. We're going to have a couple of pieces of state here now. We're going to use these pieces of state throughout, okay? So here we've got the message array, a couple of things, right? Now, all of these things we're going to go ahead and use. Like, you know, we've actually made already £40, I think, in just donations. That's crazy, yo. Thank you so much, guys. All right. So these are a couple of state pieces that we're going to need for, you know, getting this ready, getting things set up. But now let's get the dialogue set up first, right? So here, first things first, we're going to put the dialogue. Firstly, we start off with the dialogue, right? So let's do a dialogue itself. And this is obviously going to have is open or on dismiss or open on open change. On open change, set is open. Actually don't need that, you just do this. And then here you just say open, not is open. Yep, so there you go. So that's firstly the dialog itself. Then you have the dialog content, okay? This is where the rest of it lies. So dialog content is essentially just going to be the content inside the dialog, right? Which is essentially this right now. So right now it starts off as open. So this is a cool little tutorial showing you how it's going to come together. Then we have the form itself inside. So we have the form. Cool. And now inside the form, we have the dialog header. So header is pretty straightforward, fairly simple thing. Pop it in. Let's help you out. Just need a few details to get started. Then we have a div inside, which is going to represent the body. Now the first bit of the div is going to be a label and an input field, okay? So the first bit is going to be a label and input field. So firstly, label, I need to install the input field I've already installed. So label is inside of here. Label is this one. So Command J, boom, install that. And then once that's done, Control spacebar, and don't do it from Radix, yeah? UI, do it from components. Okay. Now, look at that. You can see name John Doe. Cool. That's fine for now. And then we've got another div underneath, which is going to say email. So this is underneath here. It's going to be for the email. So you see here. Why is it back to front? Interesting. I think I'll fix it afterwards anyway. So I do width 4, flex, background gray 100. And then we have the I know why. Outside the entire div should have a grid gap of 4, padding Y of 4. Forgot to do that. Yeah, there we go. Name, email. Let me have a look at my one. Yeah, it is that one. Yeah, so that's it. I was wondering, I thought it didn't look the same. I don't know why. Anyway, it does. Yeah, so the div is there. Div is there. And then afterwards, we have outside the div, we're going to have a dialog footer. Now this one's just going to essentially have a button. And if the button is loading, so import these. If the button is loading, it's going to say continue, otherwise it's loading. Cool. Now this button should be smaller. I think it does the same on here. Okay, so it actually does the same there. That's fine. I mean, I really like it. This one could be flex 1, I think. So we could actually say width 4 on small, medium. So it's getting limited somewhere. To be honest, that's not a very big deal, to be fair. You can dive into it afterwards. But yeah, I think I might have been here then, width 4. Flex 1 on that. Flex 1 if we make this one flex. It's alright, it's fine. I don't want to dive too far. I'm a bit froggy anyway. But anyway, yeah, so the point is, there you go. Like, as in, there we have it. So if we go, let's help you out. Sunny, Sanga, so Sunny. And you notice how we disable that button based on it, abc.com. And then you see how the submit function is not working. So submit function is here, form on submit. And we're going to have handle information submit. Okay, and then this is the function we need to create. So this one is going to be as follows. So we've got handle information submit. First thing we do is e.prevent default. Prevent the default behavior. And then we're simply going to do set loading to true. We're going to start a new chat, right? And then we're going to set the chat ID to whatever it comes back as, set the loading, and set is open to false. Okay. Now start new chat. Let's do that. So start new chat is actually going to be a API endpoint. I believe it was send message. Was it that? Or let's have a look. Start new chat was, I think it might just be an endpoint, to be fair, but let's have a look where I did it. Oh no, it was actually a big function. I forgot about this. Yeah. Oh wow, that's a big one. Yeah. So this is where we essentially start a new chat session for a given guest. Okay. So what we need to do is go to our lib folder, create a start new chat.ts. Okay. Now this is going to be a bit of a function. Okay. So first things first, we have a function which takes three things. It takes the guest name, the guest email, and chatbot ID, because it's creating a chat between this guest and this chatbot. Okay, so it's creating a new chat session. Think of it that way. Okay, so we've got 3 steps here. Okay, and I've done it very nicely and I've broken it down for you. So we've got a try catch block. Okay, now of course, if anything happens, we just simply error out. We say, okay, something went wrong. Step 1, we're going to create an entry into, let me go ahead and get the client ready so we can go ahead and get this ready. So we need to create an insert message mutation. Let's go ahead and prepare ourselves for that already. So insert message, very straightforward. Let's go into our mutations, pop it in. So this is going to be the insert messages. Takes again the same 3 things. Now, first off, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for the lovely messages. All right, step 1, we're going to create a new guest entry. Okay, so this one, boom. We do it by saying await client.mutate, right? So we're doing a client mutation. Okay, in this case, because we're in a function, we're doing it like this, right? But this is a, don't get twisted, this is a client side mutation. So client.mutate, mutation, GQL, insert guest, right? Now, in fact, this one, I've actually put it inline, but you should even, I would say, you should put this in your mutations folder, but I haven't done that this time. And I don't want to do it right now, if I'm honest. Because then basically you would just go ahead and you see how we've done it here. You essentially would go ahead and do the same thing. So here, this mutation, you would go ahead and pop it here like so. Insert guest. So the insert guest would be the GQL point from here. So essentially we just need to do export, or we should do it. I'm sorry, I'm going to fix it. Insert guest GQL. There we go. Insert guest. I won't be lazy. Yeah. So in this case, boom, mutation is going to be insert guest, like so. The variable is guest name and guest email. Guest name, guest email. Done. Right. Guest ID gets returned as a result of that, because the guest ID comes from the guest result.data.insert_guest.id. So it comes back. Now, step 2. Initialize a new chat session. Okay, so this is the next step. So initializing a new chat session. Okay, I did the same thing for this one. All right, it's fine. Okay, so what we'll do is we got client.mutate, GQL insert chat session. So again, mutations, head over here. We're going to do the same thing. I'm going to say export insert chat session, but instead of this, I'm going to just paste mine so I know it's correct. Insert chat session. I moved it over here. Get rid of that. We can say insert chat session, import it. That's a lot neater. You see that, guys? Super clean. And we pass in chatbot ID and guest ID. So let's just double check chatbot ID and guest ID. Done. Right? That gives us back the chat session result. We enter those values and then we basically get back. And obviously at this point you could do, like we said before, the type definitions to protect yourself, right? At this point, I'm just keeping it very neat, but I'm just explaining to my best like what we can do here. Not to the best, but time-wise as well. Next up, insert an initial message. So imagine you create a new guest, then we create a new guest session with that guest entry. Then we go ahead and insert the first message into the chat, which is, welcome, Sunny. How can I assist you today? Okay. And that one is fairly straightforward. It just looks like this. So we say await mutate. So it says await client.mutate. Insert message, variables, chat session ID. Sender is AI. Remember, it's AI or user. And then this one changes to a dynamic to do. Oh yeah, so I was going to actually do this. You can see I left my own to do, right? So this is what I actually do. I either leave a to do or a fix me. So handy little plugin if you didn't know. But I was going to change this to be a dynamic value so you could change it. But I'll be honest, the build's so big that I thought this is enough. So now it just says, welcome, Sunny, or whatever you put as your name. How can I assist you today? Well, I think that's an awesome natural greeting. But you could obviously, if you're sassing this out, you can go ahead and customize it as far as you want. Okay, now after that, we're going to say in the console, new chat successfully created. Boom. And then we return the chat session ID. So 3 actions are happening here to create a chat session. Hence why I've exported it into a separate file. And then all of that goodness happens if I go to, start new chat. We have to export this function. So we're going to export default, start new chat, go back here, import, boom. Now, when we submit the information, it will start a new chat, and then it goes ahead and sets all the appropriate variables. Now that we've set these variables, we can actually go ahead and render out the front end to respond accordingly. So the pop-up dialog is done, okay? Pop-up dialog looks great. 1 second, I'm just moving the chat a little bit. Okay, so let's have a look at this now. So let's just say like Sunny abc@abc.com. And this would have created a chat session. And you see that? Boom. You see how it says loading, and it was loading on the front screen? That's because we had loading over here, and we disabled based on the loading state as well. Okay, so now we have the caller part, right? We have the next bit, we have the div. So let's carry on. So we got the div. Inside this div, we got another div, right? And first off, you see we've got this, which is the top section here. So this is the top section for the chatbot itself, right? So in order to get this looking nice, I'm going to pop in the chatbot itself. So this div will look like follows. It's going to have the avatar, the chatbot data. We need to fetch the chatbot data. Okay, right now we don't have access to the chatbot data. And then we have a bit of styling. The styling, relatively straightforward, guys. It's just sticking the top to the thing. So when I actually scroll down, this will stick to the top, and this bottom will stick to the bottom. So a couple of different things that I've done here like that. And then the overall styling for the outside, I've just gone ahead and done the following. So you can feel free to pause the video. Again, flex column, few different simple things, max width 3XL, which gives it this look as well. That's how we're essentially going to get that. But chatbot data, let's fix that, because right now, without the chatbot data, you really can't do much. So we're going to use get chatbot by ID, which we actually set up earlier. So we've done the hard work here of actually making our life a little bit easier. Let's go ahead. I keep moving my window. Okay. So in this case, here, use query. We've already got get chatbot by ID. We've already got get chatbot by ID here, and we've got the variables ourselves. So now this is the nice thing, guys. Once you've done it once, look at that. Chatbot ID comes through, sales robot pulls through right there. Just like that, we have the top part starting to populate. Okay. Next up, we have the messages. Now, who thinks the messages is going to be really tricky? Tell me. I'm curious. All right. So one thing that I want to say here is we basically firstly need to do a get messages by chat session ID. Right. So that's the first thing we need to do. So let's call this in. And I believe we did this already. No, we didn't do this already. So we need to do a get messages by chat ID, right? So in this case, we haven't got a query function to do this. So if we go into our types, no, not types, our queries, we actually need to create one called get message by chat, right? So in this case, if I go ahead and do this, right? So get messages by chat session ID. I'm also going to protect ourselves, guys, by having here. So I've only done the response here, but again, remember the same principle applies that I showed you guys before. If we go into our types, in this case, boom, we've got the messages by chat ID response. You can also put in the variables being the chat session ID. So if I went over here now, you can go ahead and do a second one, which is going to be the variables, which is chat session ID. Go back over here, boom. And then we can say messages by chat session variables. There you go, and boom, it does it. Have you ever used push for messaging? Yes, I've done it in a couple of builds as well, guys. So in this case, we have the data now. So the data has the messages inside of it. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take the messages that come through, and I'm basically going to create use effect, which just basically sets my messages locally. Okay. So all I'm going to say is just a use effect. The dependency is the data that is loaded above. Okay, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, and also, guys, by the way, chat ID says skip if there's no chat ID. It just basically as a protective measure. If you didn't pass the chat ID, you wouldn't really get to this page, but still protect defensive programming for the win. It's going to help you in case you get stuck with it, right? Now, here we say if chat.messages, and this is freaking out because messages is not being appended the correct message type. Interesting. So I'm going to double check something. Message. Okay, so my message type here is not okay. That's wrong. Don't do that. This is the wrong. I imported the wrong message. I was wondering. So it's always good to kind of get a reminder every now and then that you're not doing it 100%. So there we go. Now we set the message. So every time we fetch, we basically set the messages. Okay. Now when we set the messages, we can go ahead and do the next part. So who thinks it's going to be tricky to render out the messages? Okay, so let's go ahead and say sunny at abc.com, enter. And now after all that, yeah, you might be wondering, oh man, rendering out the message is going to be a really hard task. You know, it's going to be pretty tricky. What if I told you it's insanely easy because we've already done it. We've already done the reusable programming technique. Look, all we do is we pull in our messages component. We already have the messages over here. The chatbot data came in. The chatbot name itself was there. The only problem here is the chatbot name is lowercase, I think. No, was it that? No, chatbot. Oh yeah, oops. Yeah. And this one was chatbot data, yeah. So now, as soon as I hit save, guys, look. Wait for it. Wait for it. Did it pop in? Okay, let's see. Is it creating that chat as well? So sunnys@a.com. Oh look, yay, there you go. And now we just need a way to go ahead and do it. How many years has it been since Sunny became a developer? I've been coding for like 13 years or so now, I think. Yeah, 13. Messages. Don't worry, guys. It's not about your time. It's just take your time, enjoy the process. Right. The next step is a form, a Zod validation step. Okay, so we need to have a Zod form for the chat here. So you also want the chat to be fresh every time someone comes in, unless you start implementing state for that and all sorts. But right now, I think it's good enough just to focus on the form part. So what we're doing here is we're actually using the form here, guys. So you see this one? We got React-Hook-Form. Now React-Hook-Form, very powerful. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do the import install here. And I'm going to break it down. So step one, we need to import Zod. Okay, so Zod is basically a validation library. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a form schema, basically determine what's going to be inside. So on the chat, so at the bottom here, we just have a message and a send button. And the message is if I have, for example, less than 2 characters, it will go ahead and say, no, your message is too short. Okay. So that's the first step. You just simply go ahead and have that. Now, the second step is you need to go ahead and have you need to use something called use form to create a form instance, right? So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we can do it over here, for example. So in this case, we say use form, pull that in from components UI form, which we just installed. Zod Resolver, we need to install. So Zod Resolver is actually to do with hook form. So I think I need to install that. I don't think I installed that. No, we did install that, yeah. And then Z-infer type of form schema. Expected 1 argument, got 2. What have I done here on that? Use form. Okay, so I haven't even got use form. I haven't installed React-Hook-Form. Okay, what the hell? I did install React. Did the installation fail? React-Hook-Form. Okay, I mean that should have installed everything. Weird. I think it's just my VS Code playing up today, honestly, while I'm live. Yeah, like, look, there we go. It has installed. My IntelliSense is not working the way it should be working. But anyway, use the form. This is the way they recommend to infer the types. The reason being is the resolver basically connects your schema to your form object, and then you can set your default values. Now, how do we use this? Or how do we use this even? Well, it's actually fairly straightforward. You just connect it to their form component, and we just use it their way. So in this case, if we go down to the form, over here, outside of the messages, we basically just pop in a form, which is their form. We have a so it's a parent component, and then basically we're spreading No, we're not making the script to embed the website. I could do that in a follow-up video or inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. But yeah, that's awesome. That's what I'm actually thinking to sort of leave on the cliffhanger side. But yes, right now it just takes you to a separate page, but you can even embed that page in another widget or something, right? So here we have a form inside, and the form inside acts like a normal form, except we have a form field, okay? So the form field has a few things. So first thing I'm going to do is pop in the first field, so a form field. You have something called control. So let's go ahead and import what we need. So form item, form label, form control, and form message. Control space by the end of these brings up that little pop-up. The name is message. And if you see here, if I go ahead and get rid of this, you see it auto completes because that is based on the initial schema that we gave it here. Okay. So heading back down, we have the control, form control. That's how you connect it to the above control that we spoke about. Then you have the render, which is how the form, basically the element gets rendered out. So in this case, we can style it out, right? We've got the message, form control is the input, and then we have the form message itself. Now, form message is essentially just going to be also if it's too short or any of that stuff, like it will come out there. Now, and underneath this, we're going to have a button, right? Simple as, it's going to be a normal button, and it's going to say send, okay? Now, this send is going to be a type submit, just like to be clear with it, and class name is going to be height of 4, okay? Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and check it out. So as you can see now at the bottom, it doesn't look that good because the form hasn't been styled out. So the form, I want to go ahead and say it should be flex. Now pay attention to the bottom. You see that right there? Say flex items should be start, sticky to the bottom. Okay, I want it to be sticky on the bottom 0, Z50, so that way nothing ever goes over it. Space X of 4, drop shadow, do a drop shadow. Large, and then we're going to do a padding of 4 with a background gray and round the corners. So boom. Okay, and just like that now, if I show you, look at that, awesome. If I try and type submit, nothing happens right now. Okay, what's an intercom? Okay, so intercom is like a chat assistant, right? So in this case, that's actually crazy, Jay. We actually really need to go ahead and change that. Yeah, so I'm going to change that. Basically, it's an AI chat assistant. I didn't realize people didn't know what intercom was. I thought it was a really typical thing. Okay, that's cool. So in this case now, we're going to need to handle the submit of the message function, right? That's actually the core part of how this all works. And then we have a send message API route. So just when you thought we were done, there's more. All right, so in this case, boom. Told you I wasn't messing around. The on submit, form.handle submit. You have to wrap the submit handler in what they give us. And then we have to create a on submit function. So the on submit function, let's go. So the on submit function at the top, let's go up here. We're going to create it here. We're going to say asynchronous function on submit. And this is going to have the following. It's going to say values, and it's going to infer from the same schema that we set up earlier. So notice how Z infer type of schema is the same as Z infer type of schema for our form. So we're basically ensuring that the values are coherent, are consistent. We set the loading to true, and we destructure the form values. 4 hour live is wild. Gotta love your perseverance. I appreciate you guys so much. So we destructure it. There we go. First thing I want to do is I'm going to copy the message from the form state into a separate variable. So that way you get like an optimistic feeling. When you hit send, it's like, oh, my message disappeared from my input field. That's always a nice way to do it, right? The second one is if the name or email hasn't been filled out, we want to reopen this box. So if I went in like this and I try to type and say enter, it's going to prompt you again. You'll be like, oh no, look, hit it, prompt, boom, right? So you kind of won't let them get past or send a message if they don't get to that stage. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to handle the message flow here. We're going to submit. So if the message is empty, we're not going to submit. Okay. So we can also disable the button down below if there is no input. Okay. So you can also go ahead and do that. You can do that by form.values, I believe, as well. So let's just try that out here. I think it would be form. You could do it that way as well, to be fair. Form is submitting. So in this case, ABC, form state is valid. Yeah, so you could do that as well. Form state is valid. That's pretty cool. So if it's submitting or form state is valid, that's cool. Go back down. On submit, message trim, boom here. So optimistically update the UI with the UI's message. So basically what we're doing now is I'm going to fake 2 of the messages, right? So this is called an optimistic UI update. It's a good programming practice. What we're essentially doing is we're going to set the local state And this is why we actually set state over here, in case you're wondering, right? We moved it into our own state so we could do this. So what I'm doing here is I'm optimistically creating a user message, which is the one that I just typed in and sent. In addition to that, I'm going to add another one which says that he's thinking. So the AI, he, she is thinking, right? And basically that's going to go ahead and give me the illusion that, oh my God, it's so fast, right? And in the background, while it's doing the API request, when it returns, it will replace the thinking ID with the one that we want to go ahead and put instead, which is going to help us massively, right? So what we do is we go ahead and do the following. So we say, we've got the loading message, which is going to be the AI's loading message where it says, I'm thinking. We set the messages to the previous message as well as those two. So this is called an optimistic update. Okay. Now what we need to do is the actual API call. So we do a try catch block. Oops, don't do that. We do a try catch block. And then if any error kicks off, we're going to throw the error. So firstly, let's handle the negative. We throw that. Cool. And then inside the try, this is where the magic is really happening. The first thing we're going to do is make an API request, a post request to an endpoint. The endpoint is going to be the API send message endpoint, which we're going to create on our side. It's going to be a post request. We're going to pass in application JSON body. We're going to stringify the body. We're going to pass in the name, chat session, chatbot ID, and content. Okay. When it comes back, we're going to get the result of the text that comes back. Like so. You don't have to console log the result. Right? I just did that for a bit of a debugging step. And then we're going to update the AI's response. Okay. So the way I've done this is fairly straightforward, right? So I've basically gone ahead and just spliced out whatever he had. So what we've done here, if the ID of the message was loading, so in this case, look, previous messages.map. So it's basically setting the state to previous messages map messages if the message ID equals the loading message ID. So look at that loading message ID. So if it matched this one, then it would go ahead and replace it with the contents of the message that came back from the AI. So essentially, if I go ahead and explain this, this one essentially updates the loading message for the AI with the actual response. Okay, that, by the way, if you didn't know that, that's a little trick that you can do with VS GitHub Copilot, kind of a handy little trick. Sonny, I can't send another super chat, but can you shout me out when my dad watches this video? Yeah, bro, 100% I can. Emmanuel, I appreciate you. Yes. All right, guys, absolutely killing it. Oh my God, the viewership is insane today, right? Absolutely so close to the end, right? Let's keep going. So we're going to do the API send message API route now. So this is where we have OpenAI's integration. So yes, we have OpenAI today. There we go, right? So we're going to go to our API, and now inside the API, we're going to have a send message endpoint, right? So send message endpoint over here. Let's go to send message. We're going to create a route.ts file. So route.ts file, and now inside of here. So I've properly laid this one out for you guys, so it helps you out. So we have our post endpoint. Now this is where we do all the Next.js like goodness, right? So we've got a couple of queries. We've got a server client. We need to get a few things ready and so forth. But we're going to step by step get it ready. Okay, so first things first, we need OpenAI. So in this case, I'm going to go over to my code over here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so where's... We're going to do npm install OpenAI. Cool. Now, next thing you need is your OpenAI key. Okay, so you are going to need an OpenAI key. So in this case, OpenAI keys. I always forget the keys where they are. OpenAI platform. Go to platform.openai.com. You want to log into your account. So in this case, I'm just going to log into my account on OpenAI. I'll show you where you can get your keys. Now, OpenAI is one of those things, guys. Yes, you do have to pay. In the beginning, you get a free trial, but afterwards, you're going to have to pay. Is it worth it? Well, hell yeah. I use the thing like all the time. I think it's completely worth it. In this case, you would go ahead and click on create new secret key, and then you want to go ahead and create your key, and it will give you the key. It would look something like this, SK something something. You want to go ahead and copy that key. Okay, once you've done that, I'm going to go ahead and show you where to put it inside of your code. So I need you to go over to your environment variable. I'm going to hide mine for a second. I'm just going to go ahead and remove all of the sensitive stuff for now. So give me a second. So I'm going to remove the sensitive stuff for now. So in this case, boom, we have it like so. So environment.local, so env.local. So I'm going to put my OpenAI key in here. So OpenAI key, and then I'm going to paste my key in here. Okay, so I'm going to put my GraphQL key, my Clerk key, secret key, and the OpenAI key that we got just generated in here. Do that and come back to the file. So I'm going to put mine in right now. I'm popping them in. 1 second, guys. I'm doing it, and boom, I'm in. So I'm saved. Now we have our OpenAI key. So next step, we have to prepare OpenAI. So what we do is we create an instance of OpenAI like so. We go ahead and we're gonna import it like so, right? We get const OpenAI. We say const OpenAI equals new OpenAI with the API key from our OpenAI API key, and this is on the server, so it's safe to go ahead and expose that. Otherwise, it just wouldn't expose. It's by default it does that, right? Next up, the values that we pulled through, that we basically sent here inside the chat. So these ones, name chatbot sessions, 4 values. We need to go ahead and pass those values. So boom, we get them like so. Next up, we can go ahead and put a little bit of a debugging message if you want. I did this when I was working just to make sure that I was getting the right sort of step and all that kind of stuff. Then we have a try catch block. Okay, so this is where we start doing a bit of the magic. So let's do a try catch block, and now broken it down into steps. First things first, if there was an error at any point, we're going to handle the negative edge case. We're going to go ahead and say console log next response.json error with the error state of 500. Okay, look at that, guys. That's awesome. So now we've got the try catch block. So here I've broken it down to steps. First step, we need to fetch the chatbot characteristics. Now think about it. What we're doing here is essentially you're chatting to a chatbot. So I need to know a couple of things here. I need to know the chatbot's characteristics so I can basically prepare the completions API from OpenAI to go ahead and basically say, you know, this and this and this and this and this about this topic. So when I ask you the next question I'm about to ask you, you should be well informed, right? So that's essentially what we're doing. So we need to fetch that from the database. So I'm going to show you how we do it right now. So first things first, we're going to basically go ahead and do this. We've done this before as well. We're going to get our server client, our Apollo server client. We're going to go ahead and import all of these. Now, these are no different from the ones we've used before, except we're doing it from the server now. So we go ahead and we get the chatbot like so. Okay. Now, if there was no chatbot, we return a next response error code of 500 or 404 saying chatbot was not found. Step 2, we have to fetch the user's previous messages from the chat. Okay, so we're going to fetch the user's previous messages from the chat, and you could probably pass this in every time, but the chat could get pretty big. So I've offloaded this to the backend. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So we got get messages by chat ID, and we go ahead and pass it and so forth. And just for safeguarding, I found it kept caching sometimes, so I added in a no cache fetch policy. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to get the previous messages. So I'm going to go ahead and get the previous messages like so. Boom. Now what I need to do is OpenAI, so OpenAI's completion API expects data in a certain format. So the data in my database is not the same data that it expects for previous messages. So we're going to do a map function to make sure that it's in the correct data. Let's check it out. So in this case, we've got the formatted messages. I'm going to map through each one. So these are the original messages. And then here we have the message param messages that we're going to go ahead and do right now. So if I go ahead and pop this in, this is actually from OpenAI itself. So we can actually go ahead and make sure that it's in the correct format, right? So what we're doing is we're mapping through the previous messages, and the row, if the message was if the message sender was AI, we turn it to a system message. Otherwise, it becomes a user. If the name was AI, we turn it to a system message. Otherwise, it becomes a name, aka Sunny, for example, if I'm chatting. And the content simply becomes message.content. So that's okay, right? Now, the next step, we combine the characteristics into a single system prompt. So what we do is we basically are going to go ahead, and what I would do here is I'm just basically saying all of the previous messages are just concatenated with each other. And right now it's a very simple example, a high level simple example, but you can see it works. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and prepare the messages to send. So essentially, let's just say we had loads of information about the user. Let's go ahead and check over here. For example, let's go to one of the chatbots. It will go ahead and say you can track the orders on the website, plus our support hours on 9 a.m. Monday to Friday, plus you're a helpful customer support assistant. Okay. Now what I'm doing is this is where really the sign of source comes into it, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually have an array of messages. Okay. Sorry guys, 1 second. we're gonna have an array of messages. Now, the array of messages that we pass in has the first message, which is the system message. This message tells OpenAI what the hell is going on, right? Like, gives it a bit of context beforehand. So you're a helpful assistant talking to Sunny, right? If a generic question is asked, which is not relevant or in the same domain, do not ask. Ask the user. They're only allowed to search for specific content. So you can really dial this one in. Use emojis where possible. It gives it more personality, right? So here is some key information that you need to be aware of. These are elements you may be asked about. And then we basically combine all the system prompts that we basically concatenated, and we prepared them in the correct format accordingly, okay? Now, once we've done that, we pass in all the previous messages so it knows what the chat is. So that way, sometimes you could be like, what did I ask you 5 minutes ago? And it'll say, you just asked me this. Okay, we do that, and then we take the user's message as the final message. And then what we do is we create a chat completion. So step 3 is the final step of this. We go ahead and we use the Completions API, and we're going to use GPT 4.0. I've got something in my eye. Oh God, 1 second. I've got something in my eye, and it's crazy distracting. And we also just smashed 300 likes. Let's go. I'm crying because it's so beautiful. All right, so we're going to go out of this, and we're going to say const OpenAI response equals OpenAI chat completions create. Okay. So at this point, someone goes to my eyelash. Probably is. Oh my God, it's driving me crazy. Oh, I feel like I'm getting allergies in this room. What the hell? It's crazy. Okay, so in this case, OpenAI chat completions.create. And then we pass the messages now, GPT 4.0. Now I have got a paid version of GPT. Maybe that's why some of you guys have got the issue where basically you say model 4.0 not found, in which case you could just use model 3.5. So in this case, if you did have that, you can go ahead and do this and let 3.5 turbo. That's how you do that, by the way, in case you're wondering. I got a couple of those questions last time, so there you go. That's the answer. Oh my God, my eye is driving me crazy. Okay, now to get the response of the AI, what we do is we pass it in like so. We say OpenAI response, choices, the first one back, messages.content, and we trim any ending white space from it. Okay, once that's done, if there was no response or whatever, we're going to basically return a error saying failed to generate AI response. Step 4. Okay, now step 4, we're going to push it into the database. Okay, so step 4, we're going to push it into the database. So once it's come back, we're going to go ahead and insert the message into the database. So it goes into the database. And then step 5, we're going to save the AI's response in the database. So first things first, we're going to save the users. Once we know we've got the AI's message back, then we save the user's message, then we save the AI's message. And yeah, you could do that. You could probably concatenate those together if you wanted as well. And then you want to return the content back to the user. So all of this is basically to allow us to send the message over to AI. And this is where the real brain of the system is happening, right? So in this case, this is where we go ahead and return the AI's response to the client. So now let's head back over to the chatbot itself. Okay, so this is where we send the message. Afterwards, we get the result back. Okay, and we simply update the messages with the result.content, replacing the loading message on the front end. And just like that, I believe we did it. Right, so let's go ahead and see if we did this right. So Sunny Elon at Musk.com. Boom. Let's see if it works. Hi there. Okay. Is it gonna have a chat with me? Let's see. Hello, Sunny. What do you know? I don't know what I gave this sales robot, but let's see. I know a few things. Being the oh, look at this. Being a sales robot, testing, being the best robot in the robot world gods. Remember, I kind of took the mic with that one. So let's go back now and actually test this out. But I think it does work, guys. Let's go to our edit chatbot. We should see 0 to full stack hero support bot. Okay, that's cool. Let's test this out. Let's go to the URL. Let's go ahead and say Sunny Sanga, or just do Sunny at abc.com. Okay, let's see if this works, guys. This is the cool side right now, right? Let's go ahead and say, hi, hey. Imagine a user came onto the website. They're going to buy 0 to full stack hero. Why is this the best course, right? I'm going to let AI tell you for itself, right? Why is 0 to full stack hero the best course on the damn planet, right? Oh, nice. We got 250 hours of coaching course, all this cool stuff. Cool. Show me the membership options. Now, this is where React Markdown comes in. I want to see it in a table view. Cool. See what it does. And right now it's just using all of that context, the previous messages, all that stuff, going ahead, storing it in the database, all that goodness. And then it goes ahead and replies me a perfect URL. And look, it even gave a coupon code for that. And I didn't have to train it much, guys, right? That was the cool part. I even said to it at one point, tell me a joke. Watch this. This one's kind of cool. Look. Tell me a joke. And then I've made it so that basically you unlock a secret coupon code if you want, if you go ahead and get a joke. So it's pretty cool, right? So in that case, absolutely awesome stuff. And then you can say, thanks, bye, I'm buying, right? So this guy's got the right idea. He wants to buy a diamond. There you go. Boom. It's going to come back and say, wait for it. And it even gave me the links to send me off. Look, use coupon code joke15, platinum and diamond membership. Have an amazing day, Sonny. That's absolutely mind-bogglingly good, right? Now, if we go back to the view messages and we can go ahead and check. Now, let's say I'm inspecting the website and I want to go ahead and see, all right, someone just came to the website. Cool. They had a chat with the chatbot. Oh, cool. Nice. Oh, they went ahead and bought after they got the joke 15. Oh, nice. I'm going to use that more, right? That's absolutely awesome, right? So someone goes, why don't you monetize your project? So I'm going to make this a SaaS. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to make this a damn good SaaS and get bought out by Intercom. Like, I'm telling you right now, that's what's going to happen with this one. But guys, look how incredible that is. Look, and it even shows the timestamps only on this view, which is exactly what we wanted. Everything working flawlessly. Really beautiful stuff. All of the interactions work great. 0 to full stack hero support bot. If we wanted to go ahead and add something, just a little test, just go ahead and say hi, remove hi. Perfect, works great. We've got the ability to go ahead and copy to clipboard. I can go ahead and paste into clipboard. Boom, I get this. Works effortlessly well, right? Just like that, we've gone ahead and finished it off. So now what we're going to do, guys, is we are going to go ahead and deploy. It's time we deploy this project. I'm going to go ahead and get the beat up a bit more because now we don't need to really focus on the coding side. Now we have a bit of fun with the deployment, right? And the deployment has a little bit of caveats to it. You got to be a bit careful on this step to make sure you don't make a couple of those sillier mistakes, right? So first up, let's dive into it. So what we're going to do now is I've built this out to should be dynamic in the sense of it should be dynamic in understanding the base URLs. So in this case, Apollo client, if we go here, the base URL and so forth, right? Now, the problem is that can be a problem is that Vercel sometimes, especially when you deploy to production, will give you a URL, but then it will alias it to another URL, and that can cause issues because sometimes you have a cause issue or something like that. So you can apply tons of different cause problems, but I'm going to show you a simple way to basically make your production branches very easy to deploy. So you can go ahead and install the Vercel CLI very simply by going over to the Vercel CLI on Google, and then basically you'll get the CLI. You want to go ahead and install it globally. I've already done this. I'm using npm, boom, do that. All right, so once you've done that, you're gonna log into your Vercel. There you go. So in this case, I've already done it, but I don't need to do it, but you'll have to do it. Set up and deploy. Yes, let's do it. Sunny Sanga. Yep, let's do it. Link to existing project. Nope. And I can just hit enter on all of these. This is all good. The defaults are all good. Now this will definitely fail the first time because I haven't set up the environment variables, but I'm showing you a quick way of setting it up. So click yes. Cool. Now click on inspect. Go ahead and open it up. What I want you to do now is go into, click this part, go into settings, go into environment variables, go down here. Now what I want you to do is go ahead into your files, go into your env file and copy everything. So do a Control A, Command C. So I'm Command C'ing the hell out of it. So all of my environment variables are selected and copied into my clipboard. Head back over to your code and here, and literally I'm gonna do Command V. So I'm pasting now, okay? So paste, right? And all I'm gonna show you now is that when I pasted it, look at this 1 second. So look at this, I pasted it now so you guys can see. It goes ahead and puts it in. Then I want you to click on the save button down here. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just hide my screen a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on save. And now, boom, what you'll see is they get added in, okay? So next up, what we can do is we can go and actually, we can cut that one. We can say Vercel --prod. So I'm gonna push to production, boom. And while that's also happening, guys, I'm also gonna go over to deployment protection. And I don't wanna protect everything. I'm just gonna protect my preview deployments, right? For the standard protection, it's a bit aggressive right now. We're gonna make it a bit easier. Only preview deployments. This is gonna be on a portfolio, right? It doesn't really matter that much. So in this case, boom. And then we can see we've got this. Let's go ahead and inspect the build. check it out. We've got our build dependencies. Everything's working the way it needs to work, and we are doing absolutely amazing on timing, guys. Let me know in the comments right now what you guys think of this build. I think it's been one of the craziest builds, full stack to another level. We're 4.5 hours in. Crazy stuff. Okay, let's see. 40 seconds. I'm not sure if I'm logging something out. That's why I'm gonna be a bit careful here. Okay, no, I'm not logging out. Cool. Let's give it a bit of second, a bit more time. A bit more time to go ahead and see what it's doing. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the music up a little bit. This is a bit more, I think it's too much for this. So it gets a bit like, very cool. Someone goes, very cool. Nice, thank you. Very cool build. I love that. Generating static pages, collecting build traces, awesome stuff. There you go. You can see everything's loading up the way it needs to load. Something that helped me a lot is the logs here when you're actually debugging this part. So make sure you go ahead and check that one out. And then you guys can see here. Look at this, YouTube Assistly AI Vercel app. Now, there's a chance this may have a cause issue. Okay, so I haven't done a few steps that I did previously. So let's have a look. This is all part of the debugging process, right? We come to our Assistly page, boom, this is live. Awesome stuff. Continue with Google. Let's go ahead and log in. All right, so far so good. Let's see, deployment typically is not always smooth. We're gonna see how we can get on. So let's get started right now. Let's type in testbot. And did it do it? Oh, okay, so we hit a little hiccup. Now I believe we hit a cause issue. So Apollo error. Okay, cool. So yeah, blocked by a cause issue. So this is the issue that I was talking about with Vercel. So typically, if we go back here, this one will not have an issue. Watch this. Because basically it's hopping between the two different URLs, but I'll show you what we can do to fix that afterwards. So let's see if this one works now. Testbot. And now you can see it works, right? So the reason why this is happening, remember I said it was aliasing? So essentially what was happening on this side is you see how it's using the original URL here. Let me try and make that bigger. It's using the original URL here, but it's aliased to this one. So it's got a cause issue. Okay, so you can either implement a cause. There's a lot of ways you can actually implement cause fixes, but just to show you right now, if you want to go ahead and check the actual link, you can see that right now. We just go ahead and do a edit chatbot. Let's see right now. Do I have my? Yeah, so I already have my 0 to full stack hero support bot. Let's go ahead and see that this is live right now. So if I go over here, look at this. Look, Sunny ABC at def.com. Let's see if it works, yo. Look at this. Wait for it. Hey there. Oh, what's the membership? This is sick. What do you use for pop-up notification? Sunday notification. Oh my goodness. And you guys are listening to the AI bot right now. Look at this. Show me a table. And the AI is fully trained to do it all the way. Look at that. Buy platinum. Any discounts, you know? We're helping you guys out here. If you want to join podcast 10. Oh, that one it failed on. Okay, interesting. I think there is where I caught it up, so we can say any cheeky discount. Let's try another one. Maybe it's my input from previous. Okay, yeah, so it's just why I asked it. In case you're making a special offer, discount podcast 10. Any better discounts? This is how the chat goes typically when people are asking. Oh, I see your savvy shopper. How about a bit of fun? It's exclusive though for unlocking my humor. There you go. And then you can say, boom. I want to buy. Wait for it. And there you go, guys. Boom. Buy a diamond. And next thing you know, you're inside the Papa fam, getting coaching calls by Sunny inside of the coaching program. This is how you do it. And then you get mentorship. Looks like some of our awesome students out there. That was smooth as hell, right? But there you go, guys. How crazy is that? Like, we went ahead and built out a full full application. Like, this is not even a minor app, guys. Assistly is a customizable AI chat agent. Honestly, we use Intercom on our own website, which is essentially a little chatbot in the corner, pops up and can talk to you. This is doing it all, guys. It's incredibly powerful. I'm going to show you a little trick as well. If you run into that cause issue that we spoke about earlier, there's a couple of ways that you can go ahead and fix it from happening in from happening to you, right? You can add a Vercel.json file. This is a very generic cause, right? This is like a catch-all. If anything, you should make it a bit more bespoke and really change this to be only your domain here. So in this case, you wouldn't change it to your own domain, but I'm just trying to show you guys for simplicity's sake, you can go ahead and deploy that. You can also go ahead and do it at the route handler levels. For example, at the at this level, we've done some cause headers and so forth, but Vercel here, .json, this one is the one that typically saved it for me when you're going ahead and deploying. So the aliasing was actually working after this. So there you have it, guys, a live deployment of the application inside the chat right now. You guys can go ahead and play with it yourself, see for yourself. There you go. No fake stuff here. This is a full build, guys. We've got edit chatbot functionality, all this good stuff. You can go ahead and add in your own chatbot functionality. Let's go ahead and do a little test right now. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and say create chatbot. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a, let's just say this is a LG sales assistant. Okay. So imagine you're working at a shop and it's an LG sales assistant. Okay, cool. You sell TVs and high-end products, high-end consumer products. You have a deal on the latest LG C3 83-inch TV, right? Your shop is in Dubai Mall. You open at 5 a.m. and close at 9 p.m. Sundays, you're open at let's just say 11 p.m. open until 11 p.m. Now the point is, guys, this takes like minimal amount of time, right? If someone wants to buy, you could go ahead and say someone wants to buy, send them to www.lg.com. All right, cool. All right, so that's it. So say in about, took not even 10 seconds, right? Go over to the chat now. Let's say I want to buy, I'm at the website, chatbot popped up. I'm like, oh, okay, let me see. Let's go ahead and do a little chat with you. Hi, any deals on TVs at the moment? Let's see what happens, right? Yes, we currently have a fantastic deal on LG C3 83-inch. If you're interested in purchasing, feel free to visit. We're open from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays until 11 p.m. Like what? And now it's serving everyone. Like that took me like what, 15 seconds to train that thing? And now, and the thing is, if it come on a website and it goes, typically replies instantly, that's so good. Like think about the value that's giving companies. So SaaS coming inbound very shortly. I'm going to literally launch that as a full-on SaaS and add a ton of features to it. But how do you price SaaS like this? Honestly, monthly subscription. You do a recurring subscription on it. Remember, in the end of the day, you need to go ahead and actually cover your cost of your AI usage and also make sure that you're in the higher tiers. So you want to actually be funding your OpenAI account to make sure that works and you don't get rate limited. So you're going to have to contact them if it really scaled really high. So you've got an enterprise plan. But otherwise, yeah, it's crazy. That's it. I'll just charge monthly for that. Behind a paywall, you could even have it so you can create one chatbot for free maybe. Or you can have it so you can only add like 5 characteristics for free, and then you can add unlimited, perhaps, unlimited, or add up to 100. Or if you need more, you can pay an extra add-on, so forth. Crazy stuff you can do with this, and that's a SaaS right there. So next time someone tells you this channel ain't enough, like I'm telling you right now, that was crazy, guys. And we went ahead and used so much cool tech, right? Well, firstly, we went ahead and created an entire PostgreSQL database where we had, I'm going to turn the music up a bit more as well. That's it. Let's go. Let's get energy up as we finish one out. Yeah. We got a Postgres database, all this good stuff. I even gave you the seed file. The link is in the description. You can get the seed file for free. Go there, put in your email. We'll send it to you. Right. Then all you have to do, pop that in the SQL editor. Boom. You get an entire starting table where all the tables are fully populated with everything you need. Now, the question after that was, it was kind of hard to go ahead and get, the database all set up. And how do I get a GraphQL schemas all written? And that's pretty tricky, So then we introduced you to API let me introduce you to IBM API Connect. And that's where we really took it to a next level. We went ahead and automatically built out an entire API in seconds with the CLI commands, right? Absolutely crazy stuff in seconds. And then this went ahead and was deployed. So we actually were able to go ahead and query our database, get all the information we needed. And then we went ahead and used Apollo client to go ahead and set everything up. You learn about client components, server components. You even learn about proxying your API routes to proxying your Apollo client, so that way you don't leak your credentials, which a lot of people do. Bad habit, right? So in that case, very bad habit. All right, we went ahead and did that, and you had Clerk for all the beautiful authentication purposes. So all the goodness of like authentication, secure backend, crazy, absolutely crazy build. All of this is included in the Papa GitHub repo, so you can either pay for it or you can work for it for free in the video. So I've made it fair either way, pay to win, or you can go ahead and win even more by doing this build yourself. And remember guys, all the links are in the description. I would appreciate if you use them, because it lets these companies know that we, the Papa fam, are absolutely loving and enjoying the use of their products, and we actually want to go ahead and support them. So make sure you do, because that allows us to go ahead and keep on making these videos for absolutely free, so you guys get to learn more and more and more. And with that said, guys, it's been your boy Papa React. I just want to mention as well, if you are at any point stuck in your journey and you want to level up your skill set, you don't know where you fit in this developer role or this developer world, you're scared of AI, you're scared of being left behind, this is the place to go. Zero to Full Stack Hero, not just another course, world's best developer community, period. All right, I would highly recommend you just jump straight to Diamond. I'm telling you straight, every week coaching calls with me. Our Diamond members are absolutely crushing it right now. 4 times a month you're getting calls with me. Like, straight up, you can ask me as many questions as you want. It's all good. Go ahead and check it out yourself. Our students are absolutely loving it. All the content is constantly getting updated, and coaching calls every week ensure that you are up to date. One thing I'll say right now is a lot of courses out there will be amazing for a short period, then they're outdated. So all we try and do is try and go ahead and absolutely escalate you guys to that next level. So go to papareact.com/course, check it out for yourself, right? And if you really want to see for yourself what we're about, head over to the original website, papareact.com, go to the top and click on reviews. That will take you to papareact.com/testimonials. Guys, that's the page where honestly, it's like my whole heart is open on this page, because this is absolutely incredible. It's where all of our students have had immense success. In fact, if you follow me on Instagram, Brian, a Papa Diamond member, just bought a Tesla yesterday. Message me on Instagram, just bought a brand new Tesla. He's now talking at AWS events and everything. We're gonna update this page to show that. But honestly, he says, I owe my coding career to you, Road Talk. You showed us methodologies on how to build full stack apps and taught us 6-figure skills. Personally benefited me, and I have a track now because of you. That's it. Honestly, guys, we have nothing but results over here. Like, see for yourself. Like, honestly, all I want to do is just bring unlimited value to you guys. So I'm always just going ahead and showing you guys the entire, I spent 4.5 hours for free on a live stream showing you this, guys, inside out, for free, absolutely for free. So if you want to go ahead and escalate yourself that little bit, not even a little bit, if you want to go ahead and take your developer journey that much more, and look at this goes on forever, guys. If you want to escalate your developer journey that much more and absolutely crush it to the levels that the Papa fam is doing right now, I can keep scrolling for days, guys. Absolutely crazy stuff. I'm telling you, I can't make this up. Yeah, we've even got more that we need to go ahead and do. Look, guys, they're absolutely loving it. People are joining left, right, and center. I've got over 1,000 students right now. Zero to Full Stack Hero is a place to be, period. In this build, I'm going to wrap it up with our ultimate theme song, the only way we know how to do it. Where is it? Right, there we go. Boom. I want to say a massive shout out, firstly, to the companies that made this possible. IBM, Clerk, Neon. You guys are awesome. Like, honestly, amazing companies. The teams at every single one, absolutely phenomenal. Really helped me out with a lot of the stuff that I was stuck on. And guys, make sure you please just benefit from this. Like, this is like the gold standard free content on the internet, latest up-to-date stuff, tech, there for you to learn, take, absorb, make a living for yourself. So absolutely check it out. Somebody says, is there an installment plan for the course? Yes, 100%. We want our course to be accessible to everyone. So you simply go into the bottom, and you have an installment plan, when you click on the buy now button, if you go to the actual checkout page, over at the bottom you'll see a 3-month payment plan. So there's lots of installment plans on the course. Feel free to check it out. We're offering 3-month EMI on Platinum and Diamond. Gold is already fairly priced, right? But you guys can feel free to join us right now. Guys, it's been your boy Papa Riyadh. You've learned a ton in this build. Enjoy the replay. The timestamps are going to be down below. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. That ended in some Papa Fam fashion, guys.
Without you by my side, let me feel your love again.
So good. She's so crazy. Peace out, guys. See you in the next one in a bit.